I'm paying attention. So apologies for that rude interruption. And as Benesto said, it is indeed, yes, 4:33 in the UK. That would 4:34 now. That would make it 6:34 in Ukraine. So you know what to do, everybody. Get retweeting, share the space. Let everybody know that we are back, because, as you know, MriyaReport never goes away. We are here 24/7, and we are doing everything that we can to help Ukraine. So we are an information space. We like to share information. We have many expert special guests that come to visit us, as Benesto was just explaining previously. And I have learned a great deal from those experts. It's really funny, isn't it? Because I'm now interested in things that I never thought I would be. For example, I never thought I would really care about weapons and how they work and all the details and ins and outs.
I know, we've become terribly sad acts. We're terrible sad acts now, Tracy, the things we're interested in. Isn't it shocking?
Of course, it's only because it makes a great deal to Ukraine, and that's why we're interested in these things. Because, I used to just think, oh, of course, a weapon, you just fire it, it goes bang, it kills people, and that's it, the end of the story. But of course, it's not that simple, is it? These things are defensive in nature as well. And of course, they're used in many, many different ways that I did not understand previously. And I did not understand the importance of them either. So that's just one of the things, for example. So we have many experts come and speak to us about a great deal of different things. And some of those experts are very, very esteemed guests indeed. Of course, we have General Ben Hodges comes to speak with us. We have other generals come and speak to us. We have General Mick Ryan. Of course, these are very, very experienced people, and we get a great deal of knowledge from them. And these people also speak on press around the world and help to share information. So we're all doing the same thing here together. We're all trying to help Ukraine in sharing information, sharing correct information. That's one of the most important things. And that's why we ask you to obviously retweet and share the space and just raise awareness for Ukraine via MriyaReport and via other means as well. You can share the interviews that we have. The special guests that come to speak with us do go on Spotify. We have the Spotify account, so you can go and get all the podcasts there, and you can look back over the period of time. You can even go back to the anniversary of the 24th of February, and there's the anniversary show on there. So if you weren't able to join for that, I would suggest you go have a listen to that too, because many, many people came to speak with us from Ukraine on that day. That was a wonderful day. We had many guests that were scheduled, and then we also had many people that dropped in just to say hello and give us information and updates, etc. So that was exceptionally interesting and very, very enjoyable. And then, of course, we have New Year's Eve coming up, so I'm not sure what's happening exactly, but I know people have got some plans and some ideas to bring some interesting things to you. I will be doing the SBU segment on Saturday night at 10 p.m. with Prince Heather, and we have an exciting show for you. We have some games planned and one thing and another. We're going to be playing a game of SBU Bingo. And I'm also going to be creating a little quiz for you all. So no need to worry. The questions will be rather easy, covering everything that we've discussed over the last few months. So it's a good chance to see how much you've been able to take on board. And of course, it helps me know what information you've been able to hear from me and what information I need to repeat if necessary, because sometimes not everything goes in. Of course, we take a great deal of information in here every day, so you can't remember everything, and that's why it's really good to be able to refer back to the podcasts and things like that, and come here and have discussions with people about these segments, about the interests, about the topics, about all these things. So Christopher, you are back with us now, but I don't see you as a co-host at the moment. Maybe Christopher can't hear me. But anyway, Benesto, you came back. What did we do? We crashed the space.
I can hear you, Tracy, loud and clear. And all I can say is I'm not surprised. And again, I'll point us in the direction of Tim, who I shall squarely and unfairly blame in his absence. No, I jest. I was whistling on, and the space couldn't take my hot air, and decided she'd had enough, or he'd had enough. Shut down. I was just saying, as you said, Tracy, where else can you listen 24/7 for free? No subscription fee, no subscribers, even no system of subscription, just open for donations. People do the repeat donations, like the 5 or 10 or 20 monthly, so they set it up that way for convenience. I know Miss Robin speaks about that as just a matter of convenience to set it up as a direct debit or direct wire, however your bank does it. But anyway, I wanted to speak about how, as you said, generals come and speak with us. It's not because we're terribly bright and interesting people. It's because they respect the fact the forum is put on with a genuine desire to spread information, defeat misinformation, and support our friends and freedom in Ukraine and Europe and the world more broadly. So I would point to that and say there's a couple of distinguishing features between our own pro-Ukraine support and maybe others. One would be the caliber of guests that come in and speak with us, both scheduled and random. I've been in here when Colonel John Spencer has been on. He just called in on waiting in traffic and spoken to us and shared some of his thoughts. And he's published around the world, and he's a professor of his science at the West Point Army College in New York. So I'm not sure it gets much better qualified than that. That will be the leading world experts. Will be the people that come here and speak with us. So if you think it's worth a couple of dollars and you want to have Tracy celebrate, why not use that as an excuse? Go over to MriyaReport and make a donation. I've been tapping my thumbs and chatting too much, so I need to go back and fill in the form. I'm not one of those who does the repeat direct debits. I'm just not that organized in my life, but I'm going to fill in this donation now and hit send. And I want to encourage people listening to come up and speak to us. Thanks for finding us again after the crash. I've been retweeting 4 or 5 of them. Sorry if you follow me, you've seen the updates on the notifications, but please retweet and share it yourself. If we can get up over 200 people here again, we'll hopefully be able to manipulate the algorithm and bend it to our will to help it spread our message of freedom and support for Ukraine. I'll say thanks very much, Tracy, for gallantly jumping back on again and making the magic happen as co-host. And salute yourself and Christopher. And welcome everybody back. MriyaReport.org. Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava.
Hello, Slava. Thank you, Bernesto. That's very much appreciated. And yes, we'll be moving to some Ukraine latest updates for you all shortly. We'll just have a little time to repopulate the space first and make sure we get everybody back so that everybody hears the latest updates. And then, of course, we will have some interesting things to discuss too, and I'm sure you will all have some interesting contributions to make as well. Go ahead and retweet the space. That would be very good. Thank you very much. If you would not mind, we would very much appreciate that. And go ahead, James. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. I just wanted to say, bend it like Bernesto, and also just wanted to point to something I threw in the nest as filler. And it is the speeches from Zelensky and Biden from earlier in the month. And there's a couple gems. One you can see without even opening it, just looking at it. We want to see Ukraine win the war. And as I've said before, winning means Ukraine is a sovereign, independent nation that can afford to defend itself and to defend itself today. And now I had to click on it and open it to read the rest. Hold on a second. And deter further aggression. That's our objective. So that from Mr. Biden. And the other one that really stuck with me from Zelensky was who controls the skies controls the duration of the war. Loved that one. So anyway, that's what I had. And it is good to hear you speak, Bernesto. I did decide after some consideration to go ahead and just repeat my donation. And then I've donated some additional things still. So I'm not giving it all on, auto. Some of it is coming across as needed. But Tracy, I didn't get you any donations this time. I got you some dog pictures. So I hope that I'll have to substitute anyway. But happy birthday. I'm so glad that we get to spend time with you. It's delightful. And you do a great job. So thank you.
Thank you so much, James, and that's quite all right. I know you are a regular donator, and I know you do a great deal, and as much as you are able to. So I do appreciate that also. And of course, you donate a great deal of time, James. I've noticed you've been filling in some of the gaps recently, so thank you to you for doing that. You've saved me doing it, and that's very much appreciative. And I love the dog picture; it's absolutely wonderful. Of course, I absolutely love dogs. In case you are not aware, everybody. I'm absolutely dog crazy. I love all animals, but dogs are my favourite animal, or one of my favourite animals anyway. And of course, I love all different types of dogs. It doesn't matter what the breed is. Dogs are dogs, and they're all wonderful. They just have so much love to share. And so much love to give, and they're always happy to see you, no matter what the day is or what's going on. They're always loyal. They're always faithful. And those are qualities that I appreciate, whether that's in people or animals, because at the end of the day, I think it's all about just showing love and appreciation to each other and just being humane. And part of that is loving animals, I feel. And I feel really I identify with Ukrainians. We've seen so many Ukrainians protecting animals and loving animals, and the way that I've learned that they have so much respect for the land, and all those types of things. That's something that I can really personally identify with. So thank you so much for that picture, James. I very much appreciate that. And thank you so much, everybody, for all your birthday wishes. Of course, I've got no problem telling you all that I am the big fat 5-0 today. So if you would like to donate, please consider giving a donation in multiples of 5, I think, because the actual Christopher James, who has just popped off at the moment, he's having a few technical problems, I think. But Christopher James is actually also his birthday coming up very shortly. His birthday is on New Year's Eve, if you can believe that. What a time to have a birthday. Of course, you're always going to have a party. There's never not going to be a party to go to. So that's a wonderful time to have a birthday. And Christopher James is 55. So if you would like to consider making a donation in multiples of 5, that would be wonderful. So 5 pence, £5, £50, £500, whatever it is that you can afford, we will be very, very grateful for. But of course, if you cannot afford to donate, please do not feel bad about that. You can still help a great deal by retweeting the space, by sharing the space, by bringing more people in so that we can share more information. You know, sometimes we say that we're in an information bubble here, and we kind of are a little bit, and that's why it's incredibly important that we all push that bubble wider, our own bubbles to our own personal circles, and those slightly wider circles, the people that we may not encounter every day, but we may see them infrequently. And I think these are the people that we need to connect with, because probably like many of you, I'm informing many people within my circle, so they're becoming more informed. You know, that's helping a great deal now, and they are also sharing that. So never think that your information and your help is not working, because it is. That information is getting out there. I see these articles being put in the press. We have people like Katerina from the National Union of Journalists in Ukraine come to speak to us and share incredibly important information every week, same segment every week, every day. The same day every week. In fact, actually, you can retweet that as well. We have the cards there. And of course, these will go on Spotify. So if you missed today's segment, please check the Spotify out. That will be coming very shortly. And so you can always listen back to those. And there are a couple of segments on there, actually, where Katerina has brought guests to speak to us also, other journalists that have come and spoken about their experiences in trying to escape from temporarily occupied territories, for example. And those are insights that we cannot really get anywhere else. So these are very valuable insights. And you know, the fact that they come and spend their time with us, it just shows how important it is really to keep doing what we're doing and just keep plodding away no matter what the day. I know it's been Christmas and everybody's been celebrating, but of course we need to remember those guys on the front line, and my dog says yes as well. He agrees. We should remember We should remember those guys on the front line. Sorry, guys. He's playing with a toy. I have to tell you all that the wonderful Christopher James sent me all the way from the US a beautiful birthday present, a couple of beautiful gifts, a wonderful RAF calendar with some great pictures of planes on them, fighter jets on them, a beautiful bath set with all sorts of bath salts in, and wonderful things to pamper myself. So later on this afternoon, when I'm finished co-hosting, I will be having a wonderful soak and enjoying myself doing that. And my dog is playing with a rope, a great big chunky rope that Christopher James also bought him. So how thoughtful is that, everybody, that he also bought a present for my dog? So I think that's absolutely wonderful. Getting a bit sidetracked there, but I thought it was worth telling you all, because of course he's playing with the rope in the background now, and enjoying it very much. And I may post some pictures of that when I get chance. So now we're getting repopulated very nicely. So thank you to everybody who has retweeted the space. And if you haven't, please go ahead and do that. I've retweeted a tweet, so you can go and retweet mine if you like. It would be nice if you could put a reply in there or quote tweet it just to boost it. Wish me a happy birthday. That would be great, wouldn't it? If you're not able to donate, I would be very grateful for any birthday wishes. And of course, we only have one reply in our little message box that some call the purple pill. So if you're not sure where that is, it's on the opposite side of the phone to the microphone. So it's on the bottom right hand corner of your phone, and it says one there. So if you can go there and put messages in there, if you have questions or anything that you would like to say but you do not want to come up to the speaker panel, please feel free to put them in there also, and then we can read them out if you would so like. We can ask the panel any questions and bring up your comments. So thank you very much, everybody, and let's go to Benesto.
Happy birthday, Tracy. Lovely to hear from you, and thanks for volunteering on your birthday. My best regards and belly rubs to your canine friend, both the one who was barking and I know you got a couple others as well. A little chest rubbing behind the ears. Always nice to have the love of an animal with you. I was speaking on the space with our friend Chris W. A couple of days back, and we were remembering fondly a beautiful mare that they'd had in their family, a horse, and how it is that really when we love other beings and things, it's so much a selfish and a selfless act. Like how much we get back, like you mentioned, from your pets, and I think it's something we share in kin with our Ukrainian brothers and sisters. And something very notable has been their care and attention to show kindness and to show love, even in the what would ostensibly be the pits of hell, right? The seventh burning ring of Dante's Inferno. From what we see in the imperial invader, the Russian scum, trying to commit genocide, and yet we see folks in fatigues and folks in blackout gear making runs to feed the pets in villages, or making runs to evacuate the pets, or making runs to free horses, or to make sure the cattle were taken care of. This is not something they do to film and to get likes on TikTok. This is just people who love and want to protect and take care. And I think it's something that's very motivating, and I always enjoy hearing people talk about their pets and their here when they're on the panel. I see Marcus is with us. I just want to hand over, but before I do, I'll say happy birthday, Tracy. And Slava Ukraini, please retweet and share the space, everybody, and donate according to your means at MriyaReport.org.
Thank you.
Hello, Slava.
Thank you, Mr. De Shackleton. How are you today? That's nice to hear from you. Could you please, Tracy, tell us the gremlins in the background that I could use an elevation? I can't type and drive at the same time. Thank you.
No problem. I just hope you're moving out of Staten Island and not into Staten Island. We'll talk about that later. It's great to hear your voice.
Exiting Staten Island, in Jersey now, which is still not where I want to be, but I'm getting there. Thank you.
It's never where you want to be, but I mean, it's a slight improvement. I'm glad you made it safely out of the unspeakable fifth borough. Welcome back to the mainland. Glad to hear you're safe. Would love to get Christopher up as the co-host, but I'm happy to prattle on until they remove me by force. Has happened before. Look out, might happen to you. Marcus, heads up, brother. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Thanks. Tracy, I'll just say, happy birthday, Tracy. It's your birthday, Tracy. And that's my closest impression of Michael Jackson's secret song that called Happy Birthday, Lisa, that was on The Simpsons.
That's a deep cut, Marcus, but it's brilliant.
Thanks. So I just, aside from that bizarre cartoon deep cut, I wanted to ask if you mind if I put up the phone numbers that we need to call in the nest,
No.
Tracy.
Go right ahead, Marcus.
Thank you. Everybody, call and write your reps. Tell them you want to see Ukraine. You want to see them give Ukraine what they need to win.
Absolutely. And if you are not able to make a donation, thank you for that, Marcus, to my birthday to help me celebrate. You can help me celebrate by making these phone calls to your representatives. And if you would even like to post after you've done that, that would be fantastic if we could see that. That would make me very happy. So Marcus' tweet is in the nest, so you can go, please retweet that. You can also put your replies in there and let us know that you've contacted your representatives. Any feedback about what they've said or any results that you've had will be absolutely wonderful also, because that inspires other people to keep doing that as well. So it's incredibly important that we don't forget that now. You know, I know it's all the season that we're all kind of busy and concentrating on family and one thing and another, but just take those few moments to make those phone calls. You know, you can talk to answering machines if that's what you want to do, but please try and back that up with an email if you can, but definitely make the phone calls. That's the most important part, I think. We need to make sure these phone calls are logged. I want to see these people coming back in from work after Christmas, after their Christmas break, and I want to see them overwhelmed. I want to hear feedback from Cece that these guys have been overwhelmed with calls and messages that they now have to log and make known that your interest and your care and what you want and what you want your representatives to do. So that would be wonderful, wouldn't it, Marcus, to hear CC come back and tell us, oh my goodness, they've got so many calls, it's ridiculous.
Oh, 100%. That's the goal.
Absolutely, that definitely is the goal. So, along with retweeting, these are your jobs today, people. This little bit of a break in between Christmas and New Year. So, help me celebrate my birthday by helping Ukraine, which I know you all want to do, because otherwise you wouldn't be here anyway. So, let's keep on doing everything that we can, and it's time now to double down. Ernesto?
Exactly as you say, and it's a sincere message that it's all who are welcome here, who have good intent and make genuine inquiry. Those who like to feign interest or perhaps a little subterfuge, we always sniff you out, but you don't have to be a donator to be welcome here, like you say, Tracy. It's very important to me that people feel welcomed here no matter their circumstances. If you're listening on YouTube, hello, thanks for listening. All we ask is you spread the word. If you're not of financial means, that's no bar to being a welcome member of our community. In fact, you still qualify no matter what. So if you can take action, please retweet and share. If you can afford, please donate. We're going to keep banging the drum, try and get folks to retweet the space to get the numbers back up after our recent crash. We're hoping to get up around 200 again, because at that time then, if we all coordinate our retweeting, we'll really be able to bend the algorithm. It's not a complicated thing. It just needs a little coordination, which we can do from here. So retweet everybody, invite a friend, tell a friend, send a DM to people who you usually see in here or you usually message or you usually hang out with in this or other various spaces. I see CC's in the crowd. I hope she comes up and blesses us with some of her knowledge. And Christopher is still languishing as a listener, languishing as a speaker. Not sure what part of the New Jersey Turnpike he's on, but I'm sure he's paying the toll. Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Christopher. Also, Marcus, thank you for joining us and encouraging folks to spread the word and for bringing us some of your brilliant humor. It was a brilliant deep cut. I mean, pitch perfect. I don't know about the key, but pitch perfect. So thank you for that. Retweet and share. I knew exactly who you were doing. You were doing the Michael Jackson, who was done by. I knew exactly what you were doing. I could imagine it when he was sitting at the piano. Brilliant cut. Absolutely fantastic. Want to encourage folks to retweet, share the space, shut me up, get us over 200 listeners. donate according to your means. Of course, we're celebrating our support for Ukraine and Tracy's birthday.
Thank you, Ernesto. And yes, thank you, Marcus, for singing me that little ditty. I really enjoyed that. In fact, you're all making me very happy today. So let's continue this. And like Ernesto said, let's keep sharing, retweeting, tell a friend, phone a friend, email a friend, share it on every social network that you can. And of course, don't forget that we do have a MriyaReport Facebook group as well. And yes, I can see you all rolling your eyes. I know many of you don't like Facebook. I don't like Facebook either. In fact, I never used my account for many, many years until I came back to social media to, well, really find out more information about Ukraine, because it stopped being played on the TV after those first couple of months. The news stopped reporting on things as much. And I, like you all, was struggling to find information and find accurate information as well. And knowing where to go to check those sources, to verify that information, that's half the battle, I think, is actually knowing where to go, you know, to research these things and to verify these things and to cross-reference and cross-check these things. You know, there's so much information out there on the internet, it can be difficult. And sometimes it's just about refining your searches. And I know that sounds silly, but really sometimes it is just that one keyword that gets you to the right place, where you can find somewhere where you can know that that's an information source that you can trust. Bernesto?
Exactly, and I find it very moving when folks, I know you do it genuinely, just come up in conversation, speak about their trip and their journey here, seeking out information and truth, and then landing upon MriyaReport, some lucky or some godforsaken, depending which way you look at it, found a tweet and clicked in and came over here to us. So if you want to feel or look at it this way, folks, perhaps you can be part of our airdrop of tweets or our dropping of leaflets here through the algorithm by retweeting and hoping to get more listeners and new listeners here to join us. And I always love to hear how folks came to MriyaReport. So thanks for sharing that part. That for you, it was seeking of truth and a dissatisfaction with what was being served or presented as news news rather than news. So that moves me deeply. Maybe we'll prattle a bit about that. Personally, myself, I found a space by being chronically online. Have been aware of the imperial abuse and rapine nature, the genocide that is being perpetrated from Moscow on Ukraine and her sister nations, Georgia, and some others, Chechnya, Dagestan, Circassia, so many others. And then I happened to be online and found this space and fell in with a bad crowd. You might know him better. His name's Yehuda. He was on the air that night, and I heard him speaking, and I was a listener since then. It took me months. Took me about took me at least about 9-12 weeks to pluck up the courage to come up as a speaker. I was very glad I did, but God, it was very nerve-wracking. So if you're listening and you've never come up and spoken, understand that we've all been there as well, and that you're still welcome to come up and speak with us. And if you don't like to speak, and there was, some people can't make the phone calls and they're more text-driven, so maybe you can just email us or send us a DM, and we'll represent your comment and question here, and we'll maintain your anonymity as a matter of honor and good business. We wouldn't betray that. So if you want to get your message out or have a question, you don't necessarily have to speak. You can type it to us, but you're more than welcome. We are soliciting and we're hoping that you'll come up and join us and enrich the community. So retweet, share the space. It's MriyaReport.org.
Thank you very much, Bernesto. Yeah, it's important to know we have very many avenues now. So we have the Facebook account. It's a closed group, so you can join the Facebook group, and you know that everybody in there is a member, and they have to apply to be a member, and they have to be approved, and everybody's free to post. However, we do have a post approval system, and that's just so that all posts can be checked for information and verified, and to make sure that they are accurate, because as you are all aware, that's one thing that we take a great deal of pride pride in is sharing accurate information. Of course, that doesn't mean that we won't ever make mistakes, and if we do make mistakes, we will rectify those and absolutely let you know about those, because it's honest. If you have made a mistake with information, to be transparent, it happens to us all. Nobody is perfect, and no matter how good your skills are, everybody can be fooled, especially with the insidious, manipulative, deceitful nature of the Russian propaganda. And although much of it is a fire hose of nonsense and laughable, that's for a specific audience. There is also a stream of that propaganda that I notice that is much more manipulative, more insidious, and slightly more clever. And I don't like to credit these people as being clever, but unfortunately, we have to accept that if you are manipulative, that also means you do have some intelligence, shall we say, because you're using that for not good. So let's help combat that. Let's help counter that. And join the Facebook group. Like, you won't get spammed or anything like that. And like I said, all the people are members. I don't go on Facebook, actually. I only go on the Facebook MriyaReport group. That's the only page that I go on. I don't even go on my own personal feed, so I never see anything on my news feed, and I don't have anything to do with anybody on Facebook apart from the people in the MriyaReport group. So of course we have the Instagram account as well. That's maybe new to you all. If you're not aware of that, please check out the Instagram account, which is being built by another one of our very lovely volunteers, and we are putting lots more things on there for you all to see. So please go and check that out too. James Healy, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Ernesto, it was great to hear how you came to MriyaReport and the kind of things that you were able to find here. And I came way before MriyaReport to the point where I was kind of very worried about what was going on in my country. And I recognized in MriyaReport a group of people that had a bigger view of what the problem was, because it's sort of one of these things that's a problem across the world, if you will. And so we found each other in democracy and things like that, and how to do things for the good of the people. And I think that's still what we're fighting for. And but specifically in Ukraine right now, to stop what is killing so many every day, and what is, if Putin is successful, probably one of the great disasters of the world. And so, if you haven't, you could look at the ISW very long letter about what happens if Ukraine wins, what happens if Russia wins, and it ought to be something that sort of wakes you up, because it shifts the balance of power actually quite a great deal. And so, stopping things in Ukraine from happening, these bad things, that is, helps us everywhere, and more or less directly, and not just from the effects of the war and the cost of the equipment and the supplies, but also in the ways that well, for one thing, the refugees have already caused disturbances. And now we see right on cue from Moscow Central Casting a caravan headed toward the US border. So um, we're, we should be tired of Russia's bullshit, because it affects us all. And this is a great place to turn the tide and to keep recognizing that, who's at fault here. And I don't want to blame anybody who isn't deserving of it, and nor do I want to deny the wrongdoing of other nations, because certainly that's a question mark in a lot of places, like where we are as nations. And so I don't deny any of those things can be problems, but right now, today, the worst calamity in the world is what Russia is doing in Ukraine, and also stretching beyond that, pulling their little levers of power to stir up more trouble. So we fight now with Ukraine by giving them what they need. So I'm just glad I found people who share that view and that vision, and it's good to be with all of you.
Thank you, James, and thank you so much for your post and the beautiful flowers. And thank you, everybody who's sending me posts and retweeting the space. You're all amazing, and it really means a great deal to me. Thank you. Christopher?
Yeah. Okay. So, James, I haven't been following the mass caravan that apparently is marching ever northward. Does anybody have any sense that the organizers are being backed in some way by Russia or proxies or cutouts? Back to you.
Well, that's a good question. I certainly took it that way. The story that I saw did not promote it that way, but it was from a source I wouldn't have expected to kind of question the results. But for one thing, people who are just going to escape don't carry banners with them, right? If you're a real refugee, you don't carry a banner saying, blah, 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 some political message. You just go and you try to get yourself, your family, where you need to go to be safe. And the other thing that is a sign for me is that while people do come to the border, the best way to get across the border isn't in big groups, it's in little ones, right? And the other cue is that the caravan is really the unnecessary thing to do, because I believe it is the State Department. I don't know honestly which part of the government it is exactly, but people in other countries can file paperwork for asylum from where they are, and so they can do a lot of things up front. So when you do get to the border, coming in a caravan, completely unnecessary. They can cut out a lot of that stuff just by doing the paperwork at home. And so these are signs. And then the other thing is that I can't tie it back directly, except I have heard that some of the other people who end up on the Mexican border have been people from, Middle Asia, really. I mean, around there. And how did they get to the southern border, right? Big question marks about all of that. So I don't have any like solid gold plated evidence of it, but it just stinks of what Russia does, and it's undeniable. The other part of it is we do have refugees. They are here in our country. They're good people, and a lot of them are from Ukraine, and a lot of the other last set of refugees are from Syria, and they're all over again, but mostly in Europe. And so we see again and again Russia doing this. And so whether or not it's directly run by Russia or just some other group, it's clearly an organized group. And that's another thing. If you're dragging along a small town of people, you also have to make sure there's food and things like that. So it's pretty organized. So it doesn't seem, what's the word, organic.
Thank you, James. Yeah, those are very important things to note, I think, along with the timing. We've seen that Russia is doing this, obviously, in Finland with pushing refugees to the border there. Of course, we're used to what's been happening in Belarus over the years and trying to do the same there, and the Polish border. And actually, it's really good that you point those things out, James, because I think those things, they do stand out, like you say. Why would you be taking banners with you if you are fleeing from somewhere where it's so bad that you can't live there anymore? And that must be terrible conditions for people to consider doing that. The conditions that would make me flee from my home would have to be, or from my country would have to be extremely bad. So if you're doing that, the last thing you're going to be thinking about is taking some kind of banner. And I think the last thing that would be on your mind is some kind of political message. And thank you for pointing out that you are able to apply for asylum from actually different places already. That's very important to note. That's something that obviously happens in the European Union and in the UK as well. You are able to apply for that asylum from different places. For example, you can apply in different countries to go to another country. So, of course, that system is in place, and we welcome that, because a great many people in our countries have actually benefited from immigration. I know in the UK we've greatly benefited from immigration over the years. So it's something that I welcome, and we do have to have a system for that. But it is very important to point out where Russia is trying to manipulate these things. And as you say, you can't point to any specific evidence, but it's interesting, I think, and insightful to note those things, because those things just don't make sense, do they? It doesn't add up. And if it doesn't add up, there's usually something else going on that you're not aware of. Did you want to follow up on that, Marcus? Sorry, James?
Just to say that I think that people get the point about the border needs protection. And again, this seems to me to be the case where the conflation is the point, and conflating immigration and border security is the goal. And so they say border security, but they mean cut immigration. Cut immigration is something that you have to really think about, because this is a core value type of thing. And yet at the same time, we do need to be careful of who does come in, of course. And on that point, I would say then the most likely way to protect ourselves is through stopping it at the source, stopping Russia from creating these crises. And that's something that we can do now, I think, largely through what Ukraine does. And we need to turn their advantage in skill into a greater advantage by sending them more advanced, more powerful weapon systems, so that the ratio that they're getting is improved greatly. And, the faster that they smash all of the Russian equipment and personnel, that will be the sooner that Russia cannot project power the same way that it does into the world to create disruptions like in Syria, which, by the way, it looks like they're getting challenged there more and more. So, which I hope that doesn't blow up in a bad way, but they need to be challenged everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely, James. You're right. That is exactly where we stopped Russia in Ukraine. And that's what Ukraine is doing. What's the saying? I've heard many people say that Russia has broken its back on Ukraine, or Ukraine's broken Russia's back, whichever way you look at it. But we need to make sure that they cannot get back up, because that's what Russia will do, as we know. And that's why it's very important that we support Ukraine as much as we can, because that's where Russia will get stopped. That's where all this will get stopped. It started in Ukraine and it will finish in Ukraine. And so we need to do everything that we can, obviously, to help Ukraine in that regard. And of course, that's why we're all here today. I know that you all care a great deal. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here sharing your in-between Christmas celebrations and New Year celebrations with us. So absolutely, we need to keep campaigning to get Ukraine those weapons. In particular, I keep hearing people talking about these ATACMS that, well, Will keeps mentioning it and other people keep mentioning it, that these ones, and we were speaking, I believe, Christopher, you were speaking about it yesterday as well. I was listening, just in terms of why these things why they're just sitting there to be disposed of, and they need to be disposed of, but they're not being disposed of. So why not just give them to Ukraine? So yeah, do some digging there. If you are able to find out more information there, that would be fantastic. Christopher and I were thinking about how these weapons get disposed of and who's responsible for disposing for them, who has the contract, and if that has, any effect on what's happening. So definitely look into all these things, and absolutely keep pressuring your representatives the whole time. Please do not give up on that. That is incredibly important also. And if you've made that phone call, then go ahead and make it again, because it will just add to the list of the times that they've got to log and the amount of calls that they've received. And if you're actually visiting relatives, say, I don't know, maybe you live in one area of the US and you're now going to another area, and I don't know, maybe you're registered there. If you have a holiday home or something like that, you could maybe just do that twice. Then you can ring in the district where you are, and then you can ring in the district where your holiday home is registered, for example, or your second home, if you are lucky enough to have such a thing. So please go ahead and think about doing that as well. Marcus, thank you for waiting.
Yeah, no problem. So they're doing a migrant caravan with banners. That's insane and hilarious. How convenient that this is happening during the break called by the House or the Congress, and before the House votes. Wow, what are the odds that that would happen like this? It's my mind is blown. First of all, that this just synchronized like this. Incredible stuff. Don't understand quite why people would be fooled by the difference between migration and illegal crossings. I don't think anyone's illegally crossing with a banner that says, I'm marching to your place to illegally cross. If they are going to do that, then okay, good luck, good work for the border guards. They've got their job simplified. I don't think they'll be complaining. Nobody wants extra work on the plate. Who set this up? Who did this? It's time for intelligence services to earn their money. And America has more intelligence services than the rest of the world combined. So hopefully they'll be able to do that, and they'll be able to tell the people, because regardless of what they find out, if the information is not released to the public, people that want to use the information for their own purposes will just keep doing what they need to do for their own political purposes, whoever those people are. That's one thing. Two, I would encourage Americans not to, as other speakers have said, not to conflate these issues with supporting your partners in Europe and fighting off Russian intervention. Three, Russian intervention in American affairs in any way should be punished, and the longer they're allowed to interfere with domestic politics, the worse off you will be. So this is if this is them, it's a good reason to double down on your support and show them what happens when they mess with your internal politics. I hope it isn't them for the better lives of the people in that caravan, because I don't think anybody there wants to be someone's pawn or pushed around for other countries' political purposes. This is presumably about people wishing to make a better life. Not sure why they're doing it this way, because again, you can apply for asylum without a march and a banner. This is very weird. It all feels like agitprop, you know. Anyways, Ukraine is getting broadsided right now. There needs to be pushback from her allies, clear communication of what's happening, who's the bad actors, what their response will be. If we keep having one side slinging accusations and highlighting bad things that happen, a good example is the Krinky thing. Most strategists would trade the lives of the 100 to 300 guys on one side of the river for tying up thousands of Russians and killing hundreds of Russians, right? That's a good military trade-off by any measure. It's a terrible human tragedy, but such is war. That's not my place to tell them how to run their war, but it's not a negative, right? Because if you look at the data, it shows an excellent attrition ratio in favor of Ukraine, and they're tying up forces, Russian forces, to do nothing. This is good. However, if you push enough articles out about the fact that it is a miserable situation, you just might get a percolating feeling in the populace of, hey, that's right, this is not a good thing. And we don't have sufficient pushback that involves labeling these things properly, saying articles are being pushed out by people for this purpose. This is the narrative game they're playing. They want us to not help Ukraine. They want to demoralize Ukraine. Like, these things have to be said by the people in charge instead of in a space by just some guy in Canada, or by James, or by Tracy, or by Christopher, etc. So we need to demand answers that are clear on the who's, the what's, the where's, the why's, the how's. Instead of just expecting everyone to connect the dots on their own. That's part of good leadership.
Thank you, Marcus. Yeah, you know, you always say such great things, and I think you're absolutely right. And you know, yeah, those letter agencies, maybe they can all get together and start doing something a little bit more. And you're right, it needs to be said. These things need to be said by people with power, people who are influential, and of course, Ukraine's partners, because you know, yeah, it's great that we say these things here. It's absolutely fantastic that we all share this information, and it's not just great, it's vital that we do so. It's critical that we do so to help Ukraine. But of course, we're just ordinary people, so we can only do so much, and only so many people will listen to us. That doesn't stop us keep doing that and keep pushing out that information, of course, and keep sharing it wherever we can, in particular with your representatives. It's something that I do on a regular basis. In fact, I'm surprised they haven't blocked me now, but of course, I don't think they can, because I'm not rude, I'm not aggressive, I'm not anything like that. I'm maybe firm, and sometimes I tell them things that they may not want to hear, but I'm never rude. I'm always polite, and I'm always appreciative of them listening to me or reading my letter. So, and again, something that we've all said before, make sure if your representatives are supporting Ukraine and doing what you want them to, make sure to keep thanking them and to keep calling them as well, because they need to know that that continued support is there. They need to know that that has not changed, because Russia is trying to manipulate all these things and trying to divide the support for Ukraine, trying to keep Ukraine out of the news cycle, trying to throw that fire hose of nonsense out there so that everybody talks about all those things instead of talking about the important things. So, yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, Marcus. Mete, welcome.
Thank you, Tracy, and happy birthday. Happy birthday, Big Five.
Thank you, Mete.
Yeah. I just had to come up and say, you know, about our leaders. Nobody's talking about these war crimes that are happening. So terrible war crimes happening every day. And everyone's just like, you know, well, aid to Ukraine, war. Yeah, some surrendering soldiers are shot. The civilians are killed. And it's just, you know, it's so appalling. It's just so appalling that I just wish that there was. Kaja Kallas is probably the only politician who's speaking of things as they are. We need to stop this. We need to stop this. This is horrendous, horrendous genocide. Yeah, I guess we all get to use it, you know, listening to this space and so on, and reading all this news every day. But I hope these war crimes won't get, you know, sort of passed by, because they are horrendous. So that was my bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mete, and thank you so much for your birthday wishes. Yeah, we need to keep talking about these things, absolutely, and raising awareness. Of course, you're aware, and many of you are aware, of the genocide, Understanding Genocide in Ukraine segment that we have with Prince Heather and Nancy M and Gina Christian. And that's on a Friday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, which is 3 a.m. UK, 5 a.m. Kyiv, and I believe, if I'm correct, 8 p.m. Pacific time. So yeah, check out that and listen to the podcasts if you've not been able to listen to it, because there's some very important information that they share on those segments. They go into detail in the various reports that have been compiled for the United Nations and independent reports from the New Lines Institute. So a lot of these things are documented there. So that's something that you can share with representatives. It's a good thing to speak to them when you're talking about these things, because I think very often, and I know certainly in the UK, our politicians are very averse to things digital. They're very, they're all kind of old, so they're all like, oh, digital things. We're all scared of it, you know. So we don't have great digital capabilities here. And I do think very often when we send these things in email formats, that maybe the links are, I don't know, switched off, or just some kind of safety procedures, or maybe they don't even click on the links. It's no different to you and I, really, when we get an email, unless it's come from somebody that you know, you're very wary about the links that you click on. So it's a good idea when you want to get this information across to people to ring them and speak to them. And then you can say to them, look, this New Lines Institute report, reports, an independent report. These the other report that just came out recently. I'm actually not sure who's doing that, but I know it is being compiled for the United Nations. James, do you know who it is that's doing that recent report that Nancy and Prince Heather have been discussing?
The Belarusian one, is that the one you mean?
Yes, that's the one. Thank you, James.
Yale. I think
There
it's
you
Yale,
go.
Yale Law School, I'm pretty sure.
Well,
And,
there you go, guys. Absolutely fantastic resource. And so when you're speaking to your representatives, if you can tell them that you have this resource with this information, they're definitely going to pay attention, and they're definitely going to prick up their ears when it's come from such an institute like that. So, you know, that's one of the ways that you can get that information across. And don't forget, Nancy has an absolute mega thread with all these things on, which actually I will probably go and try and find that in a moment and repost that for you, because Nancy puts all those links on there with all those reports, and there's a great deal of useful information that you can use in that mega thread. James?
I just wanted to say about the Belarusian report that page 13 has a very good graphic. It almost looks like, you know, what am I trying to say? A logic path, right? For, you know, some kind of computer analysis, but in fact, it shows the relationships between entities and people and what the roles are. And so it shows how Putin and Lukashenko are directly related to this and how they're directly related to it. And so that's important because it shows that this is a very high level thing. The whole country is in fact engaged in this, and the transportation of children from the Donbass area, well, and maybe other parts of Ukraine as well, but back through Donbass, through Russia, and then to Belarus was the route that they took. And so you can see the clear complicity of the crimes of, you know, separating the kids from their parents in Russia's moves. And they also took the opportunity, as they do, to sanctify, I guess you could say, or legalize what they were doing, because they passed little laws saying, "Oh, this is okay, this is okay." It's not okay under international law, but this is what they do. They say, "Okay, we've got a law here that makes it legal," and you know that's for the internal consumption. But it just shows more complicity that they were aware of what they were doing.
Thank you, James. Yeah, that's really important to point out, because it goes to that intent, doesn't it, that we speak of. And, you know, it's absolutely disgusting that they think they can get away with legalizing these things. I mean, what nonsense. They did this in Russia as well. I noticed that they thought that they could legalize genocide. I mean, what kind of ridiculous nonsense is this? But this is what, of course, Russia does. They think that they can try and manipulate the rule of law system and pretend to be using it themselves. And like James said, a lot of that is for internal internal consumption to give that idea. They're trying to legitimize these things. And like you say, you can't legalize genocide under international law, despite what laws you might try and create in your country. Mette?
Yeah, thanks. I need to go back to the podcast because I sometimes see you see me as a listener, but I am actually asleep, and because it's so early in the morning in here in Finland. But yeah, I'll go back to those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mette. Yeah, I know it's a difficult time for some people, which is why we try and speak about these things regularly during the day as well. Of course, we try to capture all the audience, but as we're a 24-hour space, that's not always possible. And that's why we have those podcasts for you all, so that at your convenience, you can listen to them. You know, these are also good things that you can share, actually. If you can get people willing to listen to a podcast that may not be willing to listen to a 24-hour space, you can share those things on the topics that they're interested in. If it's somebody that is interested in what's happening with the children and the genocide that's being committed, then you can share that segment. If it's somebody that is talking about corruption and they're not accepting that Ukraine is on an incredible journey to clear out corruption right now, you can share the SBU segments with them. And then, of course, we have many very esteemed guests, as we've spoken about before, subject matter experts who come to speak to us about a great deal of things on the military side, on the side of the missiles and those types of things. We had today, the National Union of Journalists, so many different podcasts and segments. And that is a good way, like I say, many people may be willing to listen to a podcast, especially if it's maybe not one of the longer ones. Maybe don't introduce them to the Thomas Tynaton straight away. That might be too much for them. Introduce them slowly to one that they can take some information from. So yeah, I thank you, Mette, and definitely go back and listen to those things. James, I think Fancy was before you. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, James. Please go ahead, Fancy. Welcome.
Happy birthday to you and Slava Ukraini. I had a question, which is on the Russian deportation and abduction of children. I certainly will listen to the podcast, but maybe you can answer it right away. What are the different ways that Russians currently use to snitch the children away from parents? I imagine one is basically along the front lines and in occupied zones where they have good access to them. But how exactly does it work? Do you know?
I can say a few words about this. They in many cases they did paperwork as if for adoptions, and but these were not necessarily adoptions. There was also the other technique of getting parental permission, like in the States we would get parental permission if we were going to take kids somewhere on a field trip, for example. So there was permission slips from parents essentially saying, here's the slip. This is okay. You've got their custody. You're in loco parentis for a while, right, Russia? So there's that, and then there is also another technique of passportization, which is the requirements of life only come to you when you take a Russian passport. Those are roughly the three major methods or techniques that they use to do this. And I wouldn't want to go into more detail than that without having kind of stuff in front of me, but those are roughly the three ways. And then we also, what we don't know is that's on the bright side, if you will, of the kids that were taken. On the dark side, many were just used and disappeared. We are confident, I'm confident at least, that part of Russia's power is through its crime network, and I believe that some kids are also taken off to other places for crimes. Is the only way I want to say it, because it's all disgusting. Is that too it, Fancy?
Yeah, and if I may follow up with another question, so then is there quite a few parents that are basically alive and have their kids abducted or taken away?
We do know that this is the case, and usually it is somebody in the family that can go and rescue them, and so we know, and we've facilitated some people to go and do that. So yes, in fact, that is the case. But I'm afraid to say that in many cases, we just don't know the answer to what the situation is, because when Russia cut off the green corridor where civilians could have escaped back into Ukraine, they cut it off. And so, what has become of those people, we do not know. I've seen an infographic that shows the traffic of people in and out of Crimea in particular in the course of the war, and it shows a large influx of Russians and an outflow of Ukrainians. So yeah, there you go. Does that answer the question? I'm not sure it does.
Yeah, certainly to some extent, but I guess I'll need to listen to the podcast and also dive deeper on the topic. I mean, what I do know from Ukrainians that I talked to, that under occupation, there's really weird things happening, such as you're forced to take the passports, and if you refuse, if you want to escape back to Ukraine, um, if you want to escape alive, there's basically ways where, yeah, you can bribe your way through, but they take away all their things from apartments to jewelry, and then basically people can be happy if they manage to escape with their life. That's at least what I heard of a family that's kind of was caught in the area between Crimea and the northern part, like that connects the semi island with Ukraine proper, basically. Um, and there in these villages there where there's Russian occupation, yeah, I heard crazy stories of people who did not manage or did not want to escape in time because they hoped for early liberation. And I can imagine that in the same ways, right? Russian also snitch away children from families because it's essentially gruesome, the stories you hear.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Fancy. We do hear reports of that quite often, unfortunately. The mayor of Melitopol, I follow him, and he reports on these things quite often, things that are happening in the occupied territories. And some of those ways are, like you said, to get children away from their parents. They try all the persuading them with lies, your children are going to go away to camp, or they're going to go away to a holiday place, or a medical place or something like this. They try all those things, and then of course when that doesn't work, the pressure gets worse, and the psychological pressure that they put on these people, and just physically as well. The mayor of Melitopol reports quite often about the fact that medicines and food are restricted, and they're not allowed to have these things unless they take a Russian passport. And then, of course, if you take the Russian passport, then you are a victim of being deported to Russia or being sent to the front line. But I mean, what do? You imagine if you're a parent and you get to the point where you've resisted all this time, but now you get to a point where you have no food, or you have no medicine, or for your child or something. What a terrible, absolutely dreadful situation to be in, where you're feeling like you are forced by Russia to choose between watching your child starve or letting Russia take them away and maybe never seeing them again. It's an absolutely dreadful dilemma. I cannot imagine what that must be like to be in that situation as a parent. So, you know, the pressure that they put on them is incredible. And I even heard recently from the mayor of Melitopol a report about the way he put it is that Russia was trying to buy children. And what they had been doing is for parents that had resisted taking Russian passports and resisted having Russian passports for their children, then, or maybe they've taken a Russian passport, but they don't, because that's the only way they can get food and medicines, but their children don't have one. And then Russia is using these excuses, trying to say, you know, many people are trying to resist sending their children to these Russian occupied schools as well, because we know that Russia is just militarizing the schools. We've seen many, many reports and evidence coming out of occupied territories. I've seen many videos as well of them militarizing the schools. So some people are trying to resist sending their children to those schools, which you absolutely would do so. But then Russia was going around trying to offer people. It said 15,000, and it didn't give it didn't say which currency. But I assume, as it's Ukraine and it's coming from the mayor of Melitopol, that he was referring to hryvnias. But the amount was 15,000, which I thought was absolutely disgusting. I mean, my stomach really sunk when I read that. You know, every day I'm shocked by the fact that I don't think Russia can get any lower or get any worse, and then we hear these things happening. So yeah, the pressure is absolutely immense. And then of course they just do things like sometimes just completely steal your children. And as you said, Fancy, we have heard examples of where they try to create some kind of imagined or, you know, invented offence that the child has committed, and then they say that they can take them away and punish them because of that. So there's many, many ways that they try to put that pressure on parents, you know, to be able to take the children away. And of course, trying to legitimize genocide is one of them. And actually, I heard a report recently about a prison in Berdyansk where Ukrainians are kept. And the report that came from that was that oh, it's despicable to say it, but that basically torture is professionalized. This is how they use torture, that it's something that's a matter of course, that they do normally. They have, you know, the way, and the people that have escaped from there have spoken about the way that the rooms are set up, the way that they follow a specific procedure, a specific time frame, the tools that they provide, the rooms that they provide, all these things are set up specifically for torture. So they're professionalizing torture within these. It's not really a prison, is it? They call it a prison, but really it's nothing more than a concentration camp. And that's just one example. So unfortunately, yes, we do hear all these things, and probably a great deal more things that we're not aware of as well. Nancy is coming up now, so thank you very much, Nancy. I hope you're coming up to speak to us on this topic because you are wonderful on this topic. Nancy, welcome.
Hey, thank you, Tracy. Yeah, I just got out of a meeting, so yeah, unfortunately work is still calling, but briefly heard the topic, and I think the primary question that I heard was right now was related to Russia's taking of Ukrainian children. And the report we're currently reviewing and going back to this Friday in the Understanding Genocide sessions is from the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab, and it's on Belarus's involvement in Russia's systemic program for re-education of Ukrainian children. And I think, James, I saw that you had something going there. Sorry about that. I had a call coming in I had to kill. Can you hear me still?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Okay, yeah, it messed up my headset. Sorry about that. And you'll hear my dogs now in the background. But the other report that provides a very good background information is the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab report from February 14th of this year, of 2023, called Russia's systematic program for the re-education and adoption of Ukrainian children. And the key findings from that were that more than 6,000 children were in Russia's custody, and those are ones that Yale had directly collected information on. And those were children ages 4 months to 17 years who had been held at camps and other facilities since the full-scale invasion. The total number of children is not known and is likely significantly higher than the 6,000 that they had tracked at that point in time. There were at least 43 facilities in the Russian network. 41 were pre-existing summer camps in Russia-occupied Crimea and Russia. And, but those are spread throughout Russia, including 2 camps in Siberia and 1 in Russia's Far East. The exact number of facilities is likely significantly higher than that. Again, the network of children's facilities stretched from Russia-occupied Crimea to Russia's eastern coast. So, I mean, they're all over the country. And the primary purpose of the camps appears to be political re-education. So they appear to be engaged in systematic re-education efforts that expose children from Ukraine to Russia-centric academic, cultural, patriotic, and/or military education. The children from 2 of those camps had been confirmed as being placed with foster families in Russia. And consent is collected, and I think I heard you guys mentioning this, that consent is collected under duress and routinely violated. So, hey, we're going to have a summer camp that your kids can go to for a week. And all right, even if you don't want to sign them up, we're signing them up anyway. And so even when parents have allegedly refused to allow the kids to go, the camp organizers have enrolled them anyway. And then, we couldn't find the parents to reunite the kids with after the camp program. So sorry, we're keeping them. Tends to be the pattern of behavior there. So children's returns from at least 4 camps had been suspended as an example of that, and that all levels of Russian government have been involved. So, and again, we're seeing a similar pattern with the Belarusian camps in our current reports that we're reading from Yale, that what's notable there is, again, all levels of Belarus's government are involved, and they do a great job of showing the ties between the different levels of Russia's government with the different levels of Belarus's government. So the current report does a very good job of helping the reader connect those dots as well. So that is the report we'll get back to on Friday, is the one about Belarus. But I thought it would be useful for you guys to hear the high-level summaries out of the initial report focused on Russia as well, because it's kind of the foundation that they expand on with the more recent report on the Belarusian involvement.
Thank you, Nancy, and thank you so much for coming up to explain that to us. Yeah, it's very important that I think we hear those things, especially as it's a different audience at this time of day. So, people may not have heard you speak about that in the Understanding Genocide segment. And I was just explaining to people that actually the podcast, I think, is a very good way to be able to maybe get that across to people, because maybe people are not always ready to listen to a 24-hour space or don't have the time, but people are more open to listening to podcasts, and I think that's a really great way to share that information. And I was saying, especially with your representatives and your officials as well, if you can speak to them on the phone and you can explain about these reports, and they're willing to have a look at these reports and listen to these podcasts, I think those are the things that are going to make a difference, because I'm not sure the information is getting through to the correct people sometimes. I just think I was speaking about when you send these links in emails, I'm not sure they're necessarily clicked on or looked at, which would make sense because we're all careful about the links that we click on in emails. So I was speaking earlier about people speaking to the representatives and highlighting these reports, especially the one from Yale, because obviously representatives are going to pay attention to that. It's a very reputable source, and so they're going to be open to be listening to that. And these reports make a great deal of difference. I was just also speaking about your mega thread, Nancy, which is that on your profile so that I can repost that for people? Is that pinned at the top of your profile?
Yes, I finally got smart and started pinning it to the top of my profile. So this past week's is still pinned there. This past week, we did take a little bit of a detour from that report. But one of the things you'll see in every thread that I do is you'll see what we're currently talking about, and then I link back to the prior week's thread. So if you want to go grab the most recent Yale Humanitarian Research Lab report on the Belarus's involvement in the kidnapping and re-education of the Ukrainian children, that will actually be in the mega thread in the section I have that says, here's what we talked about last week, and that links you to the prior week's thread. So you'll be able to find it pretty easy. But I finally got smart, and that will always, the most recent one of those threads will always be my pinned tweet. Well, as long as we continue to do these segments, and there's plenty of reports we haven't even gotten to yet that have come out in the last few weeks. So we'll be doing them for some time to come.
Thank you so much, Nancy. So I've just reposted that mega thread for everybody. You can also find it, like Nancy said, at the top of her profile. If you lose my tweet, remember you can go straight to Nancy's profile and it's pinned there, and it's extremely useful. And yeah, there's been some quite a few reports come out recently. I've noticed. I was looking at one. I hadn't had chance to look into it in detail, but of course, you and Prince Heather do such a good job of researching these things anyway. I can usually get away with skimming them and then pay attention to your segments because that's where all the very best information comes across. And, you know, in those segments as well, there's been some wonderful contributions from listeners that have come up to speak, and they've brought some wonderful contributions. I think that's why there was a little detour from that report in that one episode that you're talking about, because the contributions are so extremely valuable as well, Nancy.
Yeah, exactly. And those contributions are so important because they really enrich the conversation. This past segment, we spent a lot of time focusing on culture and genocide. And one of the reasons we did that is because if you go back to the original reasoning behind the United Nations Genocide Convention, the early drafts talked a lot about cultural genocide. However, every type of those resolutions is a compromise, and the compromise removed most of the cultural aspects of genocide with one exception. And the one exception about cultural aspects that was left in was about the children and about not stealing them away, not forcing a re-education to the oppressor's culture, et cetera, et cetera. But it was a very wonderful conversation on language and art and music, and we spent a lot of time on music in particular, the last two segments, and it was a very wonderful conversation. I highly recommend the podcasts because it isn't just dry reading out of a report. You'll have very, very good conversation and feedback from our listeners who come up as speakers, and of course you've got the wonderful Gina Christian, who has spent a lot of time as a journalist researching this topic and has spent time in Ukraine talking to people who have been affected by it. So she always has wonderful direct insights from her work as a journalist in Ukraine. So I think that is very, very important to recognize as well. It's Prince and I have done a lot of research and reading, but we are nothing compared to what Gina has done and continues to do. And I strongly encourage you guys, if you're not following her, do. She is an excellent journalist and really knows how to both investigate and maintain passion and caring about these topics. And I think both are equally as important. You can't, she is not one of those people who is going to sit idly by and just be a passive observer to acts of genocide. And I'm delighted that she joins us every Friday and shares that passion with us as well.
Thank you, Nancy. Yeah, she's absolutely amazing, isn't she? Don't sell yourself short. You and Prince do an absolutely incredible job, but Gina is definitely a wonderful addition, and all three of you do a fantastic job. And yes, if you're not following Gina, you absolutely should be following Gina, Christian. She is incredible. I think she's done an article recently with Jason J. Smart, I believe, that Prince Heather was talking about that as well. In fact, I think she's done a couple of articles with him. So definitely follow Gina, and she is absolutely wonderful. She brings some incredible information, and the research that she does is absolutely fantastic. Where she finds these things, sometimes I have no idea, but she certainly is very, very good at researching. Thank you, Nancy. James?
Just kind of wanted to add on to that and say that that Prince is interviewing Gina when new stories come out, and one came out recently about in the Key Post, and this was about people who felt they were persecuted in the Catholic Church, and it was a fascinating conversation. And it was really her. She was saying, I'm here talking because I really want people's opinion about why people feel so persecuted when, you know, they're safe in their country, miles and hundreds or thousands of miles away from, you know, the front line, and any kind of real persecution, such as you know, authoritarian states dole out to people. And so it was just another fascinating conversation. So I recommend too that if you like her stuff, then you can frequently find it. But she's got her home base in Philly, and so there's a paper attached to that. But great stuff coming out, and I am following that, but not as involved as I want to be in some ways, and in other ways, I put down questions about genocide years ago after the COVID thing, because I felt like it sure was getting used as a weapon. But that gets you into that crazy thinking, I think. So I won't go there, but it did disturb me back then, and so I've always been interested in solving this, and I wish it were something that could be solved outside of humans, but it's going to take this generation some learning to figure out that, you know, what is and what isn't genocide, and why it's important, and why we really don't want to relearn it in a major way. We don't want to have the world go through that again. Never again.
Thank you very much, James. Yeah, that was very interesting. Thank you. And she's fabulous, isn't she? And I'm really pleased that Prince is going to be doing that. I think it's definitely going to be an excellent segment. Bull Terrier, welcome.
Yeah, hi Tracy and Chris. Yeah, I just had a question about donations, because I was moved to donate for the Orphan Feeding Foundation a couple of months ago, and felt that was a worthwhile cause. So I set up a recurring donation to MriyaReport. So does that mean now that my donation is going to whichever fundraiser MriyaReport is promoting at the time?
Yes, so that's what will happen is that if you make a regular donation, that will go towards whichever fundraiser we're having at the moment. So the Orphans Feeding Foundation, following that one, was the one that we've just finished for Scruff and his unit, the air reconnaissance unit, the drone air reconnaissance unit. So what happens is, yes, that money gets saved and that goes towards the next fundraising campaign that we have. But what also happens with regular donations is it gives us that opportunity to help these places in emergencies, because obviously emergencies happen as well. And if we have funds that are donated by regular donators like that, sitting there waiting, then those charities that we work with and that are vetted, if they have emergencies, which of course happens pretty much every day in Ukraine, you never know what's going to happen and you never know the conditions that they're going to have to deal with, especially in areas closer to the front line, etc. So yeah, we do definitely keep those funds to help those people, because, I mean, for example, like the Protein for Ukraine, I don't know if people remember that. That's somebody that we work with closely in Ukraine, and that was to provide quality protein, in particular for the need following what had happened in Kherson, because many people didn't have power, and they were getting meal kits and they were getting donations, but of course a lot of it included, you know, grain or those types of things, carbohydrates and whatnot, but not very good protein. And of course, you know, eating food is very, very important at the best of times. So, but when you are struggling and you're not very well and you're stressed out all the time and you're living on your nerves, you need a great deal more nourishment. So that was one thing that we were able to do then. And those pictures are on Facebook, actually. I can probably find those because it's a while ago, and repost them if people would like to see, because that was a great, huge, big lorry of quality canned protein. And we all made a little joke here in the UK because, of course, we didn't want no spam to go. And if you're not from the UK, you won't know what that is, but it's basically not very good quality tinned meat. So, of course, we wanted to provide better quality, and actually some fish as well. I believe there was a great big donation of some canned fish. So, yes, that's what happens. Your donation does not get wasted. It always goes to a fundraising campaign, and it always goes to one of the charities that we work with, and that's already vetted by us. Does that help, Bull Terrier? And of course, you can't forget it's my birthday today. You know, everybody's helping me celebrate by donating in multiples of 5, because I am the big fat 5-0.
Happy birthday, Tracy. So my question is, if I wanted to make additional donations to the Orphan Feeding Foundation, how would I do that?
Send them
Well,
a
I
little
think-
message, right? I think you correspond. Well, just because I've had similar problem and I wanted to talk about donations, Tracy, do you mind if I share a little bit my own experience?
Yeah, please go ahead, Vanessa.
Happy birthday, and excuse me for interjecting. Bull Terrier, what you've said, I've actually had correspondence with the elves who operate the payment system and receipts in MriyaReport.org, and I think if you send them a message, they'll share with you how best to do it now. But I had a similar question probably about either 9 months ago or last year sometime. Same question, pretty much recurring versus once off. From my experience, the mechanics of it is just simple enough. You go to the website, send them an inquiry, they'll reply. And if you want to make a once-off donation, there's a section where you can put a note. But I would communicate with them first, just to make sure that it's still something that's able to receive the fund, because I know it did close and it was a couple of months back. But yeah, I just say be active and send them the message via their website or the DM here. Get in touch with them whenever you feel is more secure to chat. And they'll always respond. Like I mean, I had a response back within, I think it was within half an hour or an hour that time. So yeah, that's what I'd say, Bull. And a fantastic question, because I'm sure there might be hundreds of thousands of people who have had a similar inquiry over the time we've been here on air speaking about it. So I think it's a great topic to chop up.
Thank you, Vanessa. I appreciate that. Bull Terrier?
Yeah. So, Benasta, were you saying to contact MriyaReport or contact the Orphans Feeding Foundation?
MriyaReport, because if you think about it, that's who you're in relation with, that's who you're donating to, and you want to find out, is it still possible to, well, I guess from what I understand of what you said, is it still possible for you to direct a donation that way. And I would say communicate with them, and they'll probably be very responsive and be able to say yes or no, or this is what you could do, or whatever the solution is for your particular situation. I had a similar situation, I think it might have been last year, on a pretty much similar question. So I got a great response. I just wanted to say that if you reach out to, I think there's a MriyaReport.org, there's a form, an inquiry form, or even if you're a donator, you probably have an email connection anyway. So maybe just shoot them an email, and they'll definitely get back to you and guide you along.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very
Thank you for
much.
donating.
Yes, thank you, Bull Terrier. We appreciate your time. You're always here, and we recognise that, and we see that you donate regularly as well. All of you, you're all wonderful. No matter how much you can afford to donate, whether it's time, or whether it's retweeting, or whether it's in cash, it doesn't matter. It all makes a massive contribution, and it all goes together with this community. The reason that we have the power that we have in this community to do the good that we do is because we all do the things that we can do together, and we all keep continuing to chip away at that every single day. And I can't make a great deal of donations. I'm not very rich in terms of money. I have a limited income, but I have enough to be able to donate, and I have enough to be able to share, and that's something that I'm grateful for. I have that little bit of disposable income to be able to share, and I'm very, very happy to give that to MriyaReport and see the good that that does. Like I said, the pictures that we get back, and of course we don't always get pictures, but we do very often get them, and I'm actually really excited for so War Doggo was telling us earlier, Bull Terrier, that the latest fundraising campaign that we've had for Scruff and his air reconnaissance unit has now closed. However, Gaz, who's taking some mine devices, some mine clearing, mine detecting devices to Ukraine, is also transporting the mine devices, those ones that look like metal detectors that we raised funds for the state emergency services. They're going in this van as well. So they're being delivered. And actual fact, he was telling us that that's been able to be doubled now from the 17 that we were able to buy with the funds raised by you all here. There's now, I think, if I remember correctly, he said 34. So it's almost, so it's like, you know, it's an incredible amount. Gaz has got some surprises for them as well. And as there was space in the van, he's offered very generously to take the equipment that we're buying for Scruff and his air reconnaissance unit. So they're going to get that stuff quicker as well. Now, if you don't know Scruff and you're not aware, he's also a cinematographer, an exceptionally good one at that. So if you look on his page, you will be able to see his handle is at That Must Die, which I don't like saying, but of course we understand. And hence his name was changed from, it wasn't Scruff previously. Some of you may know it was slightly different with a different letter, which I'm not going to say, but I think you all get where I'm going. But absolutely, they're going to be able to get that stuff soon. And so I'm sure we will see some kind of a video coming from him, because he's very generous and shares videos with us anyway. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that. And I'm going to look for them. I'm going to go back down the MriyaReport page and find them, because we've also got many pictures that we've been sent previously, and videos from the State Emergency Service, from Arsene. He came to speak to us with War Doggo, and they shared some pictures of them with the mine detecting devices. And then, of course, we raised money for I think it was the National Guard, and we got them ear protection and radio equipment. So your donations are always put to good use, that's for sure. Bull Terrier, did you want to follow up?
No, that's fine. Thank you. That's quite clear. I'm very happy.
Thank you, Bull Terrier, and thank you so much for asking the question. We appreciate that, and definitely, if you have any inquiries, please feel free to contact the website, because there is a contact form on there, so you can make any inquiries and ask your questions if we are not able to answer them here, because of course we only know so much as co-hosts. We're not on the board, and there's some information that we're not privy to, and that's absolutely how these things should be. James, thank you for waiting.
No problem. I had something else besides fundraising, so I'm going to defer to Bernesto in case that is the topic that he is raising again.
Oh, all clear, James. Thanks very much. Please carry on.
Okay, well, I was hoping I could read out something that would address something that Meta brought up earlier about leaders talking about what's going on by reading a little bit, two questions and the answers to Zelensky and Biden from the December 12th speeches that they gave. I wondered if that would be all right with you guys.
Please go ahead, James.
Will do. Hang on just a second. Let's see here. Okay, here we go. All right. Thank you for taking my questions. I'm Dmytro Anopchenko, Ukrainian television U.S. correspondent. Many Republican voices doubt the ability of Ukraine to win the war. Senator Vance recently even told that Ukraine needs to cede land, some territories to stop fighting. To be honest, have you even considered such a stop to cede the territories to stop fighting? And Mr. Biden, could you please clarify the policy of your administration, the strategy of your administration on Ukraine? Is it about helping the country to defend itself or win the war? Because it's obviously a difference. President Zelensky, I will begin. Okay. So first question to me. So your question is if we've already, or if we're ready to give up our territories. And there's some translation that goes on. Zelensky, the question is not even about our words or thoughts. The question is about for that we are ready and for that what we are not. How Ukraine is able to give up its territories, that's insane, to be honest. We are mentioning God often. This is not about Christianity. We have our people there. We have our families there. We have children there. That's part of Ukrainian society, and we are talking about human beings. They are being under torture. They are being raped. They are being killed. And those voices which offer to give up our territories, they offer as well to give up our people. That's not a matter of territory. That's a matter of lives, of family, of children, of their histories. I don't know whose idea it is, but I have a question to these people. If they are ready to give up their children to terrorists, I think no. President Biden, we want to see Ukraine win the war. And as I've said before, winning means Ukraine is sovereign, independent nation, and that it can afford to defend itself today and deter further aggression. That's our objective. That was it. It was just real quick, 2 questions, 2 answers.
Thank you, James. I think that's very clear, and it's very important to highlight as well. So I thank you for doing that. Bull Terrier. Oh, sorry, we have to go to Benesto. Sorry, Bull Terrier. It was Benesto next. I apologise.
Oh, no problem at all. Bull, carry on.
Well, again, it was a slight change of topic, but I noticed an article in the Telegraph, and the headline is Putin sends revenge squads into Crimea after destruction of warship. Quote, completely furious Russian leader said to be hunting collaborators amid separate claims of Ukrainian prisoners being killed. Vladimir Putin has allegedly sent revenge squads into occupied Crimea to hunt for resistance fighters who may have given Ukraine the location of the now destroyed Novichoksk warship. Now, how on earth anybody would know that it wasn't there, I don't know. But this is a report from Atesh, a pro-Kiev Crimean Tatar guerrilla group. So it is a bit biased. It reported that Moscow installed authorities had raided properties, confiscated resident smartphones as they searched for possible collaborators with the Ukraine military in the recent missile attack. Quote, it is reported that Putin is completely furious over the destruction of the Novichoksk large landing ship, Atesh said. And The only reason that I'm reading this out is because I'm absolutely delighted that Putin is furious about this.
Thank you, Bull Terrier. I'm delighted that he's furious as well. In fact, I was saying the other day, I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall when Lavrov had to go and tell him this news. And of course, how would you know that there's great big ships there anyway? I mean, it's not like you can see this thing with your eyes or anything, you know. Pardon?
Sorry, yeah, I mean, it's not like it's a small thing that nobody noticed, you know.
No, precisely. But Atesh are doing some great work. I have seen some of the things that they've been spotting. I noticed recently, yesterday, I think it was more troops that they were spotting. So I think that's what you're talking about there. But of course, we know that Russia does this anyway, regardless of whether they're sending new people or whether they're using the people that are already in these occupied areas, because we hear them doing it in other areas, in other temporarily occupied areas as well, specifically in Melitopol, in Zaporizhia, there in those areas. The mayor of Melitopol reports about that quite often, just the fact that they're going around. Well, they put cameras everywhere in the streets. They're stopping everybody. They're checking everybody's phones all the time. They're doing all sorts of things, searching people on the street, just really absolutely going running around in circles trying to find out where these people are coming from. But I think they need to realise that every single Ukrainian that's in those temporarily occupied territories is able to spot things, whether you're part of Atesh or not. So unless they're going to round up every single Ukrainian, I think they're going to struggle to find out exactly who's giving this information away. And I would hope that they don't find any of them, of course. But we know that they'll just terrorise citizens anyway, whether they've done something that they believe that they've done or not, because that's just what they like to do. So it's just more excuses, isn't it? But it's definitely great news to know that he is absolutely hopping mad, as they say, Bull Terrier.
Yeah, well, you know, who knows? Maybe he'll get so furious that he'll burst a blood vessel. We can only hope.
Well, that would be very good indeed, although I'm not sure that would stop anything. I think that would probably just someone else would take his place and they would continue. Of course, we don't know what's going to happen there, but all we can do is just continue to support Ukraine in fighting Russia, in beating them, in destroying Russian invaders and equipment. In fact, actually, I think they're doing an incredible job, because I was looking at some videos earlier today of columns and columns of Russian equipment destroyed. I was looking at a drone video that had been that from the Ukrainian drone, and they'd spotted 23 pieces of Russian equipment on the left bank of the Dnipro there, and out of those 23, 20 of them were completely destroyed, which was absolutely fabulous. So of course Ukrainians are heroically fighting them off every single day, and we just need to continue to do what we can to support them. Bernesto?
Thanks a million, Tracy. And Bull Terrier and James and Meta, everyone who's up and been speaking and listening since we restarted the space. Unsurprising to many, might be surprising to those new among us. I'm going to ask you to take a moment to show your support and retweet. Help us get the word back out there. We had an unexpected crash and restart a while ago. Trying to get the message back up to over 200 listeners, which we had at the time of the crash. So if everyone could take a moment on your particular device, and thank you for joining us. Just take a moment to hit retweet, share the space, put a few words in it if you like, and we can slowly push the algorithm to do work for us in getting our message out and getting our @MriyaReport in front of new eyes. Hopefully they'll click on us and join us here in the community. So if you could take that moment to do that, I'd really appreciate it. And I know the folks at MriyaReport would also really appreciate it, because we need help always to spread the word, particularly after we crash. To what Bull Terrier said, yeah, I had seen the same report, and Atesh_ENG or Atesh ENG have an English language presence on this platform, and you can follow along. And every day almost they show wonderful photographs and sometimes live images of particularly vulnerable sites in the occupied Crimean territory under the Russian imperial fist. And so we can probably expect kangaroo courts and these KGB jumped up gangsters will fill their quota, and by God will they find the traitors, and people will be strung up and horrifically tortured. And obviously when they say investigation, we must understand how the bastard enemy will use language to blind and misdirect us. So when they say investigation, obviously we know it's going to be a kangaroo court, because which, like when they say air quotes elections, it's just a attempt to confuse us using our native languages or the languages we communicate in. There's no such a thing in Russia. So I would point out that there will be raids. I would say people are being probably tortured right now, as is the Russian way. But I would also point out that it's futile. And if those spooks from the state security services really want to lock down Crimea, I'd invite them to move a more heavy presence, maybe move in a couple of thousand troops to really show your strength. Maybe put yourself in forts and strongholds where you'll only venture out to try and get the bread while you get your head shot off. I invite them to walk into Crimea and see what happens. It's a target-rich environment as it is, but if they want to show more arse for us to blow up, then I'm sure Atesh will oblige them. But yeah, we should expect horrors from the state. We should expect these butchers to do what they do. They'll have torture and underground torture and maiming areas where they'll probably kill people and horrifically scar other people mentally and physically. But this won't, of course, prevent the people of Crimea expressing their will, and those brave volunteers of Atesh doing what it is they do, which is gather information, intel, and then strike just at the most inopportune moment for the enemy and the most opportune moment for the Ukrainians. So I would just say, I hope success and further gains for our Atesh folks who may be listening or may not be listening, and continued bad luck to those Russian genocidal imperialists. And I hope they do send more people in. Some of them may go to bed at night and not wake up in the morning. They may find themselves bombed or stabbed or some other way wiped out. Let them come to Crimea and they'll be buried there. Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava. Thank you, Bernesto. Go ahead, Bull Terrier.
Yeah, so am I wrong? But I seem to remember a few months ago the Ukrainian government advising Ukrainian citizens to leave Ukraine. Am I wrong? I think that happened.
Yeah, there's been various times when they've advised citizens to just try and do everything they can to leave temporarily occupied territories. Of course, that's extremely difficult, and Russia closes these avenues more and more. But absolutely, yeah, they keep putting out pleas for people to get out as much as they can. You know, specifically in Melitopol and Zaporizhia as well, Bull Terrier. But of course, it's extremely difficult. You know, Russia is doing everything that they can to stop this happening. But yeah, they do put out these really pleas. They are, I would call them pleas. They're more than the requests. I think you can absolutely see that officials are pleading with people to do everything that they can to leave these territories. And of course, offering support as well for people wherever they are able to. They put on transport and evacuation trains from frontline areas, for example. And of course, we heard about Russia bombing the evacuation train in Kherson just recently, a few days ago, and actually a police officer died. One police officer died. I haven't checked the latest on that, but the last time I'd seen that there quite a few people were injured. However, I did know also that that same night, 100 of those passengers that were waiting for the evacuation train, thank you to Ukrzaliznytsia, did arrive in Kyiv, all safe and sound. So that was obviously fantastic news, because I believe there were between 120 and 140 people waiting for the evacuation train at the time. So they do put on these things. And they're always putting on the local administrations for people to see these notices as well. They're always putting out telephone numbers where people can contact to get support and help to leave these areas where it's available and where it's possible. You know, they put on, like I say, the evacuation trains, the psychological support. And when they evacuate these people, they go with several agencies. And I don't know if you've heard of the White Angels, Bull Terrier. Have you heard of them? Because they evacuate people quite often.
No, I didn't actually. But what I have noticed is that the Ukrainian military are very careful about targeting military targets in Ukraine and limiting civilian damage?
Oh, absolutely. I'm actually so. Go ahead.
No, please.
Yeah, I'm actually very, very impressed by this because this is something that I notice as well, that the precision that they managed to do, it's absolutely staggering. I mean, you know, for the engineers that they must have to use to look at these things and to work these things out, and obviously all the military experts and, you know, the missile experts, etc. And, you know, that some of that comes down to targeting, I understand that, but you have to look at that blast wave and you have to consider how big that blast wave is going to be when you do something like that. And yeah, it's very important to note that they do. I mean, some of the buildings that they take out, I'm just staggered by. You look that and you look at the aftermath and you see that that specific building has gone, that they've targeted that military target, and then the buildings at the side that are attached to it are still standing. And I just think that's incredible, especially seeing as we look at the indiscriminate firing that Russia does and the way that they use one missile and take out a whole street or something, you know, and they'll take out several buildings. Of course, they're doing that intentionally, we know that, but it is just an example, I think, to highlight, because I do think it's incredible. There's got to be many times that there's been targets that they've wanted to hit, but it's not been good for citizens and it's not been good for civilians, and there's been too many civilians in those areas, so they will maybe hold off on that. So absolutely, I think they definitely are taking that into account, and that is something that it must be incredibly difficult to have to make that decision as to, you know, where that line is and when you go into those areas and when you send those missiles. But of course they are taking all that into account, and it's important that they do so. You know, we've seen that Ukraine cares about their life. You know, they could go in hell for leather and go trying to bust through the front lines and, you know, with all the equipment that they've got, etc. now, but they're not. They're doing it very, very strategically. And that's because of one of those reasons, and because, you know, they're trying to do this accurately, and be careful, and, you know, respect and save human life as much as they can. They're not sending their soldiers in like Russia does. You do not see these human waves, that, you know, that's basically these people are not respected, and of course we know that Russia doesn't respect human life at all. So thank you for asking that question and highlighting that, Bull Terrier. Ernesto?
Sorry, Tracy, I was doing something else, but I had put my hand up not to respond to the immediate topic, but to say that I appreciate people who have retweeted. I did a little search of the hashtag MriyaReport, and people have actually been tweeting it out. So thanks very much for listening to my badgering. I appreciate it. Happy birthday again, Tracy. And then I suppose just in response to what has just been said, I'm reminded very vividly of one of the secret police forces. I suppose he wasn't secret police, but he was part of the occupying administration of the Russian forces. And it was a very memorable CCTV street camera had been used to monitor the progress, and he was using a civilian car he thought was, you know, safe to use, and he was met with a flying drone, I think either into the side or into the fuel tank or into the very front. And obviously a conflagration ensued and he was taken out, and that was in occupied, ostensibly for those occupiers, secured territory. But of course we know nowhere in the occupied territory is safe for the invader. And I don't think that was an Atesh. I think that had been in occupied Donetsk or Lugansk. I'm not sure which. But either way, I'm vividly reminded of it, that the precision with which it was done was pinpoint and lethal. Obviously engineered to within an inch of his life and planned and carried out expertly. So I think it's very much marked the difference. And it will be something that's probably just discussed and studied for a while afterward by people who know a lot more. But the stark difference between the way the invaders have tried to conduct their genocidal war and how the defenders and liberators, the Ukrainians, have been successful, just in the way that they use the resources they have and the successes they take, which, as you said, complete long-term strategy in mind, and none of this chasing headlines. We see the enemies always trying to live off the next high of propaganda. They live in a disjointed unreality of bullshit and propaganda, and we can see it is not getting them anywhere. It's only increasing their losses. So yeah, I had seen what Atesh had been putting out, and I did check. It's ATESH_ENG is the Atesh English language presence on Twitter. And even the last couple of days, I've just kind of looked. They've been putting out images of S-300, S-400 complexes on the move in occupied Ukrainian Crimea, and they've also been showing various different quote-unquote military establishments or military camps or forts, and showing their different weak points with incredibly zoomed in imagery and video. So I would encourage folks to go and check it out. They're also, they do list and flag targets, and then oftentimes weeks or maybe a month or a couple of months later, said place is then struck with, as we said, excruciating and wonderful precision. So I just encourage folks to always share here what they see, and say thanks to Bull Terrier for bringing it up. Please everyone retweet and share the space, and thanks to everybody who's been doing that.
Whoops, sticky mic there. Sorry, guys. Yes, thank you to everybody who's retweeted. It makes a big difference. Not only does it get the reach out there, and it gets us seen by more people, especially those who are not aware of the space, because remember, that's how many of us found the space, is by looking at these purple links that get tweeted out, and then, you just click on it and you're like, oh, what's that? It's about Ukraine. Let's go and see what they're saying. And then, of course, then you realise exactly what it is and how valuable it is. So I definitely share that. And also, even if not just to beat the algorithm, because we know these algorithms just do a great deal of damage sometimes and point us all in the wrong direction. So of course, let's use the algorithm for good, and let's make it work for us. And thank you very much for doing that. You can also retweet my tweet. We've got our Gaza and Middle East segment, Middle East update with Yehuda and M coming up later, and they will be discussing things Israel, Gaza and Hamas, and of course all the latest developments from on the ground, updates on the hostages, etc. And of course how it's all connected to Russia and Ukraine. So please join us for that, because it may seem like it's a topic that's not relevant, but it absolutely is relevant. It's all linked, and we know that Russia is trying to export its terror around the world to take attention away from Ukraine. So please come and listen to that, because I'm learning a great deal from that. Actually, I feel much more knowledgeable now, thank you to those segments. It's a subject that I felt that I maybe could speak on before, and although I'm still not any kind of expert or anything like that, I have gained some knowledge from those segments that I am able now to share with other people. So of course that's one of the benefits that we see, and it reminds me of when I first came to MriyaReport and looking for information about what was going on with Ukraine, and trying to work out what's Russian propaganda and what's not. So it's very, very useful. So please do share those segments, and if you've not joined previously, consider doing that. I'm going to go to some headlines shortly and bring you all up to date on what's happening, and then we may have a look at the SBU if we have time. I also like to talk about my humanitarian topic of the day, because I like us all to look at those things as well. Ukraine is doing incredibly in terms of what they're achieving civilly. The civil society is really uniting together, and the things that they're doing, I think we should highlight them too, because I mean, just in terms of energy workers, for example, you're all probably well aware that Russia targets emergency workers, fire service people, rescue workers, all those types of things, because they're just that disgusting and vicious and horrible, and that's what they do. But energy workers are a huge target as well. Just like they targeted this evacuation train the other day, they tried to target the energy workers when they go out to try and repair things that Russia has destroyed. So it's important, I think, that we look at those things and just see the progress that Ukraine is achieving along the way. Also, I think it's interesting because we get to see the many donations that are coming from countries around the world in terms of equipment, and I think it's important for us to see those and highlight them, and then we can keep those types of donations coming from all across the world. Marcus, welcome.
Yeah, I just think I had an idea, and I want to know what you thought about it. Just maybe to end all of these events that destroy all these Russian ships and Russian humans and vehicles and equipment. So I'm just going to float this in case there's anyone listening from Russia. what if they all went back to Russia and behind the 1991 borders and pissed off? I feel like maybe then no more Russians would die and they could keep all their crap. What do you think? Think that would work, Tracy?
Well, I mean, that would be fantastic if they would do that. And I think it would certainly help Ukrainians because they'd all be gone and it would be much safer for them. However, I'm not sure about leaving Russia with any equipment because, as we know, they're probably going to try and restore that and rebuild that and maybe come at Ukraine again. In fact, they will definitely come at Ukraine again. They need to be demilitarized, I think, Marcus. What do you think?
Yeah, but I mean, there's been a lot of articles just kind of suggesting to the Ukrainians what they could do, what the Ukrainians could do to end the slaughter of Ukrainians. And I think it's only fair that I offer this helpful advice to the Russians. You know, if they just piss off and go home, it's over. War's over. They can end the war immediately. If their leadership doesn't agree, then maybe they should negotiate with their leadership. Wink.
Well, you're absolutely right. That could end the war immediately if they all went home. That's about the only way that it's going to end immediately, unless obviously we give Ukraine everything they need to destroy. I just banged my head. Sorry, guys. I just nutted the cupboard door. That wasn't very sensible, was it? But yes, absolutely. They can just all. I was going to swear then. I will say they can all naff off home instead. I was going to put a swear word in there, but I don't want to swear today. Although I could swear and donate an extra donation for my birthday, but I'm not going to do that. But yeah, they could definitely all go home. I still think Russia would come back, but of course that would mean many of them would be safe unless they're in a military target in Russia, and then maybe they should think about leaving there and going home to their wife if they have one. What do you think about that, Marcus?
Oh, I think that's a cracking idea. Look at that. We've determined how to create peace in Ukraine. It's very reasonable. Just go home. Just Russia, go home. Hey, super easy, super quick. Bob's your uncle. You're done. There you go. Someone write an article in the New York Times about that, called "Invaders Turn Around and Go Back to Their Freaking Country: A Plan for Action."
A plan for peace. Invaders go home. I think that's definitely a headline that we could use.
Agreed.
Thank you, Marcus. I love that idea. Go ahead, Bull Terrier.
Yeah, I love that idea too, and I wonder if anybody has brought that up, in conversations with Putin. What are our options? Well, we can carry on sacrificing hundreds of thousands of soldiers, or we could just leave Ukraine. I wonder if anybody suggested that. But actually, I realized earlier on that I didn't know who is Atash. And so looking at that, I think it was a Guardian article, right? They're saying that the Atash is a pro-Kiev Crimea Tatar guerrilla group. So is that correct? That they are?
Well, I would call them partisans, Bull Terrier, not guerrillas.
Partisans, yeah. Right. So they're so they're basically working behind enemy lines in Crimea.
I mean, I think they probably live in Crimea, or lived in Crimea, or still live in Crimea. And how they've got together exactly, I don't know, but I do know that they are a partisan group, yes, and they do a lot of spotting. In fact, I see them posting pictures quite regularly of things that they've spotted for the Ukrainian armed forces. So they definitely spot targets, and they like to reveal these things online, which I think is quite fun.
And they are a Crimean Tatar group, right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, cool.
Thank you, Bull Terrier. Yeah, it's so annoying now they say things like that, isn't it? I mean, can they not get the wording right? I mean, we're calling them a guerrilla group. They're not a guerrilla group. It's insulting to call them that. And you would think that people with degrees that have been to university would be able to get the correct words, would you not, Bull Terrier? Sorry, I'm not referring to you. I'm referring to the people that wrote the article.
Yes, absolutely. I agree with you. Yeah, they should.
Go ahead, Marcus.
I have a good way to describe them. Now, this wording might be confusing to some people because they appear to be doing things without committing crimes against humanity, but they seem like a resistance.
Well, yes, resistance partisan group. Yeah, absolutely, Marcus. Completely right. Like you say, what are they doing wrong? Right, they're resisting invaders that have invaded their country and are trying to occupy them. So they're not committing any crimes and they're not doing anything wrong. And if Russians don't like their things getting spotted, then I think they should take your suggestion, Marcus, and just go home. But
You know,
yeah,
we got to start suggesting that more often. Honest to God. They broke into someone's house and they're stealing things, and we're walking into the house and going, well, have you guys considered giving this guy the kitchen and the living room? And then you guys get the rest of the house. Right? I mean, that would be the peaceful solution. No, we should just say, no, the peaceful solution is the person that broke into the house leaves. That's the peaceful solution.
yes, absolutely. Yeah, if you don't like it, get out and go home. Exactly. Private. I mean, it is something that we should say more often. I think you're absolutely right because it is just a simple solution. And if people are saying, "We come up with this nonsense, oh, how we can get peace, how Ukraine can get peace," well, if Russia didn't attack Ukraine and Russia didn't invade Ukraine, there wouldn't be no problem, would there? So, absolutely right, Marcus. I think we should be saying this more often. Go ahead, Bull Terrier.
Well, Ukraine Army, Air Force, and Atash do seem to be having some success in this regard. My understanding is that they have managed to convince the Russian fleet to move away from Ukraine. Apparently, they're all moving towards their new port in Georgia, so it seems to be working.
Good. Let them keep going. Go ahead.
No, you're good. That was a sticky mic.
Okay, thank you, Bull Terrier. Okay, so we've cleared the hands and we've had some absolutely fantastic conversation, and thank you so much for all your contributions. My birthday celebration with you all has gone very well. I'm just chopping potatoes right now because I'm going to be having some roast gammon and roast potatoes for my birthday dinner, which of course I will be sharing with the dog. So again, please consider donating if you are able to. Go across to MriyaReport.org. So let's bring you all up to date on some of the things that have been happening whilst we've been having conversations. So I'm seeing lots of Russian equipment destroyed, which I think is absolutely fantastic news. The special forces have destroyed, let's have a look, during aerial reconnaissance, the operators of one of the special forces units recorded the location of the enemy who was trying to interfere with the operation of Ukrainian drones. Together with friendly units of the Defence Forces, these targets were struck by their own FPV drones. The consequences of that are in the video, which I will post for you all very shortly when I finish co-hosting to have a look. So just to say as well, Marcus, on that very sad thing that you were talking about earlier, about those, I think it was you that mentioned it, we've had this conversation a few times, regarding the murder of the Ukrainians. I had seen some reports this morning that they were actually able to go and recover some of the bodies. So, of course, that's going to be solace. It's not going to make them feel any better, of course, but to know that to the families that you've been able to retrieve them is going to make a big difference. I cannot imagine how it must be to go through something like this and lose the life of your relative or your partner or your husband, or, you know, in such brutal circumstances anyway. But then to not be able to retrieve the bodies is just, it's absolutely heartbreaking. So thankfully they've been able to do that now. Oh, it looks like there's a large-scale failure in Telegram, apparently. That's interesting. Well, my Telegram seems to be working fine. So maybe it's somebody else's Telegram. Anyway, oh, looks like the centre of Kherson has come under fire again from Russian artillery. Despicable. They're doing this, of course, we know why, because they are now unable to throw those £500 and sometimes £1,000 glide bombs that they've been battering Kherson with for the past couple of weeks. We had heard recently, since we've had that. Sorry, let me get my words out properly. We heard recently that Kherson had been able to have some reprieve from those, and they're not able to do that now. And that's obviously because of the air defence and the taking down of those planes, those 3 Su-34s. And other things that the air forces have been doing, incredible things and hitting. So, of course, now Russia is throwing everything else that they can at that area. But we expected that anyway. Kherson is continuing to evacuate as many people as they possibly can, and of course there's some forced evacuations going on. It sounds horrible, but it's done with care and it's done with love. You know, the White Angels going, I was speaking about them earlier, they work very closely with police, and they have protection obviously from the armed forces as well. So, you know, they're all going in there to help. They have psychologists, they have doctors, you know, they have welfare payments, and of course they take them to places of safety and relocate them to places. In some cases it's specific places that have been built for internally displaced people, and in some cases it's just properties that they've been able to take over and repurpose. So the General Staff report, 42 combat clashes during the day. In the Kupian direction, defenders repelled 12 enemy attacks in the Sinkivka area of Kharkiv. In Avdiivka direction, defenders have repelled 11 enemy attacks in this area, and that's east of Novo-Bakhmutivka and Avdiivka. Another 10 attacks were in the Peromayovsky and Nevelsky areas of Donetsk. 13 unsuccessful assaults on positions of the troops on the left bank of the Dnipro. Wow. So they've repelled 13 enemy assaults there. That's incredible. So Russia, of course, doesn't give up in that area. And we've heard that Krinky is pretty much almost completely destroyed anyway, like many of the other places, Mariinka, for example. It's just absolutely heartbreaking. Of course, we're hearing news about Russian finances hopefully being seized to help in terms of rebuilding and those kind of things. And they are actually doing an incredible amount of rebuilding and restoration, believe it or not, even under these conditions. During the day, the aviation of the Defence Forces struck 17 areas of concentration of personnel, weapons and military equipment, and 2 anti-aircraft missile complexes of the enemy. And the units of missile forces hit 2 areas of concentration of personnel, weapons and military equipment, 4 artillery and 2 ammunition warehouses of the enemy. So hopefully we will see some videos coming out of that shortly. I love to see ammunition depots go up. Of course, that's absolutely fantastic. So now let's see what else is happening. So I was going to have a look and see if President Zelensky's evening address was out yet, because I want to see what he's got to say today. Yes, it is. Let's have a look. So I can tell you some of the things that President Zelensky has been saying today. The internal situation, eliminating the consequences of Russian strikes, in particular Kherson and Kherson region, Zaporizhia and other regions. I'm grateful to every rescuer, every doctor, every policeman. Reports of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Security Service of Ukraine are giving good results in the protection against collaborators and gunners in combating crime. The operation of our export corridor in the Black Sea is already more than 12 million tons of cargo. Wow, that's fantastic. 12 million tons of all different types of cargo, I have to point out as well. It's not just grain. You know, Ioana has been telling us about all the many things that they've been able to transport, chemicals, metals, all sorts of things, scrap metals, etc. And if you're not following Ioana, you should be following her, because you will get all the updates on what's going on with the shipping there. She brings us some fantastic information about the ships that are coming in and out of that Black grain corridor there, that Black Sea grain corridor. So the results for December are especially strong, said President Zelensky, and this is definitely felt at the level of our entire economy. So that's absolutely fantastic to know. I'm really pleased about that. Of course, today there were also reports about the Kharkiv region, Donetsk region, Zaporizhia, the left bank of the Kherson, resilience, strength, and results now determine how this winter of all of the war will play out and what we can expect next year. And of course, as always, he's adding his thanks to everybody that's defending Ukraine, whether you're fighting in Ukraine and you are Ukrainian, or whether indeed you are trying to support from around the world in the various ways that you can. I always note that President Zelensky says those things, and I always think that's, you know, he doesn't have to say those things. He makes an effort to say those things. And I think that's a measure of a man, because I think manners is something that I hold particularly important. And I think if you lose your manners, that's the start of a very slippery slope to losing other things that you don't want to lose. Now, so let's have a look at some more information here. I'm looking at some information from the what's his name now? Mikhailo Fedorov, sorry, the Minister for Digital Transformation. So he's giving an overall report here. Another year we spent in conditions of full-scale war, overcame challenges and made important decisions. Our team actively worked on the development of the DEA app. This is the app that they use in Ukraine for digital services. And they've been doing some incredible things. I've been following this work closely, along with the Minister of Strategic Industries. These two really are powering forward and doing some incredible things, very dynamic, and it's really wonderful to see these things happening. So let's have a look. The DEA app has already become a super app, and they've received more than 2 million feedbacks. And now 82% of Ukrainians are fully satisfied with the services that DEA is offering. I remember when at the beginning of the full-scale invasion, learning about this app, and there weren't a great deal of services on there. It was quite limited from what they were saying and what I was managing to research and pick up from Ukraine. So to see all these things now added, it's fantastic. 39 new services have appeared in the application. And this is a variety of different things that you would have to contact your government for all sorts of different reasons. They've even added services for people, Ukrainians that are displaced and that have had to go abroad. And they can now do all sorts of things like update their driving licenses and change information, etc. So 130 services, 20 million users, and one of the top services is Recovery, which was launched in May. This is one of the most complex services in the history of the digital state, and there is no such experience in any country in the world. So we developed a unique mechanism for transport reconstruction of the country. For the second year, the Ministry of Digitisation team has been working in the field of defence tech, and in April, Brave One launched the Cluster for Development of Defence Technologies. Since then, they have funded 137 developments. So this is the site where you can submit your design, and then they will consider that for development in the defence industry that they're building up now and the defence technologies that they're using. So again, absolutely innovative and fantastic. It's so ingenious to think of something like this where people can submit their designs, because there must be a great deal of many people who are now sitting in Ukraine who have these skills, who have these designs, and are unable to work because of everything that's happening there. So I think it's absolutely fantastic that these opportunities, it's just awesome that we see these things. And I'm really impressed for sure by these things. Bull Terrier?
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to the 300 billion in frozen Russian assets, because there was an update on Reuters, and basically they're asking the question, you know, what and where are Russia's 300 billion in reserves frozen in the West? And it's good to see that the group of 7 nations, the G7, have actually set a deadline for, I think it's February the 7th, to discuss this, what to do with the seized money. But the interesting thing is that Reuters is giving a breakdown. So some of it is in central bank reserves. The Russian bank placed some of its gold and foreign exchange reserves in, liquid assets such as major currencies, gold and government bonds. About half of those reserves were held in the West. The central bank has confirmed that about $300 billion worth of assets has been frozen in the West, but the total Russian foreign currency and gold reserves totaled 612 billion at the time. So, you know, we wonder what's happened to the rest of it. So what was frozen? The Russian central bank has not given a detailed breakdown of what was frozen, but a rough outline can be gained from the documents detailing Russian holdings at the beginning of 2022. At that time, Russia's central bank held about $207 billion in euro assets, 67 billion in US dollar assets, and 37 billion in British pound assets. It also has holdings comprising 36 billion of Japanese yen, $19 billion in Canadian dollars, 6 billion in Australian dollars, and 1.8 billion in Singapore dollars. And Swiss franc holdings were about 1 billion. Now, Russia's central bank has said these assets were mainly invested in foreign securities, bank deposits, and not through correspondent accounts. So, yeah, so it goes on, but it's, excuse me. I'm so sorry. However, on the issue of confiscation,
Bull Terrier? Bull Terrier, we can't hear you.
hear me now?
Yes, got you now.
Yeah. So just to continue with that, Russian officials have repeatedly warned that the state confiscation of assets goes against all the principles of the free markets. Quote, let's see what they decide, one senior Russian official told Reuters on condition of anonymity. Quote, the protection of private property is a sacred cow that has been feeding them for many centuries. So some Russian officials have suggested that if Russian assets are confiscated, then foreign investors' assets stuck in special so-called Type C accounts in Russia could face the same fate. And some foreign assets were effectively locked in the C account. So it's not clear exactly how much money is in these accounts, but Russian officials have said it's comparable to the 300 billion of Russian reserves frozen. So it sounds a bit like they're kind of like looking for a trade-off there. And it certainly doesn't seem like a very easily solvable situation.
Thank you, Bull Terrier. Yeah, I'm not sure I believe them when they say that the assets are comparable. I do know that 90% of foreign investors have left already. So, or what that 10% equates to in terms of money, I've got no idea. But of course, it's something that I think that they need to definitely continue with and find a way. Just find a way to do that and find a way to get round that. You know, they started talking about just confiscating the profits. You know, the interest. So whether that's something that they can do or not, I don't know. But absolutely, they need to definitely. I mean, looking at restoration, I'll just quickly before I leave, because I will be leaving you all very shortly. So I will just quickly tell you about some of the restoration things that are going on, and this is why it's incredibly important that this money is given to Ukraine to rebuild. So they're restoring some medical facilities in Trostianka at the moment, and a reconstruction of a new hospital is underway, which is fantastic news because we know how many hospitals Russia has targeted. I believe at my last count, when I last checked, it wasn't that long ago, it was about 1,300 medical facilities, and quite a lot of them were hospitals. So, and I believe, if I remember correctly off the top of my head, 100 hospitals have been completely destroyed. I would have to double check those figures, but I don't think I'm too far wrong with those. But anyway, that was a few weeks ago, so probably the figures have increased now anyway. So some of the other things that are happening, they're also restoring a checkpoint in the Volyn region and using 6 modular buildings. And actually, they've received some funds from the USAID project to help with that. So that's definitely good to know. And a great piece of news, they are renovating a 9-story building in Irpin. This is something that I've been keeping an eye on, actually, because I'm really, really pleased to see that they're doing this. You know, that it's a hero city, is Irpin. It received the status of hero city after it was under occupation for only a month, really. When you think it's only a very short space of time, considering the amount of damage that they were able to do. They destroyed 50% of the buildings in that city in 1 month, and in particular, one house on the street which is received hostilities is now being rebuilt, and obviously it's a 9-story building, so you know that's a great deal of property for people to be able to return to. Currently, the dismantling works have been completed, and obviously builders are working on insulating, and they're at the final stages and insulation of the basement. So obviously all those structures have to be put in place. So this will house 278 residents, and they're going to be the restoration and strengthening of the masonry of the outer load bearing as well, so that if there are any further attacks or any further missile attacks, then these places have received like extra insulation and extra strong things. You know, it's like the way that they do when they equip these buildings for withstanding like hurricanes and that type of thing. So I just wanted you all to know about some of those things that are going on. I never cease to be impressed by the things that Ukrainians are doing. And I think we should highlight these things because these engineers go out and work in incredibly difficult and dangerous circumstances. Sometimes they're rebuilding bridges. I see that going on quite a lot. And of course, Russia likes to target them. So these guys are always under target as well. And I'm reminded of something that Scruff said recently, and he's absolutely right. That's why I want to highlight it, is that who do you consider to be the heroes? We all talk about the people that do all these incredibly dangerous things all the time, but sometimes I think we should also highlight people, as he said, you know, the guy in the maybe not always the people on the front line, but remember the guys in the rear too. Remember the guys that are in the truck driving the ammunition to the front line under fire. Remember the guys that are going out to fix the energy systems and having missiles fired at them because Russia's trying to destroy the energy infrastructure. Remember all those, what we call little people, but they're not really little people. I don't mean to sound insulting when I say that, but what I mean is just the everyday people like you and I that are just carrying on heroically doing their jobs and putting one foot in front of the other, doing everything that they can every day in civil society to unite and fight this disgusting, despicable invasion, this genocidal invasion by Russia. So thank you for listening to me today. I'm very grateful for you all spending my birthday with me. Say that again. Okay, so I will be leaving you very shortly now. I'm actually 5 minutes overdue. So Christopher and I will be leaving you. We'll be passing you along to some new co-hosts. I'm actually not sure who is coming up for your pleasure next, but whoever it is, of course, they will bring you fantastic information as always. And please stick around and make your contributions, everybody, because you know that you make the space too. It's a great deal of difference when people have, you know, contributions. I mean, I'm reminded of something Nancy said earlier. Actually, it happens in the SBU segment quite often. People will come up and ask questions that I haven't. Somebody's got a hot mic. I bet it's you, Bull Terrier. Yes. It's always you, Bull Terrier. Sorry, guys. Yeah, people come up and ask questions that I may not have thought of, and then that sends me off in a whole new direction, researching and looking for something else. So your contributions are extremely valuable. And let's see who we've got coming up next. We've got Robin and Axel next, I believe. I think they will be coming up to join us, but I'm not seeing anybody else join just yet. So I'm going to keep waffling on and having a conversation with Marcus.
Yeah, so we should prepare ourselves for the arguments that will be made to support the idea that Russian assets are sacred and should not be used to pay for the damage of Russian aggression. And some of that will be the things you mentioned before. For example, private property is a sacred cow. I would say, sure. However, courts have in the past and will in the future assign damages based on behavior of people that own the private property. One. Two, I'm positive people will say, okay, if you do this, no one will invest in the West. No one will put their money in your banks or West. Those are dumb. That's a lie. No, absolutely not. Not even close. The reality is you don't have a choice if you're a business of working in the West. That's where all of the sales market is. So if the West changes the rules, if the USA changes the rules, you just roll with the punches. There's never a situation where you go to your board and say, I've decided not to sell in the richest country on earth. No, you just got to figure out a way to do it. So these arguments are silly in the extreme, but they will be made, right? And they'll be made by serious people hoping that you take them seriously. And they will be BS. So we must be resolute in saying, no, Russia does bad thing. Russia pays for their actions. Those are called consequences. This is the kind of stuff we teach our toddlers. And of course, what we're talking about has to be decided by courts, not unilaterally by the government, to make them legitimate decisions, right? So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Marcus. Yes, that's a very important point to make. Things are done by the letter of the law, and you're absolutely right. People do have to pay damages when they go to court for things that they have done wrong. So I think you're absolutely right to highlight that. And of course, remember that Russia is just stealing assets anyway, so it makes no difference. They're going to go ahead and steal these things, like they've already confiscated and stolen all these planes that they loaned from various companies around the world. But I think it's time for me to stop waffling along because our very capable next co-hosts have joined us. So I will say ladies first. Good evening, Robin.
Hey, Tracy, happy birthday.
Oh, thank you so much, Robin. That's really kind of you. Good evening, Axel.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Tracy. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Axel. That's so very kind of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
That
But
was
Axel, it really has to be Hoch soll sie leben,
Hoch soll sie leben,
dreimal hoch.
Tracy, I apologize to the whole audience and to everyone listening in today for the horror and the terror which I just brought by singing, which I'm really not equipped to. But then again, I had to.
That was just wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you, Robin. And the singing was absolutely great. And it's the effort that counts anyway, even if you don't have a good singing voice, because I don't have a good singing voice, but I like to sing very loudly. I won't torture you all, but that was so wonderful. Thank you, guys.
It's your kindness and your patience and your resilience which matters. And by the way, Tracy, can you do me one favor? Can you tell us, is Blackpool still burning?
I'm far away from Blackpool. I have no idea, but I don't think it was a very big fire. And I think Mockers has been out, being naughty, has she?
But isn't it the high tower of Blackpool? Can it not be seen whole across the north?
Probably, Axel, but I'll have you know that I live in Devon, even though I am from Yorkshire.
Ah, God, Yorkshire.
So yes, of course, if you're not aware, I am from very close to Blackpool. That's where I'm from. My hometown is not too far away from there. The next city along in Yorkshire. And of course, the lovely Muckers has been giving us information because Blackpool Tower is on fire. And I believe it can be seen from quite some distance. It's such a huge fire. I'm being sarcastic, of course. But I think now it's time for me to hand across. Maybe I will look out for it here down in Devon because that's where I live now.
So so that's a northern girl, which who went south. Okay, there you go. But accent-wise, it sounded very, very Yorkie, very, very northern.
Yes, my northernness will never leave me wherever I go, Axel, that's for sure. I'm very proud of that. But I have to say, in my old age, I get soft and my bones hurt. So I came further south where the warmer weather is.
But she's still a Yorkshire girl, so watch yourself, Axel.
Oh, the 3 Yorkshiremen? No, it was 4 Yorkshiremen.
Yes, you don't mess with us northern lasses, Robin, that's for sure.
That I've definitely heard.
Christopher, you have your hand up, which is quite unusual given the fact that you are actually co-hosting.
Well, since I've been preoccupied this entire shift, and Tracy has so graciously carried most, if not all of it, I wanted to say happy birthday and to say thank you again for being such a wonderful partner these days. Every day that we are together, thank you so much. And please drop down while you can.
But Christopher, are you not actually currently monitoring and observing other people working?
I did, and they're finished. And that's why I'm actually able to stop and speak. It actually took it was it's pretty smooth all the way around. I can't complain. 6 hours and 15 minutes, and I'm done. We have a hand. Bull Terrier. There you are, sir. Good morning. Good evening. Hello.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about Blackpool Tower. Was it a Russian hypersonic missile or a smoking accident?
I'm sorry, I don't have any information on that. Are we talking about something in England, or are we talking about something in Ukraine?
Well, apparently we were just told that Blackpool Tower in the UK was on fire.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, I don't have any info. Maybe it's on the wires. Maybe somebody has it out there. If you Google. It looks like, we lost Axel. Must be some sort of connection issue.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll have a look.
Oh, bless your heart. Thank you, Bull Terrier. Robin, no, I will wait.
Yeah, I think I need an invite. Let's just hang on a sec.
You get seated. Dry Fly is coming up. Maybe he'll be able to add something to the conversation at this point. Whenever you get up there, Dry Fly, go ahead.
Hi, sorry, I was hitting my button. I got a question for you. Mockers was discussing some of the artillery barrages going into Kherson, and it sounds like they've really picked it up. Have we heard anything about counter battery in that area? I used to watch the artillery totals pretty closely when the Russians were really hammering Ukrainians with artillery, and then all of a sudden that dropped off in great part because the Ukrainians did such a great job taking out artillery pieces. Now, I haven't been watching it closely over the last couple weeks, but again, now that they're not able to drop these bombs as safely, they've picked up artillery attacks. Are we seeing increased counter battery? And obviously, I'll ask Chuck tonight, but I'm wondering if any of the other people out there who watch that more closely have any feedback, because I think that could be a real interesting development. And I'll listen. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I don't have any information. One of the things that actually become artillery, what I wanted to talk about today, but I didn't have an opportunity, was an article in the New York Times about almost 2 months ago now that was re-highlighted by an Asian, Japanese-centric Asian paper, was the PTSD style effects of firing a huge amount of artillery in the Syrian-Iran conflict. In the Iraqi conflict by U.S. servicemen in 2016 and 17, and the really devastating mental effects that having thrown all of that ammunition out and thrown all of those shells out, the concussiveness, they're trying to pick up the pieces these days. That's what I wanted to bring up, but unfortunately, I'll have to save it for tomorrow. But yeah, go ahead, Dryfly.
Well, I'd like to hear that because I've had personal, I guess, experience with family members and friends, family members who've gone through that in prior wars. I had a cousin who was Cobra gunship pilot, and it wasn't artillery, but it was just the enormous amount of flak and anti-aircraft that he took. He was shot down twice in his Cobra in Vietnam. Both times he evaded the Viet Cong who are trying to, and NVA who are trying to catch him, and then was lifted out of the jungle by the helicopter rescue crews. I mean, twice that happened. But his marriage was a wreck. His kids have had problems with him and with others. He finally got his life together for the most part with the rest of us. But I mean, it was a couple lost decades. And you could say, was it just that or was it other stuff? Well, it certainly played a role. He had a lot of issues coming back from Vietnam that followed him forever. And it's just going to be a huge problem. Another one of my close friends, his father was in World War II, was preparing landings in the Pacific. Okay, so he would go in before the landings and try to clear away some of the debris and junk that they put, obstructions that the Japanese put on the beaches to stop the landing. And so they went in, 48 hours before, and they would be on the beach, sometimes discovered, sometimes taking fire. A number of them got killed. They were with their partner, their buddies, their swim buddies, so to speak. And they'd try to hang on to the bodies. Sometimes they'd lose them. And he had nightmares all his life. And I remember staying at my friend's house, and his dad always had nightmares. I mean, every single night. And they were just horrific nightmares. We could hear it. So that's something I think we need to follow. It's probably going to be something that we're going to have to fundraise for into the future, because there's never enough money for all of those needs, I can tell you, from personal experience. So yeah, I'd love to hear what you have to say as we go forward. It's going to be real. And I will step down and listen. Thank you.
Yeah, Dryfly, I was pretty shocked. It didn't shock me particularly, but I was pretty shocked at not at the concussiveness of things, but at our reactions, and knowing that Ukraine's probably going to go through somewhat the same thing. I want their reactions and our reactions to them to be better informed than what we as the U.S. did for our for our soldiers. I put a link to part of the article. There were a couple of them. I put a link to one of the summary kind of article from the Times in your DMs. So, Bull Terrier, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just going back to the Blackpool Tower fire, to reassure everybody,
the spokesperson said we can confirm that the fire brigade have established there is no fire. We can confirm that what looked like a fire from a distance was in fact lights on the reflective netting surface at the top of the tower. So fire crews were called, but apparently there was no blaze. So that's a relief. Blackpool Tower is not burning.
Yes, I saw that. That was pretty funny. I'm gonna drop down, everybody. I'll see everybody tomorrow. Thank you so much. I'm way over time. Sorry, guys.
Thank you, Christopher. Bull Terrier, I think you've got a hot mic.
Okay,
Wait,
someone's going to have to get Bull Terrier push-to-talk buttons for Christmas.
Yeah, those things work pretty well, don't they? Hi, Marcus.
Hello.
So as Axel is getting himself seated in the seat, dragging himself up to the balcony, interesting story today that apparently SBU, in the midst of everything else that's going on in Ukraine, has managed to shut down 60 drug smuggling networks since February 2022. One of the big ones was, surprise, surprise, was Russian-based, or Mexico, and the leaders are now in Mexico. They shut down 2 large-scale drug labs and have apparently confiscated.
Wait,
yeah.
The Russian leaders are in Mexico. Are you saying that there's Russian involvement in drug-related events in Mexico?
Oh, perish the thought, Marcus. How could I ever say such a thing?
Somebody call the U.S. Congress.
Yeah, that was exactly my thought when I saw that. They didn't make the link there, but yeah, between China and Russia, I think a lot of our the United States drug problem at the southern border would go away. But that's another story. Axel, you seem to have made it. Welcome.
Although the first step to getting rid of addiction is getting rid of the root causes.
Lack of beer?
Exactly.
But as you know, the real addictive substance in beer, as we all know, is not alcohol, it is hops.
Well, words to remember.
On a more serious note, beer is of course bread and therefore one of the prime, main pieces of food, as many nations in Central Europe, German-speaking and its neighbors, be it Czech, Slovak, Northern Italian and the likes, Frisians, Dutch included, will know beer is one of the key food groups.
Well, this is certainly true. I think it's beer, chocolate, pretzels, and pizza are the 4 food groups. But I digress. No, for you, I'm sure it's something different. But anyway, I saw a wonderful documentary years ago, and it was about that modern culture would be impossible without beer, and it went and proved that. But the image I liked was of the first guy who left some barley in a puddle of water and went and let it go bad, and then took a taste of it, and beer was found. Amazing, amazing guy.
Yeah, and this is actually, in this case, open. This is why beer is so regional. If you keep it open and attract the bacteria from its surroundings, and the surroundings are in the right environment, then you take in essentially the spirit of the local environment and its season, and therefore create a completely different taste, which makes it your local.
That's 100% true. I spent a year, as you know, Axel, in southern Germany, and we would go up on the weekends, take the train up into the Black Forest. And every little town has its own brewery, and every beer was excellent, and everyone tasted different. It was really fascinating. And in the States we get some imports, but it's not the same. I don't miss a lot about Germany, but I miss the beer.
And on that happy note, we conclude our beer segment today.
Moving on to single malt Scotch.
Right here. Although for everyone who, some of you may have seen this already, some of our regular speakers, guests, and our co-hosts had taken to videographic Christmas wishes for the Ukrainian troops at the front line. We even had some of our Ukrainian friends with us, and we had a direct response integrated in, and this from Scruff, whilst he was and his troops were benefiting from the ongoing donation run which we're doing. And during that little, say, videographic greetings entertainment show, we had also greetings, of course, with proper Ukrainian beer in hand from Finland, from Paul Salty, who provided the greetings from what Russia now considers to be a hostile nation, meaning Finland.
It doesn't take a lot to get onto Russia's hostile nations book, does it?
Well, there you go. I think everybody here in Northern and Northeastern Europe lives with that etiquette. And well, if it were important to us, we would wear it probably with pride. But then again, we couldn't care less what happens in the East unless they start obviously preparing for war. And therefore, we always have to have them on our radar. But other than that, they can, do their own stuff.
Yeah, actually, speaking of that, there was an article in Ukrainska Pravda today about the CIC of the Dutch army, Martin Wijnen. I have no idea how to pronounce Dutch. Wijnen. But he is basically warning people in the Netherlands that that they need to prepare for war with Russia. That he says there's only one language that Russia understands, and that is one of a strong military. This is a message that I wish the United States would finally totally integrate into their way of looking at things. Because I think this is absolutely right. In order to keep Europe safe, they're going to have to display their strength and show that it's not a good idea to mess with them.
Yeah, it brings us back to the same topic which we've been discussing, that there are people now warning of the fact that there is a higher likelihood today than it was 2 years ago that there might be a full-blown conflict with Russia. And the higher likelihood is triggered, of course, by one thing and one thing only, and that is weakness, lack of deterrence, lack of strength, lack of action, lack of swiftness in taking disproportional action. When somebody comes to burn down your house, when somebody comes to intrude upon your house, disproportionate action is required. You do not wait for them to take you as a hostage. You do not wait for them to actually rape, pillage, and loot. You take them down.
Yeah, I guess you wouldn't suggest letting them have the spare room.
Nope, I am from the get your revenge in first kind of faction.
I see. Usually, when we say grippin', we get met up here. We said something about Dutch, and I see Ghost is here. Do you have something to add to this?
No, the only thing that you try to pronounce that name, it is Wijnman, if I'm correct.
Well, I would not have even guessed that. Okay, I see. I have to work on my understanding of Dutch pronunciation. Wijnman. Okay, thank you.
Don't forget there are different types in the Netherlands. It is the United Netherlands, and therefore different languages, different backgrounds, say a cultural and religious schism in the country, and deep-rooted segregation of elites, albeit that nobody wants to talk about it.
Oh, oops, that's interesting. They're all Protestants, though, correct? It isn't a Protestant Catholic thing, is it?
It is a Protestant Catholic thing, amongst other things, and it's a language thing.
Each region has its own
very
language. So the Frisians have their Fries, the Groningers has Gronings, the Drent has Drents. You have Overijssels, Utrechts, Limburgs, Zeelands. So there are each region has its own language, but they all speak Netherlands.
Thank you. Very interesting. Hey, Axel, I said grippin', 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 and look who's here.
And it worked. It's
It
astonishing,
did.
isn't it?
Hi, Meta.
Hello, Robin. Hello, Axel. Unfortunately, no gripen. Still, I've been waiting. So, but maybe Adam will approve Sweden, and we'll see some gripen. But yeah, I just I wanted to add that Russia has said now that if NATO shows any hostilities, then Finland will be the first to suffer. And greetings from Finland. Welcome to our aqua
Oh
park.
no.
Welcome to our aqua park. We have a little bit of artillery waiting for you in the border. So I just wanted to mention that. And then to Ghost, I wanted to say that did you know that I have more family in Netherlands than in Finland, actually? It's, a very breedable family we have over there, and they're from Hulpen. Do you know where three countries meet? There,
Yes,
yeah. So
the three lands point, Gulpen.
Gulpen,
yes,
das Dreiländereck.
yes, and they have a wonderful summer place in Maastricht by the beach. So it's sort of Netherlands is my sort of second, because I have more family there and in Finland. Even if I haven't lived there, I've spent whole summer vacation there, but with my family there. So they are, yeah, but they are spread all over at the moment because there are so many. My father has 13 cousins, and they all have like four children. So there's like countless cousins and so on. But it's a wonderful country. I love Netherlands, and they have been really great with Ukraine. Thank you.
Yeah, that certainly is the case. They have been wonderful with Ukraine. Bull Terrier,
And
over to you.
Robin,
Oh, I'm sorry,
one thing
Axel.
for you. No, one thing for you. You would love Hulpen. You would absolutely love Hulpen because it has a very, very old brewery.
You figured out my priorities, Axel. Well, I'll have to put that on my list right after the Islands and Highlands distillery tour. Bull Terrier.
Yeah, I just note that Finland is now another red line for Russia, another useless red line. And another one was Japan supplying weapons to the US, weapon systems that would be passed on to Ukraine. And again, in the Russian press, another red line that Japanese Russian relations would would deteriorate because of this. Like, who gives a shit, really? I'm sorry about my language, but it was funny that
It's useless communication. You're absolutely right, Voltaire. But the same thing is, unfortunately, we fall prey in Westerners as well. Because if you remember the communication by both, in this instance, at that point in time, European participants in the contact group meetings, as well as the US State Department, if and when North Korea were to engage in the war by delivering Russia with ammunition, we would do something. This would be a terrible sign that we would be quite concerned about it and take action. Yeah, right. We did take bloody hell nothing as action.
Yeah, I also wanted to say that a while ago, Budanov was doing such a good job, and various people were talking about renaming the SBU, and I never heard any good suggestions for that. But I'll put £5 in the swear box and maybe say that maybe they should be called the fucking SBU.
Right, we'll take the £5. Thank you.
You know where to donate it, eh? It's MriyaReport.org. MriyaReport.org. Don't forget it. MriyaReport.org.
Alrighty, so whilst before Robin and I go further onwards, I can see we have Ukrainian Lives Matter. That is certainly true.
I'm going to be irritating because I think I'm just a little manic or something today, but just listening to all this stuff especially with the United States government and the West, with the not taking weapons seriously. And if things don't go well with the EU, I'm thinking Ukraine ought to do like the Poles did, if I understand correctly, in '92 and say, you know what, that's fine. It's okay. We'll just start building our own nuclear weapon. I mean, they didn't do that, but we'll start building nuclear weapons again. We're just going to start doing that because that's what we need to do. And then really what's going to happen? They'll get a strongly worded letter or something like that. So anyway, that's what I'm not serious. Well, actually, I'm not unserious. I just think if they don't get this, Ukraine has to survive before it can be a member of the EU. And so I'm not serious about the
No,
nuke.
yeah.
Thanks.
No, understood. I think a lot of us are feeling the same way. It's really I'm very angry about it. I mean, there's no reason that Ukraine should be being treated this way. If other countries don't want Ukraine to win, then what are they doing? And if they do want Ukraine to win, why aren't we giving them what they need to win now and get it over with and save, lives on every side? If there's no downside. I mean, Putin is going to threaten us. That's all he has left anyway. There is no downside to giving Ukraine what it needs right now. Let's go to Ghost and then Marcus.
Yes, about the EU. The EU will give the Ukraine the 50 billion, even without Hungary's support. So they will get the help from Europe, one way or another. And there are still countries in Europe and NATO that are still supporting Ukraine, even without the US doing that. They don't wait on the US. They also have to step up themselves, and they are showing that they are willing to do that. They really understand that what is at stake here, and if we don't supply Ukraine now with the stuff they really need, then our children will be next, and they should not forget that. So about the EU is stepping up every way it can.
Oops. Yes, you're right, Ghost. My ire is mostly for my own government, and I mean one of the points that I don't remember who it was, some higher up in the EU, made though is unfortunately the United States is the elephant in the room. We are able to give more than all of European countries could put together. I mean, it's certainly on top of what the EU is doing. So we still have a major responsibility not to, if we don't want to be the world's policeman, we're going to have to decide that some other time, because right now this is what's necessary, and we're the only ones who can do it to complete it. And as you said, the EU is doing a lot, but without the American contribution, it's going to be a whole lot less. Marcus.
Yeah, a couple of things. One, there are still persistent narratives in the information space that the EU is doing less than the United States, which if you look at the data, isn't true. Right? The United States and the EU is doing a lot. There's a lot. And that, especially if you include the cost of housing Ukrainians that have been displaced, right? That's huge. So these things need to be accounted for when people make those kind of claims. I'm not saying you did, but I see it all the time in comments, right? People don't appreciate the fact that the EU's doing a tremendous amount. However, if you do it as a percentage of GDP, America's like 11th, right? And the countries that touch Russia on their border, go right up higher, right? Because for them, it's a far more existential threat. And when it comes to balancing a budget, it's unfair to tell Lithuania your contribution's insignificant. What matters is what did they give of what they have, right? It's impossible for them to give what the US gives because they don't have enough human beings in the country, right? So there's that. And that's a really important thing to highlight, because what we're asking our NATO partners for is a percentage of GDP. And if we're willing to use that metric as a fairness, right, as a matter of scaling for fairness, we should apply it in this argument as well. And I think that's a more winning argument, is to say, well, hold on there, buddy. You know, Poland's giving this percentage of their GDP. What are you doing? So that's one thing. And the other thing is, look, I think that the threat that Ukraine needs nukes, if they're not a part of NATO, they do, right? If they're a part of NATO, they may well decide they do. I think that's inescapable because of the horrific things that have been done to them in this war. And the fact remains that, yeah, NATO would be there. You call Article 5, but that won't change what happens initially with the invasion, right? So for Ukraine, I think that's a valid argument, but I think it would be made in the back channels. You wouldn't want to do that publicly, right? If you call the states or the EU out publicly and say, do this or I'll do this, the negotiations are probably not going to be great. However, I do fully support the argument that, well, I need nukes then. If I can't rely on timely assistance from my partners, the only way I can tell my citizens that I can keep them safe as a leader is to have deterrence.
Yeah, I think that whilst that is logically true, it is evidently something which won't happen during a time where Ukraine is at war. You cannot safely develop a nuclear capability in such format without being able to feel the cost for it. You just can't. So it's irrelevant at this point in time. It's a good mind exercise, and it's good, so to say, chess, and it is a strategic option. But the problem is, if this strategic option were to come to pass, that would mean that Ukraine would have already forfeited its hope to become a member of NATO, and as such would be probably still in an ongoing frozen or hot or simmering conflict with Russia, which in itself would mean that the West would have failed Ukraine. As a consequence, therefore, it liquidates the option you just said. It's not going to happen. It's theoretical. It's artificial. It's la polar.
Yeah, that
Key
is a
thing
good
now
point.
is, yeah, that's pure logic. So key thing is, at this point in time, the only thing which really matters is giving Ukraine the assets which they need in order to kill off Russian components, Russian headquarters, Russian gathering yards, Russian key infrastructure, EW assets and the likes. And that requires as one part, as one key component, long-range precision-guided missile systems. We know exactly which ones they need. They need more of the scalps. They need all of the towers, which we can deliver and produce in future. And we need to produce a lot more of them. Therefore, we need to order a lot more of them. And they need to have all the Storm Shadows, which can be produced under orders from the UK. And they need as many of the mothballed and fully available under USC 2321J attackers. That's what they need, in addition to air power, in addition to financial aid, in addition to massive training, in addition to small arms ammunition, in addition to 152, which Bulgarian sources can produce, in addition to more 155, and in addition to, of course, more kit, which can shoot the 155. So all of the above is the choice, and sooner rather than later. And it's not a matter of castigating the United States of America, albeit that the United States of America is the only repository of backfillable stock, of inventory. And the United States of America has key equipment, which it doesn't use any further, which it won't be using and employing any further, which it actually forbids and prohibits its forces to use and or employ. It only keeps, in strategic storage, given the fact that it might get attacked by Canada. Sorry, or somebody. But then again, they know exactly what they have at hand. So that's what matters. Canadians.
Yes, we are. We are worried about that attack across the Canadian border. That's why we're hanging on to all of our Abrams, Marcus.
Oh, 100%.
And then you need those. What's it? 1,000. Somebody sent me this number. That, contrary to what I saw, there's 1,700 and something Bradleys which have been already set aside for phasing out and or are not in use and are mothballed or.
Yeah, that's exactly what I heard.
There's a place in the world where this may come in handy.
Well, yeah, that's the whole thing. I mean, this is what drives me crazy. Is it's going to cost money to junk these things. It would cost us less money to send it all to Ukraine right now. There's no downside to any of this. But we have a bunch of hands. I think it's Bull Terrier, Ghost, and then James. Bull Terrier.
Bull Terrier.
Yeah.
Quick
Yeah.
one before you talk.
Yep.
Armenian cognac or beer?
Armenian cognac, definitely. I'm drinking it.
Thank you.
I'm drinking it at the moment. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, just noticed Telegraph report. Quite positive. The European Union has drawn up a 17.4 billion workaround fund to overcome Hungary's opposition to further support for Ukraine. Officials were forced to prepare a plan B after Viktor Orban of Hungary vetoed the 43.5 billion aid package. Under the new plan, participating member states would issue guarantees to the bloc's shared budget to allow the European Commission to borrow the money for Ukraine on international markets. So
exactly.
that looks like good news. Yeah.
No, it was one of the discussions which the Dutch Ministry of Finance, the Finnish Ministry of Finance, and the Germans have had recently, and it's based on considerations which have been which came to the forefront. Unfortunately, by the way, I have to say this, but my condolences still to the people involved in the family and the dice. One of the most important politicians in Germany unfortunately passed away this week, Wolfgang Schäuble, at age 81. And he was the one who actually had, at that point in time, the unfortunate Ministry of Finance when things during the financial crisis became really, really difficult. But he was a center European, and the ideas which are now coming to pass and which are now being used by ministries of finance in Europe for the purpose of supporting Ukraine were formed during a period of time when he and others had to deal with what was the fallout from the financial crisis, the budget crisis in a couple of countries. Greece is near default, or then default, and then the Italian situation at the same time. So we're seeing now the creativity coming to the forefront, and which also means Europe can show, if it really wants to, it can show what it's able to do so without having unanimity. Europe can do things a lot more delicately, but also with significant firepower, financial firepower, if it so decides. And that needs political will. I'm glad to hear it. And it was expected to hit us before Christmas. Unfortunately, it took another round because there's political upheaval in France. There's difficulty in forming coalitions in the Netherlands. There is a budget disaster in the coalition in Germany, which can't make up its mind as to how to declare bankruptcy. I mean, political bankruptcy. And there's a couple of things in other nations, and that obviously, yet again, forced people to fall prey to the human thing, procrastination, or as our American friends so kindly call it, kicking the can down the road. But no, it's coming. Inevitably.
Or urbanism, as we call it.
James, good evening.
Good evening, Axel, and good evening, Robin. It's good to be with you and everybody. And Bull Terrier, I've determined that you're in a cavern, a large echoing cavern. It's amazing. Anyways, the history of military production over, since World War II, right, has been one amazingly benefiting the U.S. most. And there's an accumulation effect there in terms of building out static components of systems, armored places and, forts and stuff like that. And then there's intelligence services that are ongoing, not directly related, but serve the purpose of Ukraine's needs. So when we look at the metrics, which I'm in favor of comparing for tracking purposes, just to keep an eye, because if somebody is falling short, if you can't get them to produce, you at least want to know what the makeup is going to be if you have to produce it yourself, right? So I'm all in favor of that. But I think so the Americans have been at it quite a long time, and there is a lot of stored up capacity, and there is a lot of services that are provided that just come in with the intelligence community, the satellites, all those things. So it's important that Europe does catch up and keeps going and doesn't think about just the winning part, which I think if all of the contracted capacity we're on board, I think we'd be keep catching up with the supply need for a fight it to win it kind of war, rather than a let's not lose kind of war. Then I think that'd be fine. But anyways, my point I think I made is about the history of this, and that you can't discount what has already been built and its utility to us past its sell-by date. And how much of this stuff, again, everybody considers deception is good. And is it really been scrapped? I don't know. I'm just saying that, but because I don't really know. In some cases, we know exactly what's happening. In other cases, we don't. But the other thing to consider is that I believe that we've been conservative in terms of our estimation of enemy potential. And so that means that stocking up more is better because we anticipate that they have lots. And that's conservative, that's deterrent. And so I think that's another good thing to look at is it's not time just to come up to production speed with the production we've got, but to increase even more.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's important to remember too that Ukraine is really has really upped their own internal production of weaponry quite a lot. It's still, they still need a whole lot more, but they also are really putting a lot of effort into getting their internal production of military equipment up to speed as much as they can. They're particularly concentrating on drones. They've got a lot of innovation and the workforce to be able to do it. Wait, Bull Terrier, back to you.
Yeah, I mean, we keep coming back to this question, quite apart from Biden putting bills to Congress and asking for, billions of aid for Ukraine. It seems pretty clear now from discussions that Biden could release a significant amount of military weapons without going to Congress. There's an awful lot of ATACMS, there's an awful lot of Bradleys, there's an awful lot of things that are just sitting there waiting. And it's really up to Biden and the military to release these. So we keep coming back to this question: why doesn't he?
Yeah, James.
One of the things is just not jamming up a supply line. That's one thing. Just in time is the right way for the military. You don't want
ATACMS, which have been mothballed. James, where is this just in
no,
time?
no. I'm just saying, just in time. When you need forces, you don't want them to sit around for a long time and get targeted. You want them to get in quickly. So that's one thing. But there's no reason why they couldn't get some of that stuff going. And there is, in fact, still a supply line for some ATACMS. Is what I thought I heard, was that there's still a few coming in. And so I think there is this thing about don't stack up too many forces in one place. So there is always that. And there is also the chance that we just haven't heard of things that have been done. I don't know. You guys tell me if you actually know. That's great.
Well, the thing with the ATACMS was it's clear that Ukraine could make good use of a whole lot more ATACMS than we've given them so far. So it is not an issue that they would not end up in warehouses. I can't guarantee it. I don't know that much about it, but I do know that it's been a constant refrain of, if we only had the ATACMS, what we could do. There are an awful lot of Russian airfields that need some ATACM attention. So I mean that's not an issue. If I wish we were getting to the point where we had to worry about Ukraine having so much stuff piled up, waiting to be used, that was an issue. At this point, I don't think it is. Marcus.
Well, it may be related to the same thing that happened when they couldn't supply HIMARS when asked for them. They couldn't supply F-16 permission when asked for it, just permission. They couldn't supply tanks when asked for them, etc. These delays, let's say, feel similar to the type of calculations that lead someone to ignoring attacks on U.S. military bases and shipping. It seems to be a systemic issue of judgment at some layer of the U.S. government, and it's not. I know not what the issue is or who's responsible. I'm not a part of that decision-making process, obviously, but these things are similar types of behaviors, is what I would say.
It's funny. This reminds me more and more of a horrible landlord I had for ages and ages. Whenever anything went wrong in the house, I'd say, something is wrong. Well, call me in a week and we'll see what we can do about it. And it was invariably took a month to get anything repaired. It didn't save him any money. It could have been repaired the day that I first brought it up, but somehow he felt like he was gaining something by putting it out into the future. This is what this sounds like. I mean, it may not be. I hope that's not what's going on, but there somehow seems to be a delay as a value that some people in the administration seem to think get them something, and I'm not really sure what that is. Yeah, back to you, Marcus.
Yeah, and I think it's like I said, we don't know, right? This is the perception we're having. We're not the only ones who have this perception, and ultimately, you pay your government your tax money to do things in your name, and it's perfectly reasonable to expect them to explain the decision-making process within the bounds of reasonability and secrecy required. And we're coming to this point where there's a lot of questions and not a lot of answers, and the perception outside people have is impacting global perception of America's reliability as a partner. And I can say that as a Canadian that relies on America as our partner. My perceptions are shifting in terms of What would they actually do to help us? How much would they slow roll it? I don't know. But I no longer have the unshakable confidence I had in the past. And ultimately, that is the responsibility of the decision makers paid to make that decision. I shouldn't have to feel bad for saying it. None of us should. That's their job.
Yeah, thanks, Marcus. I hate to think that that's the case, but I know what you mean. Back to James.
Yeah, we want to see Ukraine win the war. And I've said this before, winning means Ukraine is a sovereign, independent nation that can afford to defend itself today and deter further aggression. That's our objective, Mr. Biden. And the point of that is that in order to obtain those objectives, you must consider what needs to be done, and that is at the end of the war to deliver an intact deterrent force that will begin to serve immediately. So you can't do that by rushing and using the force that you want as deterrence to win the war too fast. So I'm just saying there are more than one ways to look at this, and the very, very careful positioning and repositioning of all kinds of resources have enabled Ukraine to do wonders with this super conservative thing. And their path was always going to be a long, indirect path. It was never going to be a frontal assault kind of win because of the odds, the ratios, I should say, of forces. So it's miraculous. I mean, it feels that way sometimes. So that's my point, is that you can't get there if you just start slinging everything. You have to use extreme judicious thinking to carve out little gains, and they're doing it, and they're moving the front toward the sea. Russia's up against the sea in the back, and they're pushing them forward to the sea. And it's it's the Black Sea, and they can go home across the bridge. The bridge isn't gone yet, so go home.
James, I really have
No,
to take
dump the
exception
bridge.
to that.
No. Robin,
Also,
Robin,
dump the
dump
bridge.
the
Fine.
bridge. Dump the bridge. Hit the bridge. Hit it again and again and again, and let the Russians beg to be delivered as refugees across the Kerch Strait.
Yeah, agreed. And I also think I think that there's a logical fallacy in thinking that because we have not given Ukraine what it needs, that somehow this has caused them to do so well. They have done well in spite of the fact that we have starved them for weapons and for ammunition. It's a miracle that they've done as well as they had, but to act like somehow Biden and the administration slow walking materiel to Ukraine is somehow a positive thing. I don't think you can make that case at all. I think it's actually scandalous that we have been so slow to give Ukraine what it needs. There are a lot of dead Ukrainians who didn't have to be that way, and it's on us because of that.
Well, just take the F-16s then, and think about what would have happened had it been rushed in.
It wouldn't have been a rush. They could have trained the pilots 2 years ago.
Well, let's say that it isn't just the training and the preparation on the pilot and the equipment side. It's also the receptivity of the enemy to the attack, and by which, of course, I mean their ability to shoot it down, right? And they have very, very
Does that
successfully.
have an impact? Sorry, James, you're mixing things. I agree with your argument generally, but you're leaving out one thing, which Robin just said: timing. This could have been started earlier, and it hasn't.
I really do think that the much of the SBU work and the FBI work and all the other police forces of the allied nations have really fought a lot of corruption, and in the United States that is very so. And unfortunately, our information areas were kind of rifled through, it seems. So there was a lot of hesitancy about what could be trusted and what not. And so there were some real reasons to slow walk
There's
some
no
things.
James. Who says
So
this?
just
Where does this
consider
come
on that
from?
we don't
The
know
DoD
all
doesn't say
ends.
this. No, your current you have an Air Force. You have an Air Force guy currently as the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. When he was asked as to his opinion together with Cavoli, as to his opinion as to the qualifications of the Ukrainian armed forces and the Ukrainian Air Force. He said they are capable. There's no question about the Air Force having had any corruption. The F-16 is not a corruption issue. The maintenance training, the pilot training is not a corruption issue. That's a pretext. I mean, this is normally what we hear from the other side of the aisle, on the populist side. There's no such thing. It's not a corruption issue, period. It's a dedication of political capital in the US, of the administration, to say, we want this war to end as quickly as possible. Our allies should be having what they need, air power. Which, by the way, General Resolution says. James, please.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that the point that I'm making is, when you say corruption, I guess I get confused a little bit, and I want to clarify that what we're talking about is that, at the very presidential level, many top secret things were just put on world display practically. Shared with people, and we don't know what we don't know about that. But very deep intelligence losses that could allow enemies to really see through a lot of things, and potentially, and we don't know. And so it took a long time, I say, to clean up and be sure what was going on. And that's something it is something ours to be considered. I was fighting the counterintelligence game. And and they did catch a lot of people. They caught people, delivering money to people in the U.S. And
none of this says that
none
of this says that Ukraine should not have gotten the F-16s earlier. These are completely different issues.
No, they're not, because military secrets, like things like schematics or designs or specifications, are all things that are potentially.
James, do you really think that the
exposed.
Russians don't have the schematics of the F-16?
I figured that they've got a pretty good idea how it looks.
Good, thank you.
Back at,
because they've infiltrated pretty much every nation on this planet in one way or another. So that's not the point.
And actually, Axel, the simulator that the Ukrainian pilots were using to get ready for the F-16s had been developed in Russia from stolen top secret information. So they obviously had all of that already. Would not get anything getting an F-16.
I want them to get it all now, because I think it's it is a little late now. It is running late for sure. No matter what happened back then, it's ready now. So I'm really anxious for it to happen. And I'm also anxious for the demilitarization to happen. But I think that's secondary to destroying the Russian forces in Ukraine, but not necessarily deeper, I guess is what I'm getting at. Although that is a tremendous objective to seek out, is, to just sit there at the borders and shell every military target once you clear the Russians out. That seems a laudable goal, and one logical, considering the Russian behavior.
Okay, that we can all agree on. Okay, let's go to Bull Terrier, Lexicon, and Denjam. Bull Terrier.
Yeah, I mean, my point is that there is a lot of military equipment that could be sent by Biden without having to go to Congress, right? We're talking about redundant equipment. 31 Bradleys. Why not 150 Bradleys? ATACMS, why not more? F-16s, the training was done months ago. So I'm starting to think that this, I used to believe in Biden, right? But I'm starting to think that it's actually a political strategy by Biden. He wants to show that the Republicans are holding up the bill that will release the funds. I think he wants to show that it's the Republicans' fault that Ukraine is not winning the war. I can't see any other reason why he would not allow more redundant equipment to be delivered to Ukraine.
Well, the concern has been, and we've discussed it here on this program, and a couple of speakers of ours have implied this, or inferred, or at times also named it. That and this includes Generals McRyan and Hodges. But that there is a concern within the administration that they would need to not destroy Russia, because they know that the equipment, which if given, would essentially lead to exactly that. There is a strange concern which veers through the whole political career of the current sitting president and his political allies and his party to not kneecap, behead, burn, and then tar and feather the remains of Russia that evidently has broken its path. Then, John, let's go back to
Actually,
Ronald Reagan.
Actually,
Sorry, please.
Lexicon, I think, was next.
Oh, apologies. I
Sorry,
apologize.
no
I'm
problem.
so sorry. Lexicon, please.
Hi. I changed Furious Lexicon to Lexicon Furious but I'm with the trend. So I'll
because
be
you're
sharing
you're helping me, right? It's Lexicon. I
Yes.
was completely confused. I saw your avatar. At least that is consistent. I'd be shocked if it were changing.
Oh no, that's me reading the upside down news. That's the way I've always done it. Why change now? Which is Joe Biden's slogan, I guess. Because yeah, I totally agree. I don't want to call it gutless, but anyway, it's an antiquated strategy that like went out with we the boomers are whose every whim became a demographic trend. But we're dead and dying, man, and he's unfortunately bringing in a younger class of gutlessness as well. But anyway, to go back to, so I'm not exactly on your topic, but I am just thinking about Zaluzhny's discussion with the press a couple days ago, and I understand. I haven't watched it with subtitles or anything. I don't think it was too long. I'd like to see it.
It was very good. You would,
yeah, well, it sounds.
I implore you to watch it, because body language, tone, and content is absolutely worthwhile having a look at.
We should stick a link in the nest. I guess I could hunt it down. So definitely. So I think it's probably what's his name? Not the reporting from Ukraine Matters. That guy. Latvian guy. He's great. Anyway, yeah, so he quoted quite a bit from it. And I think one of the most important points that Zaluzhny seems to have made is that there are basically like he could count on the fingers of a hand that had been through the mill the number of Western experts who understand this war in Ukraine. And I really agree. I've just I'm aside from being furious at the U.S. administration's policy, I'm also furious at all the expertise I see on my YouTube channel, here on my television, or on Twitter. All these non-Ukrainian experts, or what's worse, they want to discuss Ukraine and the West, or no, they want to discuss focusing on the Ukraine war, Russia and the West, and they have a panel that has one Russian and 3 Russia experts, a diplomat for heaven's sake, and a BBC journalist, sweetheart, but etc. So and so you get a lot of crap. So in the last couple of days on Times Radio, I keep wanting to call him Frank Ledwick. I think it's more like Frank Lidwedge. Anyway, you guys know him, analyst, Dr. Frank. And today, Rod, I think I wrote his surname down, Thornton. And the most pessimistic strategic analysis. I mean, I don't think they have a grip on the strategic, let's say, balance between these two armed forces at all. Even Ukraine, without the full assistance that it really deserves, that we're fighting for, Ukraine is still, they don't seem to have a grip on the astonishing feat that Ukraine is still standing after 2 years, nor do they have a grip on the eyes and ears capacity of Russia that's been completely wiped out, and therefore the ability to unerringly hit a ship with a couple of scalps or whatever. Somehow, how come the eyes and ears were not there to stop these things? Maybe they're unstoppable. I don't know about that. But certainly from our more Ukrainian sources, we see, and let's say from bullet points every week, we see the number of intelligence components Ukraine has wiped out to enable it to move so much freely and to stop the Black Sea fleet from moving freely. So these characters get on here and they tell Times Radio that, well, actually, now that it's been, the journalist is trying to ask if this is important, this ship. Well, yeah, they sank the ship, but it was very, very old. The journalist asked, if I'd asked you 2 years, I mean, are we underestimating Ukraine's ability? I mean, if I'd asked you 2 years ago, that I've said to you that by this time the Black Sea fleet would be incapacitated, would you have believed me? Oh, yeah, probably, because, once they lost the Moskva, 2 years ago, they hadn't lost the Moskva. Anyway, this guy, yeah, I would have known. Of course, we can never go back and replay the movie to ask the guy. But no, now they're saying that actually the Black Sea fleet is not strategically all that important. I mean, for almost 2 years, they've been telling us, well, until Ben Hodges' strategy won the day, up till then, they were all telling us that Russia will fight to the death for Crimea. It's the seat of its Black Sea fleet, its ability to project power into the region and into the Mediterranean and on beyond to the Middle East. So
And next
now,
one, does Russia have the capability to defend Crimea?
well, no, I mean, but we learned it first from Ben Hodges. They've all begun to see it. Now it's just like Crimea is just a throwaway. Either it's impossible, or if it's possible, it doesn't matter. But they still, I mean, they don't recognize what they've learned. They don't recognize what Ukrainian abilities have demonstrated. And they certainly don't recognize what Ben Hodges and people who have followed him have shown in terms of this strategy. So I think that anyway, I'm fed up to the teeth with these pseudo experts. I compiled a list, but I'm not going through it, of all the things they say that belittle Ukraine's achievements, belittle the operational, let alone strategic importance of these markers along the way that Ukraine has made. And above all, I think they don't comprehend that what I started to say, with the puny aid we're going to give Ukraine, and I think that one way or another, whatever the administration, this slow drip is going to continue. But with the puny aid that we'll give, however big it is, I think that Ukraine is showing a masterful ability to use that in ways these folks haven't dreamed. I don't think they comprehend the systematic preparation of the Crimean theater for the strikes that they make repeatedly. They just see the big booms. For military experts, they're awfully weak on understanding stuff like what Chuck Farrer tells us about the preparations Ukraine makes to be able to do these booms, these spectacular actions. And so they just belittle those. So I think as analysts, they're very weak. But I think the other thing that Zaluzhny said, that these guys do not understand this war on this, in these battlefields, in this country. And, he might as well have said, with these people, with us, with this army. So I think Jonathan Fink always tells us that, people want Russian experts. When it's a Ukrainian, he gets less audience. They want men, he gets less audience with women. They want these outside known experts. And yet they're pretending to want to understand this war in Ukraine. So they're on a dead end, but they all like to go down there. The Politico article today is a prime example. Some MriyaReport friends have done some great responses to that stupid article. It's another one about how the administration has shifted its tack now to support Ukraine to be on the defensive. Stupid article with appallingly poor sources and all invention. Anyway, I just say more for more Ukrainian voices, and the more we can get them here for us on MriyaReport, more cheers for that too. So maybe I deviated your direction, but that's what I'm
No,
curious
that's
about
good.
today.
Lexicon, I'm fully with you very much, and very much in line in that regard, given the fact that this highlights yet again what the Ukrainians have been telling us. Yes, it's hard. Yes, they're missing things. Yes, they don't have enough of certain capabilities, which they have suggested and required and even agreed. This is an important thing. Agreed with Western military leaders, but unfortunately, those have not been delivered. That's the thing. It's not a matter of us not knowing. It's not a matter of the experts not knowing. It is not a matter of the Ukrainians don't suggesting and highlighting and proving it. It's also not a matter of the Ukrainians not, when delivered, not employing them properly, or when only half delivered, finding ways to make do with it. They have done so. They've shot down 5 planes, 5 very, very valuable assets. They have found a way to deal with the most recent successful support effort by the Russian Air Force of the glide bomb attacks on military and also most often civilian infrastructure targets, the glide bombs. And they have now deterred this. They have deterred it, however, also with the help and the assistance and the use and deployment of Western capabilities delivered. Having more NASAMS has allowed them to move other mobile air defense assets. Having more IRIS-Ts has done the same thing, has also shifted the way they can move certain nodes within their mesh network of anti-air defense coverage. And having the 3rd Patriot battery and more missiles has changed the battlefield. So this just shows, or goes to show, what actually Ukraine can achieve if we deliver what is necessary, if the decision politically is made. Western militaries, even with what is just in the inventory, can help. As a friend of ours, Jonathan Howard, has always been saying, John Howard highlighted very quickly, we are led by pygmies and cowards. Pygmies and cowards. They are small men and women, and they are all appeaseniks and cowards. They fail to understand the mission. The mission is to win. The mission is to defeat Russia. You will not get rid of Mordor without a fight. But this fight has to be, this war has to be waged. We have the means. We have the capabilities. Dan John.
Yeah, thanks. Almost forgot what I wanted to say, but yeah, I think we're doing ourselves a huge disfavor if we trying to excuse what's going on. I don't know what's been said in the US, but here, what's been said here is that Ukraine doesn't have enough. And they need more, and we need to produce more. Everyone needs to do more. So to say that there's some kind of clever 3D chess with this slow walking, I mean, it's to yourself disfavor. I don't know. I mean, like Sweden, small country, we're given about 10% of our tanks, 10% of our IVs, 20% of our artillery. That's not much, but imagine others did the same. Many have done a lot, but I mean, I know there's 30 Abrams and 100 Bradleys.
No, Dan John.
No.
31 Abrams.
31, yeah, okay. Okay, fair enough. No, but yeah, I mean, so that means they already have that technology. I mean, if they have 30 or 300, technology could be passed on to the Russians. We don't know one thing. I think it's not right. They need more. There's something political going on, and it's 100% sure, for sure, not for quick win for Ukraine. That's not the political goal here. I think something else is cooking, which is really, really upsetting and terrible. And we shouldn't find excuses for it. We should push for it not to be there. Nothing else. Thank you.
Well, there's a good thing. You know what what Britain did. They replaced a weak prime minister at a point in time when it had become evident that the prime minister had failed. Sometimes you just need to change horses.
Reply on that?
Okay,
Well,
I
the
think-
Europeans can change horses to start with, because the Europeans are the ones who have substantially more capability and capacity than what they have mustered thus far. The Europeans are not delivering military equipment in the same amount as the Americans have done in comparison. If the Europeans were to deliver the same thing and would actually go out and produce more, Ukraine wouldn't have the issue. I mean, the Americans could bridge the gap. They actually must bridge the gap, because they're the only ones who have pre-positioned stock. They're the only ones who have about 1,700 Bradleys, of which they can choose and send stuff across. They're the only ones who have 155 production capability, 3 shifts in the format which can be mobilized quickly. They're the only ones who have more, capabilities in the aviation sector. Nobody else has in that format. But that does not mean that Europe can't produce more. Europe should produce more. They should tell their populations, you will not have quiet enjoyment of your social entitlements and all your wonderful Euro socialism. You won't have anything left. Your wealth is gone if you fail to fucking fight now. Somebody needs to tell them that the times of shall we say, exploitation of the social welfare states are over. Then, John.
Yeah, I fully agree, Axel. Fully agree. The welfare state needs to be there, but the question is on what is really necessary in times like this. What is more important? But yes, you still need education, healthcare, and so on. But you don't need lavish things. We need to defend our freedom. Otherwise, it's for nothing, right? And also, I mean, this is not just about numbers and strategies and so on. This is about people are dying every day unnecessarily, and we cannot forget that. I mean, every single killed Ukrainian is it's terrible. It's unforgivable. And this we have to remember, I think. And also for us up around here, we see the threat. We're not scared, but we see the threat. This needs to be stopped in Ukraine. Otherwise, we will need the guns here, but hopefully we won't need the guns here if we do the right thing now.
Now, the Swedish, John, tell the audience maybe, the Swedish weapon systems industry is unique in Europe, because it is, with very few exceptions, yes, of course, there's some coalition work and there's some integration with other players, but the Swedish weapon system industry is in a very fashionable way old school, because you have vertical integration to an extent, but you have a wide array of small and medium-sized companies all working towards general production, which is vested in Sweden. So it is essentially the original model of made in Germany is actually true more so in Sweden. Made in Sweden in terms of weapons means it's all done there from the bottom to the top. That's quite helpful, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I don't know how much. I mean, if you look at the things, you probably. I mean, there's a high portion of cooperation with other business, with other companies around the world. But yes, made in Sweden definitely. And actually, I mean, we are doing or producing fighter jets, submarines, IFVs, artilleries, and yeah, a lot of missile systems and so on. So yeah, it's quite unique.
So you're doing everything the Germans do, but you do it alone.
Yes, kind of.
So that means that if the Swedish government were to say, you know what, guys, we can't raise taxes any further because we already have far too high taxes, everybody knows, and we won't be taxing your alcohol any further because we're already overtaxing your alcohol. But if the Swedish government were to say, you know what, we just like to win freedom, it could, right? Because it just has to put out the orders.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm not economist, but yeah, for sure. I think you could afford it for sure. Most people there have a quite nice lifestyle and could probably spare a few quids for the freedom. Not everyone, of course, but a lot be able to, definitely, and willing.
Well, the guy who gave you the IKEA meatballs, he can afford it. Oh, sorry, not he, but his family. How should I put it this way? Actually, there is a stichting in there. It's a Dutch stichting in the whole thing. Jesus Christ. We need someone in the Netherlands to drill into this. Do you think that the Kamprad clan would actually be less dictatorial, or would they be in favor of Sweden's autonomy?
I don't have a clue, actually. No. I don't know. I haven't read about that family a lot, actually. I only read the IKEA catalog, and that's about it. But yeah.
What do you mean? You only read the IKEA catalog? That is elementary school mandatory reading in Sweden. Rose, help us, please.
Yes. Well, the weapons industry in Sweden is quite large, as you pointed out, and it's both international companies like BE and Swedish-owned companies, mostly through Wallenberg, like Saab, but also a lot of small companies that produces stuff for the big guys. However, what we don't have in Sweden is a lot of workforce. It is extensively expensive to expand the production more in Sweden. That's why I think we now see factories built abroad for building CV90s. We see factories built, I think it's in Czech for that. We see factories built in Brazil for building weapons.
Yeah, because there's no free-shift working capacity. Otherwise, the labor costs in Sweden would be too high, right? That's the key thing. You can't scale up production between.
Actually, everyone who can weld or program or do the stuff that is needed in a weapons factory is already employed. You can't find a welder in Sweden. It's impossible. They are already hired. And that has happened during the last 2 years. It's really, really hard to go from 2 to 3 shifts because you can't find the people to do it right now. So most of the weapons factories have gone from 1 shift to 2, but to find people for the third, it's really, really, really hard. They have to educate themselves. And that takes time. So that's where we are now.
Okay, I see all of Scandinavia is joining us. Axel, can we go through Marcus and Bulgaria quickly, and then we'll get back to Scandinavia?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, Marcus, go ahead.
Great, thanks. So we've done a lot of criticism of the U.S. administration. That's fantastic. I love it. It's great. So we've done a lot of criticism. That's fantastic. Great, good. However, the reason why there was no ammo is because a bill that was supposed to be passed to fund Ukraine in August, and to be clear, the bill that's supposed to be passed, that's the legislative branch, not the executive branch, wasn't done in August. Something speaker change, something delay, kick the can down the road a little bit, and then all of a sudden, you know what? We can only pass one bill a year, so this also has to be comprehensive immigration reform. This was a deliberate action by people in Congress to delay this, right? The U.S. administration did not create this scenario we're jammed in right now. So yes, we should be frustrated with slow rolling of aid in terms of what's actually been offered. But when the administration said, okay, we need this, things got ruined by Congress for a full quarter of the year, right? No, a third, 4 months, right? And into January, it's going to be almost 5 months, right? This is an incredible gift to the Russians, and that's not Biden's fault. This was negotiated in the summer, right? So we have to keep our eyes on the ball right now. Then, after the funding is secured, I will rally with you guys to complain about whether or not it's slow rolled or not. Because everything people are saying about slow rolling aid, in my opinion, is true. However, there's a 5-month delay that'll happen that is the sole cause of which is Congress. And now we have the whole information space muddled with arguments about funding borders for an aid package going to Taiwan, Israel, and Ukraine, right? So
But Marcus, we're not discussing this here. We're discussing what the US can do without any additional funding.
But the problem is we're creating off ramps. Right?
No, we're not. We're actually not. We are saying there's no off ramp. The president has the authority to convey excess weapon systems, excess materials to Ukraine, and there is absolutely no limit.
Yes, you could. 1,000 tackles could be valued at $0 and transferred. I'm aware.
Thank you.
Okay,
how many Bradleys? How many Bradleys are out of service?
At least 1,000. There's 600 in a scrapyard in Texas.
831.
Great.
831 are currently out of service. Another 612 are so-called mothballed. And there's a couple more which adds then to 1,700. And whether it's 14 or 16, I don't fucking care. CJ can answer that question. So
I find that
there's enough
infuriating.
Bradleys. So you have the stuff, but you're not willing to give it. So tell us the fucking reason so that everybody can assess whether we can take you fucking seriously.
And I will get that speech tattooed on my chest in exchange for the Ukrainian aid that's required going through Congress. And I'm saying that we're in a world where the media only has the mental space to be like, did line on map move? Line on map not move. This failure. This is the mental space they have devoted to this war, right? So to keep it simple, the pressure has to remain on Congress because right now that is critical path. However,
okay, well, how Marcus? No, sorry, you're Canadian, right? So let me ask a question then, from a Canadian and from a German/Anglophile perspective here out of Estonia. Let me ask the question: how is it possible that the U.S. Congress could be convinced at a point in time when George C. Marshall went there to tell people, so to say, the predecessor of the Gang of Eight, that essentially Britain is managing to get rid of the German Luftwaffe in the Battle of Britain, and that they're about to win it because he got the material from the leader of the OSS.
Mm-hmm.
How is it possible that this happened at a point in time when intelligence was so much more difficult to convey, to gather, to telegraph, to collate, all that kind of jazz? There's so much information today. They know so much more. They know it so much better. And trust me, I know a little bit about it, and I know those people who know a lot more about it. And yes, there's so much more of it, and they know it. So that's not the thing. It's not the availability of information.
I'm not advocating.
It's not even convincing Congress. It's just that these guys don't want to win. Sorry, they don't want Ukraine to win.
Entirely
Otherwise
possible.
They would do it.
Vote him out of office, or throw paint balloons at him. I don't. Good.
Well, the other guy who's currently campaigning also doesn't want to win. So
no,
what the fuck is going on?
He would be a travesty, right? So I agree. that there are huge problems. I do not want us to give off ramps to a group of people that have injected new made up problems into the process to delay everything. And on top of that, also delayed everything and couldn't be bothered not to go home for Christmas. Congress is not doing their job. Congress has to finish doing their job. Then let's just jump on Biden's nuts. And I'm going to. I don't, he's not my daddy. I don't have anything against criticizing him. No president should be immune to criticism. No president should be treated like an idol. They're a public servant. So I'm all for that, man. I just want to make sure that we don't create an information space that takes pressure off the people in Congress, who's ultimately are the only ones that can sign this bill and move forward. That's it. That's all I'm advocating for.
Yeah, thanks, Marcus. I think that's true. We have to. There's a lot of blame to go around, and we have to keep the pressure on everyone. Our news media, it does tend to be very simplistic and will go with one group or another and throw all the blame on that one group. But I think you're right. We have to make sure that we keep the pressure on everywhere at this point. Bull Terrier, and then Russ, and then Barney.
Yeah, I just wanted to give one example. The Ukrainians are facing trenches that are like filled with mines, right? So the best way of clearing mines is a mine clearing line charge, MCLC, right? It's a device used to create a breach in minefields under combat conditions. There are a couple of designs. America has one, the UK has one. So, have these been delivered to Ukraine? Because it seems to be one of the most important things that they could possibly be given. I don't think they've been any deliveries have been given to Ukraine of MCLC. And my question is, why not? Because there must be hundreds of tons of this stuff in storage.
The Americans gave MIGLIX. The Americans provided MIGLIX. Maybe not enough, yes, but they provided MIGLIX.
How much?
I do not have a perfect number. If you give me a minute, I can have a little check as to the defense packages, because some of them were quoted, but we do not have a detailed view on the line charges which are given. But the Ukrainians have been using them, and they have been using them heavily, and they needed to, because the minefields the Russians have laid are not the ones which we have in NATO training, or which we expected in, for example, in the Cold War in Germany. For our counterattack, which was planned to happen if and when the Russians would have done their first advance, and we would have then taken, say, air superiority, we would have then have counterattacked, and we thought that the minefields the Russians would be laying would be about 3 kilometers deep, given the fact that they had about 2 weeks' time in that period. And the minefields behind that would have been about 4.5 to 5 kilometers on so-called Soviet-occupied, or what you mistakenly called Eastern German territory, but Soviet-occupied territory. The minefields in the area, for example, in Zaporizhzhia Oblast, have been in separation 8, 6, and at times 12 kilometers deep. Some of them actually intersectioning, so that you could say that they're close to 20 kilometers deep, with, obviously paths through and the likes, and which the Russians know where to go, and bridges and whatnot. But still, so that level of depth, MIGLIX are nice to have, but it's not enough.
So again, not enough. 31 Bradleys, not 300 Bradleys. How much MIGLIX?
31 Abrams.
Yeah, Abrams, yeah. I just don't think it's enough. I really don't think so. And I think it's a deliberate strategy by Biden to blame the Republicans.
No, because this problem started when the Republicans were still cooperative in the House. This is something top level planning wise, and we don't know what it is. Although the European allies also were slow to deliver what they promised in terms of mine removal gear. Everybody's been slow and everybody had low stocks and nobody went quick enough to production.
Yeah, but we're talking about now, Marcus, like now as in the last 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, I'm just saying if a pattern of behavior that started before the other thing we're linking it to probably isn't, the other thing isn't causal if it started long before then. Well, I agree that it's a problem.
It's an exploitation issue. Marcus, what you're highlighting is there's an exploitation issue of tactical relevance for the elections on the one hand, and of urgency due to the fact that some people in the US believe that the infiltration by 9.5 million people as illegal aliens is a bit much, and the likes, and that they have no other political cudgel to wield against the sitting president, and the sitting president has a political agenda which may or may not work that well. It's a domestic US problem. It's not my problem. It's a pity that they have it this way. I mean, yeah, well, in any event, let's go to Ruse.
Well, I agree on most of what's been said about the US problem. Something is off because people don't act as we expected them to do, and we haven't been given the information on what is the real hold up. Because if there's one thing that the Biden administration is really good at, compared to other US governments, they're not leaking. Not very much information they want to keep quiet gets out in the public. But we don't know what it is. Something is sincerely wrong from a European perspective. It looks like they are abandoning their ally Ukraine. They're basically abandoning their allies in NATO and leaving them to do the work, which they're not really up to, even though they might want to. And they're doing it for reasons we can't see, because it's even looks like it costs them money in the way that it will force Europe to re-engage their armaments industry, which will basically compete with the American in the long run, in a bad way for the American arms industry. It's not good for them. It just looks great. But we shouldn't put it all on them. We are not doing our part either. We really need to get our industry up and running. We really need to look in our coffers.
100%. Rules, 100%. 100%. And let me interject there because it's an important feature. It is us, the European nations. We can do a lot more. Europe must defend Ukraine militarily and not just financially. It's not good enough to just stabilize them. Europe does as much as the US does in terms of volume, in terms of financing, even more by now if you include all EU institutions and whatnot. And it doesn't matter. This is not a, how should we call this? I apologize for the language. This is not a fucking pissing contest. This is about winning. And if it's about winning, the only thing Europe should be doing is to make more orders. Write more orders for its defense industry to beef up its own capacities with future technologies, and therefore relinquish existing stock, release existing stock, and build out additional 155 ammunition capacity and those pieces of kit which they are handing over quickly. Because at the same time, Europe is under the shield of the United States, Britain, and France in terms of nuclear deterrence. It still has a number of armies, including now the Finnish army, protecting the eastern flank with vigor, absolute vigor and decisiveness. So there's no question. If Estonia were to be attacked tomorrow by the Russians, the Finns would create a scenario so hurtful for the Russians that the Russians would have to think twice before even considering such a desperate move. That is what Putin failed to understand what would happen with the accession of Finland and now also Sweden into NATO. So that's fine. So what we need to do is write orders. We need to put out the money where our mouth is. We have to contribute more of our GDP to our own sovereignty. We have to finally grow up on this bloody continent.
Well, I agree, and it's not. It's a state of mind that has to change in the leadership. Daniel pointed out that we in Sweden have given 10% of our tanks and of our IFVs, but still, I'm pretty sure we have 15 or 30 Gripen A's in mothball, and if the leadership had been decisive, they would have ordered them upgraded, and it would have been done by now, and we would have had fighters to give Ukraine. But I'm very sure it hasn't happened because the state of mind in the leadership has not been right. It just sucks.
So, and because it sucks, let's fix it. It's our job. It's our generation. We have no excuse. If we don't fix it, nobody else will do it for us.
Correct. We're doing what we can. Just hope more people can agree with us.
Yeah, exactly. James.
The fault is not in our leaders, but in ourselves, perhaps, maybe more. Did you catch that?
Yeah. Where is that from? That is a quote. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, it has some relevance. Yeah.
I think I bastardized. The fault is not in the stars, but in ourselves. But our leaders are stars.
Oh, okay.
That was. I think I did that close enough to take sure that probably sounded familiar anyway.
No, and it certainly is true. It's we all it's extremely important that we all work in our little areas wherever we are, and do what we can, because that all adds up to winning. But I think we do have to keep on pounding on the people who can move the big things at the same time.
That's the key thing, is to keep hammering. And the Russians do this. They say, okay, let's do our kind of effectiveness, strategy on the United States. What's the weakest point? How can we get there? What's the key? What's the least amount of effort? Who can we get at the cheapest cost? And they do that. And we have to, well, anyways, we just have to make sure that we think enough like them to then go and apply the counter force.
Yeah, and it's true, and also, one of the things we've learned again in the book club from reading Timothy Snyder is the Russians are very good at spotting the weak point and focusing on it. And we have to be, it's like the bank that hires a hacker to try to hack into their system to see where the vulnerabilities. I haven't even drunk anything today. Anyway, the vulnerabilities are we really need to be examining our own systems and being much more aware of where we can be attacked and weakened nationally and internationally.
Can I just add that Santos is an extreme example of, a falsity, right? He turned out to be extremely false. And there are other people who do come forward and they present their agenda as this, and then it turns out it's really that. And so we need to be careful on that front. We need to be careful of our technical capacities, that they're not interfered with. There's so many different aspects. And I think actually And I think we're probably doing things pretty well. It's just that how can you cover everything when you don't know everything that needs to be covered? It's just it's hard to counter everything because you can't know the other person's mind exactly.
I know what you're saying. I think though, understanding the mind of the adversary is less important than understanding the actions and being able to counter them. You know, to some extent, I really don't care what Putin is thinking as long as he's thinking that in his bunker and not bothering anyone. You know, I think we do have to understand to some extent, but I don't think that we're necessarily going to understand everything, and it's probably not necessary because the point is to keep the damage from being done.
I keep hearing him go bonk into like the low hanging piece of wood, you know. And
James, have you moved over? Have you moved over to your old speakers?
Yeah, are you underneath a large juice container or dome of some sort?
I've exited the cones of silence.
That's much better. That's
Much better. Ah, yes, the cone of silence. That's
yes. I was using the cone of silence. We were talking about top secret things then, so I was in the.
It's a Get Smart reference.
That's right.
It sure is a classic. Axel, you know, Get Smart, I'm sure.
The cone of silence.
Absolutely, it was a top secret. It made every conversation even to the people in it. It was an amazing piece of technology that, required.
Sure was.
Your
James, when Robin and I were young, Time Tunnel was still screening.
That's true. We're old, Axel.
Time Tunnel was cool.
Yeah. No, my favorite is the original Doctor Who, though. Nothing has ever been made like that.
But back to Russia.
Doctor Who was based.
But yes, Lost in Space. Yes. Yeah. The original. And okay, then I'm going to go way back machine and just say one more time, The Day the Earth Stood Still, the original only, and the Lady Vanishes, the 1937 version. There you go.
How about the day of the Triffids?
What?
How does that help Ukraine? Okay.
The one is about deterrence. The Day the Earth Stood Still, and the second one, The Lady Vanishes, is about the bravery of a woman who pierces the enemy forces and obtains secret information and gets it back to headquarters in time.
Ah, so she worked for the SBU. You see, Axel, so it was connected.
All right, let me just because yet again, Mr. Trump has given an interview.
Oh no!
Where,
no!
Well, let me highlight this. I have to say it. That it's because there is evidently he is either not very well informed at the moment. Well,
Marcus.
Or he is not quite bending it back to the truth.
Can we take one from column A and one from column B?
Well, let me put it this way. Okay. So in his answers, which have been quoted across, I've now checked in the meantime, this is 5 different news platforms who all quote the same interview. I mean, he says certain things which are completely correct. Don't forget, that is the art of that kind of sale, right? You have to say things which are correct. You actually have to say things which are 90% of the time completely correct in order to get through your sale. All right? But let me highlight this. So, in a turn where he says that in a second term, if he were to win it, he would promise to do the very same thing which had, say, pushed other NATO countries, he means the European NATO members, to provide more funding for the alliance vis-a-vis, say, its defense towards Russia. And then he is quoted, now it comes, why aren't these countries going dollar for dollar with us? Obviously, it's got to be more important. They're right there. We're not. We have an ocean separating us. Why is it that they're in for a tiny fraction of what we are in terms of payments with regard to Ukraine? That is what in tennis, in Wimbledon, if it were still, say, a reputable place to play, you would call an unforced error. Because that's wrong. And it's very wrong. And it has been wrong since summer, when European nations, both EU as well as Europeans and European members of NATO jointly, because it includes European Economic Area nations, EEA, such as Norway, and it includes, of course, Britain, which is not in the EU anymore, unfortunately, for the purposes of having a good, proper, sober voice in the EU, albeit that I know that those who have a proper, sober voice in Britain actually elected to leave, which is a pity, because we could really use their voice. But okay, fair enough, it is what it is. Having said this, Europe has contributed currently about 20% more in terms of total aid. 18 and a half, 20, whatever. Doesn't really matter, changes every day, with every week, than the United States of America, and so it should. Nobody's complaining about it. It's completely correct. But yeah, if he then continues, so we're in for perhaps 200 billion more. It could be more. Very classic Trump kind of communication. Nobody really even knows the number. Oh, really? And they're in for a tiny fraction of that. Very unfair. I say they have to equalize it. If they don't equalize, the United States cannot keep doing as the United States is 36 trillion in debt. Well, all right.
Axel, the real problem with this is that his low information voters, people swallow this because they don't keep up with the news or anything. This can be very damaging.
He could rewrite the 10 Commandments and they would just accept those as the new 10 Commandments.
What do you mean 10? I thought there were 9.
I put it back in.
Didn't we start out with 15? Do you remember Mel Brooks?
Sometimes
Really?
James delivers like the best time jokes.
No, see, this is the art of that trade is to focus on repetitive intrusion into your deeper understanding of right and wrong and fairness. He needs to touch things, or the seller needs to touch items which are so deeply vested in your own core that it doesn't matter what the facts are.
Got that right.
Bruce, and then James.
Yeah. To be fair, I'm not convinced that these packages we send to Ukraine is the best way to go. I think they actually would do a lot better with the same amount of money and gear if we gave them better predictability. I think what we should do in the alliance of the willing is to agree on let's say 0.5% of our GDP or something should go to Ukraine for a foreseeable future, so that they could plan a lot better. I'm not sure about the numbers here, but in principle, give them a steady flow of money that they know will come and that they can plan on how to use that. That's what we should work for, in my opinion.
Well, that is happening already. But Bruce, it's a very good point. But that is actually happening already. Sorry, I was just getting distracted here, because the funds which are coming forward in terms of European aid, they are predominantly financial aid. Financial aid both for the member states who are currently hosting all the Ukrainian refugees, which are now called yet again displaced persons. And that's fine. We're back to actually the good thing is this is all U.S. Army terminology from 1944, 1945. Displaced persons. That's comes from exactly that. But then again, they are also refugees, of course. So we're dealing with that, and certain nations are receiving funding for it. Some nations do not even accept the funding. So, for example, Germany just records it as a contribution. That's it. Other nations receive funding because they need it for their budget because they just don't have the wealth. And that's fine. It's completely. This is not a time where you ask as to how much do you have in your pocket, but how much do you need in your pocket. That's how it goes. And that's the good thing about European solidarity. It actually works. Yes, there is Mr. Orban who is completely nuts, but so what? So he can't stop it. And the Europeans are contributing exactly that funding. Ukraine does not have to worry about funding because the Europeans are providing the funding. Hello, my American friends. So if you listen to Donald Trump or President Biden, who both have made this a big funding crisis, there is no such thing. It does not exist. What needs to be ascertained is how the funding is legalized and fit into the existing budgets. And it's better to have a sensible budget position for it, which is why it makes sense to have one properly legalized setup in the United States and to segregate it from military aid. And that's completely fine because the president could render most of the military aid required anyway. And you who do this, you know exactly what I mean. There is no such thing as scarcity. And even this president, whilst he is old and he may not know all these things, he has been a very, 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 very long-standing politician in the Senate and knows or has at least heard of all these things, whilst he has not been in power until he came into this as a vice president. But he should know what he is supposed to be talking about. All right? So you have all the approvals. You have all the budgets. You have everything in the DoD and in your agencies which you need for all these things. And you have USC 2321J. So you can transfer whatever you need. For the financial aid, for the humanitarian aid, you just simply need to make up your mind. So please make sure that your Congress circus is finally working. And in the meantime, the European countries separately, directly, indirectly, through a guarantee-backed scheme and different budgeting will do whatever they need to do. They've done so already. Most recently, 71 billion to date, and then they will add another 50, and if need be, a bit more. There is no such thing as a lack of money in the world. People need to understand this. Liquidity there is no limit to liquidity. This is a matter of will. If we want Ukraine to win, if we've convinced our politicians, our elites, that the pressure of the population for freedom to be defended by means of winning is there, if we're telling our politicians on municipal, on regional, on state level, on federal level, that we want to defend freedom in future more than anything else, that we value freedom more than anything else, that we are not happy with genocides of the Uyghurs by the Chinese, that we'd rather sacrifice the cheap goods in Costco and Walmart and with say all the expensive high margin products provided by Apple or by Samsung to us. We're not happy to have them. if they come from genocidal countries, then our politicians will follow. We have to tell them that.
James, back to you.
That's why I think that Chuck Farr is right about the length of the war. The things that are coming up now, all of the production capacity that's coming up now, and it's going to be increasing over the next year. And then after that, there'll be so many other new things coming in, I think, in the pipeline that victory will be quite possible then. So I think that's why he's been saying it's going to be at least so long. But I still like Budanov's comment about, like, if you think, 7, 8 years, 10 or months, 10 months, 12 months is a long time, then yeah, it's going to be a long war. But he said that a month or so ago. And I think that is about right. It'll go longer than that, but he's saying not much longer. So Budanov should not be dismissed, and I'm still anxious to see what's going to happen. And anyway, that was it. I'm going to go get outside, so I step down from a speaker whenever I do that in case I accidentally press buttons.
Otherwise, you get to listen to a slice of life, right, James?
You know it.
I can see that we have news coming up from the Towers of Fire of Blackpool mockers.
Yeah, there's not really that much that's flammable up there. It didn't take very long to put it out, but I think they had to use 5 fire engines just to, reach.
Your defense is terrified. Blackpool on fire.
Well, actually, there's a big fire in Bryansk right now, located near the Telly Centre. It's a large building, not a lot of detail, but there's a lot of snap, crackle and popping sounds in the fire itself, which suggests perhaps some sort of ammunition, maybe. So, yeah, just keeping an eye on the, district heating.
The crackling, wonderful. Are they doing popcorn?
Well, I might get some. You never know.
All right. If you carry on for a second, I'll grab myself something and then we continue talking about everything outside of Blackpool.
Well, there was also an explosion in Melitopol earlier. Now, don't know exactly what it was, but there was also a HIMARS strike earlier on today on a Akhmat group. Now, we said we hadn't heard much about the Chechens recently, and then the next thing, they're on fire. So that happened. Oh, yes, I knew there was something else in Bryansk. It was noted that the Strela radio factory in the Bryansk region appears to have been attacked by a Ukrainian UAV. So, a few things going on, just a few things going on. It seems to be Bryansk's turn this evening. Earlier on in the day, Crimea was receiving some loud sounds reported, not only in Sevastopol, but Simferopol and Krasnoperekopsk. That one. Might have even said that almost correct. Krasnoperekopsk. Almost. So it's not been a dull day, I must say. There's plenty been going on. Certainly some booms.
Oh, it's always good to have a few booms. Thank you.
Yeah, well, you know me. I'll always bring them if I see them. problem is, especially with Crimea now, that they're very good at locking down information coming out. So unless it's something particularly spectacular, we have to just sort of wait until perhaps Atesh report on it. But one thing we do get lots of reports of, though, especially from Russian channels, is just the terrible situation they're in. So they keep, like, you know, sending videos about how there's only a few of them left now, and look at the conditions we're in and stuff. You would think that that would give them an idea about, you know, continuing on. It has been stated today that approximately 20 soldiers surrendered today. I'm trying to remember what area. It might have been in the left bank area. But yeah, there is more and more talk of, I can't call them soldiers, people surrendering at certain areas. So yeah, I feel as though probably the winter weather is maybe just easing them into that thought a little bit more.
Denjon.
Yeah, Marcus, I think you're wrong. It's not the winter; it's eggs. Well, lack of eggs, really. Yeah, just have to say that. Seems to be a trend on Twitter now with eggs. Can't believe it, but there we are. Here we are.
Yes, so eggs are a big thing. Very cute.
Well, we call there were eggs and potatoes, different forms of grenades when I was young, and we had to train. So it's a long time ago.
Yeah, no, there's other things. So,
I can see that Yehuda and Emma are coming up, but it's shows us connecting. Let's see how that goes. Marcus.
Oh, I was just going to add a little bit more to the egg saga. So did you hear today that some egg kingpin was shot at? That's right. A guy who owns quite a number of hatcheries, I suppose, or whatever you call them, egg places. Yeah, his car was shot at, and he's currently undergoing a court case for fixing the price of eggs too high. So yeah, serious business, eggs, I'll have you know. Right, I'm going to pop out anyway.
Are we
and,
seriously discussing egg fixing now?
Oh yeah, it's a big thing, egg fixing. Yeah, it's a big thing.
These things have been known to really crack up societies. It's not something that's going to go over easy.
Well, let them eat cake.
can I ask Marcus before she leaves, please? I think only she can answer this. Marcus, was he exaggerating the price or what? I know it's bad now. Yehuda is going to slap my face for trying to bring a dad joke. But anyway, there we go. Was it?
The jokes have just been worse all day, but yeah, there's been
You mean a dad joke? A dad joke or a bad joke?
Both. Why not both? Right. Anyway, I'm off skis. Love yous.
Yehuda, can we hand over to you? There seems to be a code of silence. Denjon, as you will have heard, in the meantime, we are in the cone of silence at this point in time. Yehuda is gone yet again. I can see M at least with us. M, good evening.
Good evening, Axel. Good evening, everyone.
All righty, are you going to start your show?
All right, no worries. Welcome everyone to the MriyaReport. We're about to start the Middle East segment. We've been doing this for quite some time now. discussing the current situation in the Gaza Strip and the war that is raging between the IDF and the Palestinian factions in the Gaza Strip to better understand its Russian connection and its Russian angle and how we can help the same way we helped in Ukraine. So, in today's news, if we go to the Institute for the Study of War tweets and see what they released about the Gaza Strip, we can see that they are focusing mainly on the clearing operations and the holding operations that the IDF is currently conducting in the northern sector of the Gaza Strip, which featured some ambush and harassment. Ambush and harassment ops by the Palestinian armed factions, sometimes behind the IDF lines as the IDF advanced and cleared many sections of the northern sector of the Gaza Strip. And let's see if we can get you back up. Axel, anything interesting that you saw? Anything that you want to comment on?
The thing is, I've not been able to track much of what happened in your neck of the woods earlier today. I only saw comments about legality issues and the likes being discussed in Europe, but it seems that Europeans with the Christmas and New Year season have simply fallen away, which is despicable and it's irresponsible. But then again, no news in that regard. There's no National Security Council in Germany, so as a consequence, they're not even properly fully at it. Alrighty, I'm trying to get Yehuda back up. Hold on. Yehuda.
Axel, when I can speak, I'll let you know. I'm having audio issues. Just wait, please.
Sorry, I didn't know. I apologize. Sorry, mate. All right, let's try M.
Yeah, I'm here, all working.
Alrighty. Well, then we carry on. In the meantime, and what else is happening in the Middle East?
Well, it seems
By the
that
way,
some Hamas officials will be arriving in Cairo tomorrow. So Friday, local time, Hamas officials will be arriving in Cairo to discuss a deal between Hamas and the Israeli state to end the war, or just agree to another ceasefire or another truce in order to exchange hostages. So that's something that will happen tomorrow that a lot of people have been discussing today as well.
I'm good to go now. Thanks, guys. I could just had major problems with the audio. So if you need to pop down, Axel, and get some sleepy time.
Sure. No
Thank
worries.
you for everything. Sorry
Thank you
about
very
that.
much.
Just getting frustrated with these earphones and this phone in general and bad connection. So we'll go ahead and change the title. Thanks so much to Axel, previous co-host, for doing the needful and long-range missile updates from Ukraine. The best information, most consistent information on missiles from Ukraine and in Ukraine that you can find anywhere on the internet. That's what our listeners tell us, and we'll take their word for it. Thanks so much. And here we go. Please retweet the space. You know the rules or the routine. And we're going to go ahead and invite our friends over. Always a good time. M, I understand there's a big party in Egypt coming up. And I know you talked about it, but what does it mean? What are they looking to get out of this?
So far, it seems that the political bureau of Hamas is still trying to survive this crisis. They still want to protect the group from being completely disbanded and dissolved. They want to make sure that they have a part or a place in Gaza's future. And they want to leverage the hostages card to the extreme, get everything they can get with that card, which is something I think that needs to be taken into consideration. However, the lives of those hostages are quite important, and the government is doing everything it can to release them. But still, That's what I think they will do tomorrow.
Does this kind of make them seem really delusional? Like, isn't it really? Somehow the Israelis are going to say, yeah, I think we'll have you at the table. You know what I mean? Or
Yehuda, your voice is
can't
cutting out
possibly
really
be
bad.
this stupid.
Yehuda, your voice is cutting out really bad. Can you hear me? Right. Let's go to Kiki for the time being.
Hi, I had a question for Yehuda, but I can't hear him either. The question was, I wanted to know about Nakba. I don't know, I kind of know what that is. I've trying to learn from reading from different sites on Twitter and listening to your shows. And one of the questions or arguments, debates that I've run across is that the Palestinians are fighting the Israeli terrorists because they took their homes during Nakba. And I don't know what that means. I think it's around 1948. So I think when Yehuda comes back, maybe he could explain
I'm
that.
sure I'm
Or
good too.
if you
Can you
know.
hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry about
Yes.
the connection. So the Nakba, big catastrophe was coined by a Syrian in referencing the departure of Arabs of Palestine and the loss of the Arab nations against Israel in '48. It's become synonymous in modern parlance with, quote unquote, the genocide and the expelling of 750, a million Palestinian Arabs. The numbers are not necessarily agreed on, and it's not, they weren't even, to say they were all expelled would be incorrect. Many of them fled. There are all sorts of resources you can find. I think Will, if he's listening, has some great clips from the head of the Palestine Broadcasting Corporation. If they could put it up in the nest, I don't know. So it's used as a very emotive. It's kind of something that's spoken about akin to the Holocaust in certain circles. Like that's what it's used to, like, juxtapose against. Like, you have the Holocaust, but we have the Nakba, and it sounds really horrible, and it's kind of made to seem like, Israelis or the Jews are these horrible people that forcibly, like, kicked out hundreds of thousands, 750,000 Arabs from their homes and to stole their country. The truth is quite different than that. And unfortunately, it's used as a cudgel against Israel. I don't personally, subscribe to that. It doesn't, the facts don't play out that way. But yes, it's something that needs to be addressed because it's something that's taught, like almost from the mother's milk there, in mother's milk, that this is what happened and this is why we're angry and this is why we're doing what we're doing. So I don't know if you want to add anything, Em.
I just
Yeah.
wanted to, would you explain briefly what happened? I know it's lots of history, but so that's
I
one thing
just
that
did.
I can't answer is that
I
Palestinians
just
were kicked out.
Yeah, I just did. So hundreds of thousands of Palestinians left because of lies that their own government told them, or the governments of other nations, that the Jews had committed, thousands of massacres and that they were raping and murdering people. So the head of the Palestine Broadcasting Corporation explains he did it because they thought it would invigorate the public to kill Jews. Instead, they ran away out of fear. So this led to a huge exodus of Arabs from the fledgling state of Israel, which is not what Ben Gurion or the early Israeli leadership even thought or expected. Hundreds of thousands stayed, but hundreds of thousands of them left. Now, I would argue perhaps this is just my conjecture, the reason why they've created this origin myth is some of them are probably embarrassed that they left, right? So it had to be said we were kicked out. Now, were there war crimes committed? Yeah, to a small extent there was. There were issues with smaller Jewish militia groups, Leahy, Palma, Stern Gang, but the extent is nothing in compared to the scope that certain people teach. So I mean, I could go through example by example, and you'd be hard pressed to find anywhere near what they say happened. So there was in the Triangle, the Southwest, about 25,000 Arabs that were expelled. Ben Gurion's general said, "Listen, we're fighting this war here. We got this here, and we don't trust them here." And he went back on his word and did expel them towards Egypt. I think towards Egypt or the West Bank. But other than that, hundreds of thousands of them fled before they even saw an Israeli soldier. But a lot of them were also told, get out of the way because we're going to invade and we don't want you to be in the way, which is a reasonable thing to say if you expect to win. So not sure if that helps answer your question. And if I've missed anything, let me know.
What would be a good source to to read? I know nothing about the Middle East other than what I've read since October 7th and what I've heard you say and M say, explain. So I'm trying to find information so I can understand and I can debate better and learn more. What would be a good source?
I got a lot. I don't have them on me right now, but there's a lot of books I could recommend. I've been asked to make a reading list, and I'll do that. Also, a very simple one is just go to YouTube right now. Go look up Arab-Israeli 50 Years War, the Arabs and Israelis, by PBS. It's about a 6-hour documentary, I think, or 5-hour. It is well worth it. From in that documentary, you'll see the names of dozens of people, firsthand people that were there, and go read their books because they all wrote books. They all have biographies. They all have information that you could learn plentiful stuff from. It's all first person stuff too. It's amazing. That's one of the best documentaries. It'll help you understand the conflict. Yeah. So someone could put
Thank
that in
you.
the nest too. Yeah, it's a really great resource. It's a really, really great resource. Cheers. All right, M. Are you good? Or
Yeah, I was just updating the title. I'm here.
all right. We're just getting situated. I'm having major audio issues lately. Bad weather off in the boonies where I live has affected my internet signals. So I apologize for that. And we're going to bring up some more people again. Do retweet this space, and we're going to see, what the latest updates. This will be the last update for a bit because there's going to be a break for him. He's got an Egyptian pyramid party on New Year's. They scream Imhotep, Imhotep. They want to see if it raises any old pharaohs that have been hiding in the cracks. Robin.
Hey there. Really quick, I'm about to get on a bus. Em, you recommended a book to one of our fellow co-hosts that I actually got a copy of also. It's a question and answer format about the whole, Middle East Israel business. It's a very good book. If you could remind our listener of what the name of that was, that I think is a very good resource also. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes, it's a book that I recommended for James, if I recall correctly. Let me get his book's name here.
In the meantime, do invite anyone here that you'd like, and long range. All right, long range missiles. I think we'll change that one. All right,
So
it's fine the way it is.
the name of the book is Myth and Facts: The Guide to the Arab-Israeli Conflict by Mitchell G. Bard. This one is a very straightforward read. It's an entry level read. Once you read that one, you pretty much cover all bases. But of course, you need to read more than just one book. But if you want to start somewhere, this book is one of the easiest ways and the easiest points to start at.
Can you repeat it, please? Name and author.
Myth and Facts: A Guide to the Arab-Israeli Conflict by Mitchell G. Bard, Beta Alpha Radio Delta.
And just a little interesting one sent to me, and I'd heard it earlier. There was a strange occurrence during the 7th of October in the town of Sderot. Hamas terrorists that entered a synagogue were looking to kill everyone in it, but according to the cameras, but there's a portion of a Jewish prayer that is read called the Amida, and the Amida is said in silence, complete silence. So it's one of the it's a very super important prayer, and it's in complete silence, even if there are 100 people, and you don't hear a peep. And apparently, according to Israeli news report, Hamas terrorists went into the synagogue, didn't make it as far as the sanctuary because they couldn't hear a word, so they thought no one was in it, and they left. What a strange what a coincidence. So if you want to see that, you can check it out. I'll put it in here. And I had heard about it, but I didn't know if it was true. Definitely, I'll put it up in the nest. I guess a coincidence, if you will, where divine. I'm not sure much divine was going on that day, so I'll just let you figure it out. A coincidence.
Right. There are reports of attacks against Damascus airport. Some people are denying that the airport was attacked again. Others say that it was attacked indeed. There are certainly raids going on to Lebanese territories right now. Several alarm sirens are going off at the UNIFIL posts and camps on the southern border right now. So it seems that there is also action happening between Hezbollah and the IDF on the northern border. That front over there is something that the IDF did not start, something the IDF has been defending against, and something that forced the displacement of tens of thousands of civilians. It is something that the state of Israel tried to work on diplomatically, convincing Hezbollah to retreat beyond the Litani River line to satisfy I believe it's 1701 UN Security Council resolution. But still, Hezbollah doesn't seem convinced, and they are still attacking the Israeli territories from Lebanese territories, and the IDF is still responding in kind to their attacks. So that's one thing happening also in this conflict or in this crisis, and it's heating up action on the northern front. How do you see Hezbollah going forward, Jan? Or we can take more hands. So if you'd like
Sorry,
to ask
sorry.
us.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah. Well, my bad. That one is on me. All right, let's. We got some people coming up. I half missed that. So, all right. I can't add that person. We have an Ira Jetty who tried connecting. You have to close, leave the room, and come back in. And again, sorry. Had sick kids for a bit and bad weather. It's it is what it is. Let's go to Kiki.
You just mentioned Lebanon, and I just read about that there might be fighting, or maybe there's fighting already in the north of Israel. Is Israel's, how large is Israel? Are they able to fight in the north and in Gaza, and if there are other problems?
Sure
I'm just
can.
wondering.
Yeah. You got to remember, Gaza's a a few kilometers by 50 kilometers long, and the Israelis have got that taken care of, and they mobilized, who knows, maybe 1 million troops, a couple 100,000 standing army. They're not hurting there, and they don't have to invade Lebanon. They just have to stop Lebanon or Hezbollah from invading Israel, right? So there are attacks. The Hezbollah not playing nice. They were told what to do, what not to do, and they continue to do the wrong thing. So the Israelis have been attacking those targets, just like they warned them to quite a bit. So as far as Lebanon goes, I still don't see Hezbollah. It's a lot of talk. It's I don't see them doing anything. I see them rattling their saber, pretending to be tough guys. In Israel, the majority opinion was on the 7th of October that in the next day or two, if Hezbollah is going to do something, they're going to do it then. And if they don't do it then they're just going to posture. They're going to posture to try to intimidate or to make it look like on the Arab Street that they're doing something, because initially Hamas terrorists came out saying that Iran was with them and involved Hezbollah. Then when nothing happened, they started saying, no, they have nothing to do with them, because they were told probably from Tehran, stop saying that it's us, because you're going to get us in trouble. And they don't want to die. So that's why they do what they do. But yes, Israel can take a multi-front war. It's done it before with far more sophisticated enemies in the governments of Syria and Egypt. Hezbollah is still a terrorist organization, and Hamas obviously was a terrorist organization. Now it'll be a footnote in a terrorist encyclopedia, I suspect. What do you think?
I think they're done. I think that this organization has reached the end of its cycle. They still want to maneuver to remain politically present on the Palestinian stage, but I don't think that's the case. I think this specific attack has changed everything for them and has changed tolerance towards their rhetoric, their actions, their secure organization or secret organization for good, globally and within Arab communities.
Before the 7th of October, if there was, an increase in positive interactions, and I could see that Hamas would be invited to a table down the road. But obviously all of that changed on the 7th of October, like not even remotely ever an opportunity, right? Like,
I don't believe that anyone considers them part of the solution. They are delusional. They think that no solution can go forward without going through them, that any solution has to go through them, and that's completely delusional, and it will be proven wrong. But that's the situation right now. Yes, everyone thinks that they should be taken out, that the status quo they created 17 years ago needs to come to an end, not just a pause, not a change of form or framework or controls. No, a complete change needs to go away. They have no place in the future of Gaza or the future of the occupied territories or that geographical area, whatever it is.
And no one thinks that, not even the Palestinian Authority. The Palestinian Authority is very, very, very probably behind the scenes, very smiley and very happy, And Arya, nice to see you. We're going to introduce our good friend Arya, Israeli fighting in Ukraine, and I don't know exactly where he is now, but he's traveling the world fighting for freedom everywhere. Jeez Louise, Arya, you've been a busy man the last 2 years. Welcome. We hope you're well.
Good evening. I'm currently outside of Ukraine at the moment. I'm in America trying to bring awareness that the war is still going on in Ukraine.
Nice. Are you going with a group of veterans, or who are you going with?
No, I'm going with I'm here with some NGOs. They've got me some meetings and some interviews on TV.
Great. Well, you should come on as well when you're there. Right now, we're just doing a Middle East update, so stick around for that. But we'd love to pick your brain and see what you're telling American leaders and NGOs about all the good work that has to be done and continues to be done in Ukraine. So thanks for that, Arya. And God bless you for the great commitment to Ukraine.
Thank you. And what you previously said about a two-front war, Israel is quite capable of fighting in the south and the north. They had the men and the power
Women.
to fight.
100%. Thanks, Arya. We've got El Asar wants to ask a question. Go for it.
Thank you. Well, I have a question or wondering. We've seen that a lot of players, or let's call them a couple of players for now, in Gaza who are using legitimate grievances to promote illegitimate goals of them, and they have been successful in getting traction on the Arab streets, and quite a bit of sympathy from a lot of groups. Do you think it's applicable to Hezbollah? Because if they get popular, I think yeah, I don't think it would be nice. But do you think people will start sympathizing or supporting Hezbollah if there's a war?
Them?
I believe Hezbollah lost political capital after their intervention in the Syrian civil war. Whatever respect they had and they commanded across the Arab world was definitely diminished after their participation on Assad's side and killing the Syrian Sunni population and losing tons of fighters to Muslim Brotherhood and Hamas, trained and funded fighters in Syria, amongst other factions that fought against them. Their ceremonial participation in the crisis since October 7th, in my opinion, is not what everyone hoped for. It's not what the Arab street was waiting for. They were waiting for Hezbollah of 2006 and 2008. They didn't realize that Hezbollah of 2023 will just focus on hitting pylons for a week first before they try to develop their attacks or use other weapons or light up other targets. But back to you, Yehuda.
An update about the attacks in Syria. Not only did the Israeli force strike targets in Syria, but it also very, very suspiciously had a lot of targets in an area, Tal Hassan, which is very close to the Jordanian border, which tells me that there was more of these shenanigans that Syria is allowing to manifest itself to attack Jordan or to smuggle things into Jordan. And that sounds about right, no?
I would say there has been an increased uptick in smuggling operations into the West Bank through Jordan
Why?
territories.
And what is
I don't
being
know.
smuggled?
I think someone is trying to arm the West Bank, to be quite honest.
Makes sense. They want to gin up
What's being
the terrorists there.
smuggled is handguns and rifles, rifle parts. It's handguns and rifles and munitions, handguns, rifles and munitions. So small arms and small caliber munitions, basically.
That would make sense. Iran and Hezbollah and Hamas would love the retrograde terrorist sympathizers who exist in the West Bank. Not all of them, obviously. They'd love for them to start doing stuff. They'd love for them to start making a scene to show the world, look, Israel's attacking Palestinians everywhere. Look how bad they are. So the Israelis and the Jordanians are very much in lockstep at stopping these smuggling operations across the Syrian border. And that's why you see the Israelis uncharacteristically firing at targets right on the Jordanian border because they want to make sure they don't get to Jordan, and it absolves Jordan of the responsibility of doing it in a way because they are Israeli warplanes doing it. So it sounds, I consider this a good thing in the sense that this sounds like desperation. It smells of desperation, right? And that's where we're at. So we're going to keep going with that one. So that's a new update. Also, General Musavi, who was killed in an airstrike, just not too important in in what's it, flagrante delicto. Apparently, the woman he was killed with was in fact not his wife, and so that's been leading to speculation throughout Arab media that he was killed with his mistress. Tell me. Doesn't even matter, really, I guess, right? But
It matters. Thing is, so a few minutes ago, Hezbollah published a message asking the residents of southern Lebanon to disable their CCTVs and any
Yes.
monitoring devices connected to the internet, because they believe that Israel is using those networks to identify and kill Hezbollah members. So yeah, it's significant.
Yeah, well, that's a different issue, right? We're talking about him, like his indiscretions, because he's such a holy spiritual guy. Of course, that's where the joke is on the Arab Street that I've read, mocking him for being with someone who wasn't his wife. But yeah, no, and the CCTV stuff for sure. They've figured out or suspected that the Israeli defense forces have been using CCTV feeds from southern Lebanon to acquire targets, which is a pretty smart idea.
Yeah, it is potentially, if they can gain access to those streams and analyze the footage, identifying the persons appearing in it in real time, and coming up with a plan to target ones who are considered high value targets. It's a huge success, of course. So if you would like to ask us a question or bring a topic for
Sorry.
discussion, feel free to send a speaker request, and back to you, Yehuda.
Absolutely. Yeah, sorry. I was going to ask Arya if he has any news from his friends on the ground in Israel of anything going on. Arya, anything you want to share with us?
To be quite honest, I haven't heard much of anything in the past couple of days, apart from the fact that we're losing too many soldiers.
Okay. No, that's fair. I mean, a lot less than what could be expected for an operation of this level. So that's one thing as well.
Well, it's to be expected. Gaza is so dense and closely housed, and the tunnels are everywhere, so it's to be expected.
100%. All right. Sorry about that. Still a little bit of audio. Anyways, thank you for the questions. We're getting a lot of questions actually being texted. And so one of the questions I've got here from one of the audience is how long does Israel expect to be fighting in Gaza? So unsure. The Israelis, we hear that they've been given numbers such as, within a month, or January or February, they should be done. I'm not sure if that's possible, but we are hearing that the Israelis intend to do that. But obviously, the operational tempo will be dictated not just by the Israelis but by the enemy. So we're still looking at what's going on with hostages. I suspect until the confirmation of hostages being killed or rescued is complete, the Israelis will not stop doing what they're doing. I think that would be the key factor there.
I agree. Let's go to Kiki and then AL. Kiki, go ahead.
I have a question for Aria, please. What you're able to tell. How is it determined which are the Hamas members once they're surrendered? And we've seen pictures when they have to take their clothes off just to make sure they don't have bombs on them. And then how is it processed that they're either actually Hamas members when many of the civilians are also complicit with what Hamas is doing? What can you tell us?
It's generally known that anyone that is taken prisoner is going to be interrogated and to find out which organization they belong to, whether it's Fatah or Hamas or Jihad Islami. They're going to be questioned.
Fair enough. All right, yeah, welcome to the panel, and we'll go to you. Oh, I'm not sure if his phone shut down. And yeah, can you hear us? Okay, well, I'm not sure what's going on now, but Em, I don't know if you can hear me. So just a brief update again, just to wrap up some of the information that's coming out of Israel. We do see the continued attacks on Hamas infrastructure and through the terror tunnel and the networks. One of the things that's been obvious is the death count of Israeli soldiers seems to very much be engineering soldiers and officers, and we're seeing that increase, and I expect that's because they are breaching walls, they're breaching buildings, and we're going to continue to see more of that, obviously, because this is very much a heavily engineering heavy operation. So we're going to continue to see that as the operation moves forward. And I don't know if Em's audio is broken.
I'm here.
Okay.
It's working.
And we're going to go to David Bailey.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I had a question for Em. It might be a little bit on a tangent, so if you want to ignore it, that's also fine. The question's related to Hezbollah and Daniel Kinahan, in cocaine trafficking and money laundering, and the Iranian regime, and maybe Hamas as well. So basically, the question is, can you give any more background on that case? Just to give the other listeners a bit of background, Daniel Kinahan is a very famous, crime gang leader. Is actually it's his dad that's the main kingpin, Christy Kinahan, based in Dublin, but they've been based in Dubai until recently, and I think he's now on an island somewhere, which is owned by Iran, and there's a $5 million reward out for this guy at the moment, because he was picked up in connection with a lady who was laundering money for Hezbollah. And yeah, so that was my question to him.
Yeah, well, it's the history of Hezbollah and narco-terrorism goes back years. I mean, I don't personally know the origin story, how they started focusing on that, but several studies of the funding of Hezbollah found that most of the money is coming from certain Lebanese groups, private persons, and some African businesses as well, run by Lebanese in diaspora. But the main bulk of the money coming in comes from their drug deals with the cartels in South America. At some point, they developed an understanding, a framework for operation with cartels in South America that they now more or less control good portions of at least two South American countries when it comes to smuggling operations. There are a couple of papers published on this matter that you can find. The Washington Institute actually worked on that, if I recall correctly. And there was, I believe, a paper about them as well on the Small Wars journal. And maybe the New Lines magazine as well worked on something similar, but that's all I know for now, David.
Just some housekeeping. DC, we can't DC song. You're a lot of people are just circling, they're cycling, they can't seem to be coming up. So just close the space and come back in, or close Twitter and come back in. You should be able to come in. Sorry about that. There are just issues with Twitter. Thanks. David, a follow-up from you?
No, I think that's fine. It's just an interesting connection. There's obviously a connection there with the FSB as well and South American cartels. Yeah, all one twisted, disgusting web.
All right, let's go back to Kiki.
Hi, I have another question for Adia. Just curiosity, since anyway, since you're here, what percentage, or are there many soldiers who stay in the, like, I guess everybody has to do 1 or 2 years, and then there's a regular army, I guess, permanent army. What percentage of them speak Arabic? Is that something that's encouraged, or is it something that people don't want to speak, or do want to speak? Just curious. Thanks.
There's quite a few Sardic Jews that speak Arabic. I would say quite a high percentage of Sardic Jews in the army speak Arabic at some level.
All right. Thank you for that, Area. If you would like to ask us a question or bring up a topic for discussion, feel free to send us a speak request. And MriyaReport has been covering the Russian invasion of Ukraine since its very beginning, 24/7. And currently we are covering the Middle East on our Middle East segment, bringing you the most recent updates on what has been happening in the Gaza Strip and Israel since the October 7th attack. And coming up next is Sanduko. Sanduko, please go ahead.
I think I have a follow question for Yuda. Something from if he can hear me. I'm not sure because he had.
I can hear you. Go for it.
You spoke last week, I think, about the UN that regarding the tunnels, that now like they have proof, and the whole world can see that the money that they send there, went to the tunnels and to attack Israel, and like I didn't understand in politics at all before 7th October, but I knew about the tunnels. Like we all knew about it, that this exists, and I feel like if I knew about it, everyone should know about it. It's kind of weird that the world is discovering it only now, and it seems like something truly unbelievable that in UN all those people, they didn't know about where the money goes. Like why we need to prove it? Like everyone should know about it before. My question is we really need to believe that in UN they didn't know about the problem and they discovering it only now?
I'm not sure they're discovering it. It's the proof is being shown to them now, right? So if Israeli said that, I mean, obviously intelligence agencies of these countries around the world obviously been telling their leaders what's happening. It's not. It's not a secret, right?
I cannot hear you. You're
Cement
cutting
going to
out.
Gaza, yet buildings aren't being built, right? So obviously people know it's coming from somewhere. Can you hear me now?
Barely. I don't know. There is some problem in connection. Maybe I will just hear it after you continue. I will run the recording. You know.
No, it's not you. It is Yehuda.
Yeah, Yehuda will be cycling back up. No worries. Thank you, Ria. And thank you, Kiki. I'll just wait for him to join us again. So yeah, let's go back to covering what has been going on over there. Bring some news. So we're seeing a reduced number of instances of rockets being fired into Israeli territory from the Gaza Strip. That doesn't mean that the Palestinian factions inside the Gaza Strip have lost the full capability of launching rockets into Israeli territories, but the numbers have been decreasing. Several workshops were found by the IDF and dismantled. And the same thing has been happening to other types of weapons and munitions, and also to electronic gadgets and various forms of intelligence that the IDF have been recovering while operating in the Gaza Strip. And back to you, Arya.
Yeah, going back to Sanduka's question about the tunnels, the world knew about the tunnels, especially the United Nations. Anyone that's aware of United Nations should know that they are closing their eyes when it comes to Hamas and other organizations against Israel. If you look at the amount of resolutions against Israel, you know that they are biased. They knew the tunnels were there. They knew that how they were financed, and they closed their eyes to it.
But did they really
Well,
just
going
close the eyes
forward,
to it? Sorry, can I?
no. Well, the thing is, the problem with UNRWA and other institutions is that they were co-opted by the Palestinian factions. That's the main problem. By co-opting, it means that because they hired local skills, basically through control of the staffing process, Hamas and other militant factions managed to infiltrate those organizations and co-opt them by hiring people who would only work on the agenda of Hamas and the other factions, not the well-being of the Palestinian people. So going forward, if UNRWA or any other organization will operate in the Gaza Strip or in the West Bank, there will be strict controls over the funds being sent through them and how they're being spent and what type of people they hire to operate on the ground. Or at least that's the only way I see forward regarding the operation of those organizations. But welcome, Eric. It's good to see
Hello,
you.
hello.
Any news you would like to shed light on today?
There isn't much. I'm sure you guys have been talking about. I mean, tell me what have you guys been talking about thus far? Did you talked about the North? Talked about Syria? What have I missed?
We talked about the North. We talked about Hezbollah's actions against the northern communities across the northern border, and news of an airstrike apparently near or at Damascus airport.
Correct.
So, and also we spoke a little bit about the smuggling operations being interdicted on the Jordanian borders between Syria and Jordan, and other smuggling operations into the West Bank. So those are the three main things we discussed regarding the Northern Front in a way.
Got it. So you've covered it then. Yeah, I mean, we've seen these kinds of attacks against in the vicinity of Damascus airport in the past. That's par for the course for interdiction of Iranian shipments to Syria, to Hezbollah. We'll see what the developments are for that moving forward. I don't have much on the south. Really, it's just sort of par for the course on Israel's operations in Gaza at this point. More focus on the center and on the south of the Strip, and with intense urban fighting, as we've been seeing over the last 24 to 48 hours.
Right. And any news about the arrival of Hamas leaders to Cairo tomorrow, and any discussions regarding a hostages deal?
I haven't seen any new developments, but my understanding is that they're off the record, right? Like, I don't have anything official, but my understanding is that simultaneous to the operations taking place on the ground, Israel has a market interest of finding a way of getting more hostages back, and is pursuing that diplomatic pathway. But I don't have specific details. I think Israel right now, a lot of Israelis are focused in the public sphere right now on the testimony that was published just a little bit ago from Mia and her brother, Mia Shem, the former hostages that were released a few weeks ago. And her testimony is extremely it's extremely difficult to listen to, but definitely worth it for those who want to hear from one of the former hostages.
Here's a question for you, Eric, before we go to Matthew. There was an announcement about raiding the offices of two exchange companies in the West Bank and confiscating their money in US dollars, I think $2.5 million or something similar, and announcing them as business that support terror. Can you shed more light on this? Because I think people need to understand how Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood and those groups also co-opt some industries like forex exchange in order to generate income and to fund terror operations.
Yeah, I mean, the terror financing is it's like a deep black hole of illicit activity that uses legitimate money exchanges and exchange houses. It's been going on for decades. Specifically, we're talking about the exchange houses between Gaza and the West Bank, but West Bank in particular, we can focus on legitimate, sanctioned money exchange houses that can transfer money between the West Bank and other areas around the world, or particularly from countries that, Hamas in particular can get their money to and from, whether that's Qatar or Turkey or other areas, possibly even in Europe. There are a number of organizations that have done deep dives and academic research on this. The ones that I can think of offhand that are worth looking into, and the most recent article was by FDD today, that Israel sees Hamas funds in its raid on West Bank money exchanges. So the FDD, the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, has a great article from today that talks about why Israel went after these exchange houses, and also dives into how Hamas uses cryptocurrency. So we're talking about a vast network of financial crimes and financial transactions that are all with the purpose of financing the terror group and its activities and its arms buying and arms transferring, illicit activities all around the world, not just in Gaza and the West Bank. But I would recommend anyone who's interested in it can do a deep dive, check out FDD, check out a number of these other think tanks that have dived into the terror financing, and why Israel in particular would be at this juncture be interested in seizing this money now and stopping these exchanges, because it's another way of cutting off a lifeline to Hamas, and making sure that the Hamas terror infrastructure collapses and doesn't have any breathing room.
Thank you, Eric. That was very informative. Matthew, please go ahead.
Thanks. Hello, everyone. So my question is about something that has been reported a bit in English-speaking press, but not too much, which is that since the beginning of the current war, Israel has been relaxing restrictions on individual, that is civilian ownership of guns, which until now have been very strict. I'm just curious whether anybody who's been in Israel or is familiar with the scene there knows how this process is unfolding, whether it's at all controversial particularly in light of Israel's well-publicized problems with gun violence in the Arab community, and also whether those newly licensed guns are being used in some way in the war effort or for civil defense, or basically just being purchased by individuals for their own self-defense.
Thank you, Matthew. Eric, would you like to take this one?
The weapons that are being issued to Israelis, is that what you're speaking about, Matthew?
I guess that's right. What I have read is that Israel has made it easier for civilians to acquire licenses for handguns, a process that in the past was very stringent and time-consuming. And so it's been reported that many more people now are in possession of guns than was the case before.
That is correct. They've made it a lot easier given the circumstances following October 7th. Previously to that, you had to have a legitimate reason. If you lived in the Judea and Samaria, if you lived in the Golan Heights, if you lived along the border with Gaza, you have more of a reason, more legitimate reason to obtain a firearm, a private firearm in Israel. But now anyone, to a certain degree, can gain access to owning a firearm. So you're seeing a lot new permits being issued much quicker, given the circumstances following October 7th. What that says about Israeli society moving forward, what that means for Israeli society moving forward, is obviously a big question. What I think about is, the kinds of mistakes and the errors that could happen, but also the kinds of situations that could be, where lives can be saved. Recently, there was a terror attack a few weeks ago in Jerusalem, and an armed civilian helped neutralize the terrorists that were involved, but they themselves ended up getting shot by an IDF soldier that was nearby, because there was a confusion, and you see somebody who's armed and you don't know if they're friend or foe if they're not wearing a uniform, right? So that can be troubling, and that situation is still under investigation, of course. But what I will say is that there are a lot of Israelis today, following the events of October 7th, that more inclined to arm themselves, because they don't want to be in a situation where, God forbid, there's a terrorist attack and they can't protect themselves, or there's an attack on their community and they can't protect themselves. On October 7th itself, those who were armed, who are part of Kitot Konanut, as we say in Hebrew, which are rapid response forces that are volunteer in nature for the most part. They did have some success in many regards during the events of October 7th, repelling terrorist attacks on certain communities in kibbutzim in the south. So it's a double-edged sword, to be sure, having more guns and more people armed, but I think the key is having them trained and making sure that they respond accordingly. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, in part. Thanks a lot. I would like to ask a follow-up, but I see other hands, so I will let others continue. Thanks very much.
No, go for the follow-up, Matthew, so that we can keep the flow of the conversation.
Well, sure, if it's really okay. I guess what I'm curious about is, Israel has had some well-publicized problems with organized crime, violence, and other kinds of gun violence in the Arab community. I'm just sort of curious whether there's any kind of debate about the wisdom of this policy in light of Israel's problems of crime.
I mean, crime in Israel is markedly, compare crime, like petty crime, street crime in Israel, compared to other developed nations, and is, in my last count, is much, much, much lower. There are two forms of major crime in Israel that I think are worth noting. One is mafia crime, so major crime, but usually that is limited between warring groups of mafiosi, sort of the organized crime. And then the other section of crime that's very few and far between. When that happens, you're not seeing the kinds of civilian entanglements, innocent civilian entanglements that you might see in other areas of the world. So that's on one hand. The second part is crime within the Arab community, the Israeli Arab community, which has seen a marked rise of the last few years, with murders and killings happening too often, it seems, in those communities within Israel. It's been something that's gotten a lot of been put on the political agenda to a degree, and it's something that is obviously of concern to those internal communities. So those are sort of the two major areas that you're seeing the crime. But in terms of petty crime and sort of like the everyday, the kind of crime you might unfortunately see in LA or New York or other major cities, Atlanta, Chicago, things like that, you're not seeing that in Israel, and you really haven't in its history. It's very rare to see that kind of crime. So I don't know if I would jump to saying like that's what we might end up seeing, but I also don't. I'm not a prophet. I'm not going to predict anything either.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Eric. Let's go to Groucho Marx fella.
Hey there. You can hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead, Marx.
Oh, that's a change. That's good. Hey, I put these in the purple pill on the bottom, um, and I don't know if this is I don't know if you'll be able to answer this, but um, there was a report the other day of an IDF soldier dying of a drug-resistant fungal infection, and I think the idea of infectious disease during war times, as often infection kills more people than actually bullets in historically in wars. Oh, and so I was just another thing that would probably bind Ukraine and the IDF together in this is that, and there was a follow-up article that in December there was an article about how a sizable number, like 51% of hospitalized Ukrainian casualties, was up to 50%. 14% of the patients, had healthcare associated infections, and there was a lot of antimicrobial resistance. And so, with all the explosions of mud, that's another consideration. In Gaza, you have a smaller area, a lot of infection being churned up into the mud, and how that will affect solutions going forward. So anyway, I just maybe like one thing just to call people's attention to, and I don't know if they're experts for MriyaReport or anyone else who, if it's interesting, that might be something to think about. But yeah, I thought it was very interesting. I mean, to have a fungal infection it was probably Aspergillus. But anyway, so just a suggestion and a thought, and I'll be quiet.
No, you're good.
Yeah, thank you for that. Let's go to Ben Zion.
Thank you so much. Hey everyone, my name is Benjamin. You can also call me Benji. Most of my family lives in Israel, and I'm really excited to be able to speak in this space and learn from other people such as Eric, who speaks incredibly in other spaces. I caught you on the tail end of talking about Syria with Stealth earlier. Just a little bit about me. I'm part of an organization called the Syrian National Alliance. Not only do we want to see Syria free from Assad, but I work with Syrians who are not afraid to talk with Israeli citizens and Jewish people of the world. So if you want to get to know more about us, please feel free to check out our organization. Some of us are speaking in Twitter spaces with Stealth and other Israelis already. So just a little olive branch. I'm coming in on the topic, so I won't, derail anything at all, but I wanted to speak on, or actually ask a question about a previous conversation that was brought up about Israeli gun permits. There's sadly like a lot of controversy always when it comes to Ben Gvir. When it comes to the permits of actually obtaining weapons, how many Israelis are actually getting these weapons, how many are not. I wanted to ask Eric really quickly, if you're familiar in the situation with Judea and Samaria, other than just having pistols, the Israeli military was handing out assault rifles to civilians in Judea and Samaria, including my own family that live in Hebron.
Did you cut out? Is he still talking? Did we lose you, Benjamin? Yeah, we lost him. Well, I assume that I can, if he comes back and has a different point to make, then I can answer it. But he mentioned the giving of assault weapons and assault rifles to oh, he's waving again. You want to bring him back up, Em?
Oh, sure, why not?
What I'll say is I'll continue based off of I think what the question was.
Finish it if you would
Benjamin,
like, if you can hear me, Eric.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Go
no
ahead.
worries.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much. There was an issue, and I'll post the links about it in Hebrew in the side chat. I can't find anything in English. The weapons were taken back at one point. There were a lot of people in Judea and Samaria coined as settlers. I just call them residents of Judea and Samaria. They were angry that their assault rifles were taken back. This was about probably a month ago. Has the situation been fixed, and have residents been able to receive weapons to defend themselves? Because there are many residents of Judea and Samaria that sadly don't feel that there's adequate security. Even though we know that the military does have a presence there, there's not a constant presence around all settlements, and nor do all Israeli residents of Judea and Samaria want constant military presence, if that makes sense. And that's just my first question.
Let me answer your first question. I answered the part about permits and getting licenses, and if you live in Judea and Samaria, you have more, we say, legitimacy. Again, I'm not speaking for the Israeli government or anything. like that. I'm saying my understanding of the situation is thus, which is you can apply for a license to carry and to use, what we call here in the United States an AR-15 style weapon, an M16 over there to a degree. But like I also explain, is more often than not, those weapons are used in the context of a kitakunanut, or a rapid response team for settlement for specific communities. Again, I also don't like to use the term settler and settlements. And I also use the term Judea and Samaria because it is disputed land. And I make a difference, by the way, and this is now I use the asterisk and say my personal opinion. I make a difference between Area C, which is fully Israeli controlled and annexed by Israel, with areas A and B, which are B is fundamentally disputed and A is fundamentally controlled by the Palestinian Authority. There are no Jews and no settlements, quote unquote, in Area A. Area B is where you get into the blurry, gray zone. But in terms of the kinds of weapons being issued, again, more often than not, it is part of a kitakunanut, or a rapid response team, an organized and trained group of mostly former IDF soldiers or older men and women, or men and women that are out of the army, living within that community, to be part of the guard and be part of a rapid response team in case there is a security issue. The IDF is to the second part of that question. The IDF presence. The IDF has maintained an active presence in the areas of Judea and Samaria since October 7th, even well before October 7th. I'm not going to comment on how October 7th played out, but a portion of that has to be understood, that there were a large number of divisions present in Judea and Samaria in the context of warnings regarding potential terrorist attacks over the Jewish holidays back in September and early October. So the IDF has maintained a very active presence. As I have read, a great quote that I read was, the IDF maintains is continuously active in Judea and Samaria in order to keep the area passive. In order to keep the area passive, we must be active, is what they say. And so they are active, just like last night in Jenin, where a number of Hamas terrorists and terror infrastructure was targeted in order to make sure that there is no activity or nefarious activity taking place out of that territory. So I can understand if there are individuals that are saying, well, we don't want the IDF here right now, or there isn't enough IDF here right now. But from my understanding of the situation, I can assure you there is plenty of the IDF over there right now, and even more than we possibly anticipate. And they are active, and they are not passive, and they are making sure that the residents, Israeli residents and Jewish communities in that territory, in that disputed territory, are being kept safe at this time.
All right, thank you for that, Eric. Let's go to Fusilier. Fusilier, please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I'm finger trouble there. Yeah, I was just getting to that point. Somebody asked about reports of an Israeli soldier dying of a fungal infection. Most of the areas that soldiers operate in are unhygienic, to say the least. So, I wouldn't be too worried about that. I suspect, even the cleanest city in the world, once it's been worked over by a military force, will get pretty crappy. And certainly, when I remember first deploying into Afghanistan in 2001 and early 2002, and my brigade, about 30% of my brigade went down with some sort of bug. A couple of people were VSI, and I do remember hearing, it may have been apocryphal, that the dust in in Kabul, which covered everything, was 30% fecal matter. So it's a story as old as time. Frankly, I wouldn't get too. I doubt whether it's some sort of advanced Iranian biological weapon. There's probably a doctor on here who could probably put it into better perspective. But from the beginning of time, I think more troops have died from infections than they have from combat-related injuries. I suspect that's not the case in Gaza, where the IDF medical services are legendarily good. So yeah, just don't sweat it too much.
All right, thank you, Fusilier. Let's go to Mark's fella.
Oh, thank you. Hey, Fuser, thank you so much. Well, that's I think it's the drug resistance that's the interesting part, but the other part is also whose data is there to trust, right? So if UNRWA, if World Health Organization, if they're all sort of collaborating, if they're all arms of Hamas, really, how does anyone really know, right? That's one of the I think that's what which institutions do you have to trust for surveillance of these things? Um, and because it could be used as Ehud often says, as a cudgel. It could be used to cause a lot of worldwide concern when it's kind of to be expected when you're having war in the mud. So I don't know if there were thoughts about that, but it seems to be a problem. From a data standpoint.
Would you like to take this one, Eric?
I mean, I'm not as versed in, that urban combat side of things and the fungal stuff.
If we find someone who can answer your question, okay.
Hello, guys. Can you hear?
Mood is pretty bitter and grim. I want to make it very clear, and I talk about this with organizations called Chabayit El Beit, it means the home in English, that there are plenty of Israeli residents in Judea and Samaria that already work and live around Palestinians. And I'm saying they work with Palestinians, whether it has to do with farming, or maybe they work at SodaStream together, for example. That was one thing that was going around in coexistence social media. But there are residents of Judea and Samaria that want problem communities, eradicated. We've heard people talking about there needs to be some kind of defense against Hawara, but at the end of the day, when we go into these key communities that may be problems, whether it's Hawara, it's another community, Jenin, there's not that I know of, a way to just remove Palestinians from the land, to have the IDF come in and just remove them. It's an extremely long process if we're going to actually go that route. And if we did go that route, who's going to take these Palestinians? Because we already see with the situation in Gaza, Jordan's not taking them. Egypt has limited numbers. The UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, they have limited numbers. And at the same time, a lot of these countries, including Saudi Arabia, they don't want to be taking people that are suspected of being terrorists or proven to be terrorists. So what do you do in a situation where the neighbors do not want to take Palestinians in high numbers, And how can you actually remove them from the land without committing some sort of human rights violation, if you will? And I'm not saying that Israel is committing human rights violations. I'm just putting that out there. If people want to ask the question, how does the IDF remove Palestinians from the land?
You mean technically how this can be done?
Yeah, technically, in hyperbole, I don't know how it would be done without the scope of the world actually, like Israel's would be like an ant with a magnifying glass on us that's burning us when we're asked the question, why did you remove Palestinians from the land in areas maybe that are less sensitive than Gaza, maybe areas that are non-combat, that are just small terrorism related places. I'm talking about rock throwing. I'm talking about the occasional shooting. I'm not talking about Israel going in and raiding a village full of Islamists. When that happens, it's what Israel needs to do to protect itself. But should we go into an area near Kiryat Arba because some of the Arabs there throw rocks and remove the whole entire village? That's a hard thing. And it hasn't, of course, happened in Israel's history that we've removed a village in modern days just for example, throwing rocks. Even though, of course, the rocks do kill. These, sadly, children throw them from bridges and they kill people.
All right, Evan, too much.
We haven't done that.
Okay. I'm not sure what I'm hearing here, but it sounds a little crazy. No one's ethnically cleansing 2 million Palestinians out of Gaza. Full stop.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
I'm
it doesn't
not saying
say
they're
the way you're
No,
saying.
no.
Well, the way you're saying, how would it happen? Who cares how it would happen? It wouldn't happen, right? So it's.
I was asked how they would be removed from the land. That was the question.
Who even asked that question?
Renzo.
Yeah, forget
that was me.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you're asking that question because we don't work backwards here. So no one's getting ethnically cleansed from the land. That's not the Israeli position. Some crazy people say stuff like that, so I'm not even worth an answer. That's very disturbing for me to hear and walk into the room and hear that that's even on someone's lips. So get it out of your head. You talk about it somewhere else, not here. If you want to co-host me, I don't know if M's there, and. I don't know if M's mic's working because I have a lot of connection issues. I'm really sorry.
It's working,
Okay.
Yehuda. I'm here.
Okay. Cool. All right. Well, yeah. Anyway, thanks for that. And is my mic? Is it better now? My audio?
Perfect.
Okay. Believe it or not, it's the high peak hours just ending now, apparently. So get those kids off the goddamn internet playing Call of Duty, slowing down my internet. What's going on, I think.
Let's go to Global Think Tank. Go ahead.
No, I'm going to let a few more speak before I start speaking, if you don't mind, Dan.
Yeah, and I've never heard of a village being destroyed or kicked out because of people throwing rocks. I'm not sure what you were talking about that over there too.
It was hypothetical,
Oh,
Yehuda.
okay.
He was asking me how could they be removed, and I said not for throwing rocks. It's never happened. I just shared a little thing up in the jumbotron from Chabayit or El Beit. Rabbi Yishai Fleischer from Hebron literally works with Palestinians so that terrorists are not created, that we have neighbors that we can work with. So I'm not a kibbutznik. I'm not a lefty. I'm a religious Zionist, but I believe in sharing the land with people who want to share it with us, not with terrorists. And no one's going to leave the land unless you are a terrorist. You probably will get forced out. Bottom line.
Yeah, I'm not sure you get forced out of land. And Yishai Fleischer, I didn't know he's a rabbi. He has smicha, but he's not really a rabbi. I like calling myself a rabbi too, right? But that's cool. Thanks for that. Let's go ahead. I think all of this talk about, look, terrorists can be arrested, they can be tried, quote unquote, verbiage like removing them from the land. It just plays into the enemy's hands or the terrorist's hands. So I'd highly recommend you don't use that here, at least, because that's ridiculous talk, right? They could spend time in the land in jail, in prison, where they belong. That's what I think. Okie doke. Thanks for that. Fusilier, thank you for being here. Eric.
Hey.
There were some cool questions that were asked earlier, and one of them was talking about an Israeli strike on the Jordanian-Syrian border, probably to stop some bad things from going to a bad place to be used by bad people, and how interested is Hamas?
Interdiction.
How interested is Hamas and Hezbollah in getting terrorists in the West Bank armed so they can kick off some more violence and then blame Israel for being the bad guy again? You see where I'm going with this?
Yes, I do.
So definitely it would be their fantasy come true if the wrong people in the West Bank were in receipt of a whole bunch of weapons, small arms, grenades, in order to kick off in the West Bank, right? And that's obviously, no one wants that. The PA doesn't want that. Jordan doesn't want that. Israel doesn't want that.
I would say the PA more than anyone doesn't want it.
Oh yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, frankly, PA gains the most out of all of this from the Palestinian side, right? Because they're gonna swoop in, save the day. Maybe not Abbas, but certainly
Abbas regel echad hakever, Yehuda.
he's gonna go to a retirement home, is what he said, and I agree. It's time.
Yep.
Time to move on. But
your the jumbotron nest, whatever it's called, has been.
Yeah, I noticed.
I'm not. Technostatic needs to be banned from the main account. Someone please, in the background. He's done this several times. He shut down a few spaces.
He's done a few spaces like this, yeah.
Yep. Shared by Fat. Whoever this is, please do.
Butter S3 Sun.
Okay, so it's basically he's added. Yeah. Okay, I see what he's done. So he was initially under Technostatic. Yeah, so please, if you see anything like that, we've experienced an uptick in, all sorts of shady stuff going on. So if you see anything, please, like Eric there, thanks so much. We're doing the best we can. Sometimes it isn't good enough, but that's okay because we're human, not like Mark Zuckerberg, who apparently is an alien. I've recently heard. That's not true. All right, so Eric, what's the news on that? What's your take on? Let's discuss that. How serious?
Well, yeah. I mean, we talked about the North and Syria.
Talk about specifically. No, specifically the purpose of getting, getting the West Bank to kick off into something major.
That's what they want you to.
I know
Hamas
that. I'm asking you to talk about it to the
So
audience.
let me talk about it. Okay, I'll talk about it. Hamas is flailing right now. The military wing of Hamas, is flailing in every direction because they are losing in Gaza. They're losing bad. Okay, they're being their weapons transfers, anything like that, is being interdicted. If anything was going to come from Syria, it's being interdicted. Anything can come from Jordan can be interdicted. They've been trying to get the West Bank to rise up and to have a flare out of there for the longest time since October 7th, and it hasn't been working. They tried Day of Rages. It wasn't working. Israel has been active, and I said this earlier to answer a question. In order to keep the West Bank, to keep Judea and Samaria passive, the IDF needs to be active, and they're active almost every single night. Last night, for example, in Jenin, another situation where they went in and they were disrupting a terrorist cell from engaging in any kind of activity or preparing any kind of activity. So the more the IDF is active in the West Bank in areas A and B, the better off the entire area is going to be. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But Hamas is, at this point, the military wing. I don't even know how the lines of communication, the LOCs, are working between the West Bank and Gaza. I heard that they can't even reach Sinwar anymore, or if they do, it's very complicated to reach him. In order to even talk. Heck, the political wing can't even reach him. So that's the rumor mill. Again, I'm providing information based off of what I've read and what I've heard. And so in terms of the West Bank, again, they want it to be on fire because the more fires there are, it means the IDF will be pulled in different directions. That's why Hezbollah in the north has been a nuisance and has been a problem. And while Hamas they're grateful for that, there's also the rumors that they're really pissed that Hezbollah didn't join the war outright. That rumor mill was starting as well. Haniya going to Tehran and being categorically denied by Khamenei, saying, no, we're not going to engage in a full-fledged war. We'll do what we will, which is attacking U.S. assets in Iraq and Syria. We'll dispatch our militias to cause issues. We'll dispatch Hezbollah to cause issues, but you ain't getting us to commit 150% to this effort. Good luck. And good luck is right because Hamas is failing.
So exactly, and here's the thing: they already have weapons in the West Bank. They already have terror cells in the West Bank. They have Hamas in the West Bank. They have other terrorist groups. The fact that they're still trying to send weapons over says that something's really bad, it means that weapons caches have been found and destroyed. I guarantee the Palestinian Authority is involved as well. There's no way they're not. And the Israeli Defense Forces are involved. I mean, they'll probably take all the credit because the PA doesn't want to look like they're collaborators, quote unquote, but they're probably clamping down hard. And Hamas is so desperate. Like, where are our terror cells there? Like, we wanted them to kick off. So they're desperately sending weapons and probably try to give it to anyone, kids even. That's the scary part. For those poor children, right? Hamas literally trying to invoke human shields through the children of the West Bank to gin them up, give them something. All they need to have is dead children. They need to have dead Palestinians, and they don't care if they give a faulty, non-serviceable rifle to a 14-year-old. As long as he gets killed trying to shoot Israelis, that's a win for them. Remember, to the Hamas, there's no such thing. There's no military victory. There's no tactical victory. Everything is strategic and strategic, big picture stuff for them. They want the world to look at Israel as a murdering oppressor, and anything that suits that narrative, even if it means killing their own children, that's what they'll do, and that's why they're doing it in Gaza. So great points, Eric. That's what I want to thank you. And I think it's better I don't co-host right now, just because I have really the connection. I have good connection now, Em. So I'm gonna if you could do that, and then we'll go to global.
Good evening, Gold. Good evening, co-host. And Yehuda, I've heard a lot about you when I joined Spaces. Finally hearing you live. As an Orthodox Jew living in the United Kingdom and interacting a lot with the Islamic Dawah movement, I think it's time we go back to basis. Many times the waters get murky in this war, and you see in the West, where I live in the United Kingdom, and you see over the pond in the United States, where college students and people go protesting. I think we have to understand the basics and start focusing on the basics the whole time. Yes, we could get bogged down in the nitty-gritty, but the moral argument for the state of Israel should never get blurred. And I know in this space, many probably understand it, but some listeners probably tend to forget the contrast between the fight that the IDF is doing to defend its citizens, its civilians, its land, and the other sides that do not care about civilians, not on their side and not on our side. Where for them, every dead Gazan is for them a win, as long as it tarnishes the state of Israel, as long as it tarnishes the Jewish people. And that is their mindset. We have to understand them from their mindset, understand that this war against Israel and Hamas is a far bigger war, a geopolitical war between radical Islam and the West. And for them, Israel is the first target, but not the last target. It is the easiest target for them to sell to their own audience, first of all, because they believe, first of all, going back to the beginning of time, that in Khaybar, the Jews, from their sources, broke a contract with Muhammad, and therefore the Jews can't be trusted. Then they come that the Jews changed the Torah, so they are corrupt. They can't be trusted. They are corrupt. And then they have contaminated verses that are meant to be theological, at least to most scholars, but are taken into a natural and to a literal form by many of these and contaminated their minds and their hearts. The simple hadith that we all know is, O servant of Allah, O Muslim, day of judgment will not come until you kill every Jew behind a tree and behind a stone. And once you come with the mindset that they can't be trusted, they are corrupt, you have verses that back it up. And then comes the next point.
Well, hold on. You're getting to religious eschatology here. You do know that millions of Muslims in Israel aren't like Hamas, right? So I know you
100%, Yehuda, 100%.
Amen.
I'm talking about,
and you have the Dawah movement. Let's call them the what is that? Ali Dawas and Muhammad Niqab, I call them. Muhammad Hijab, clowns, right? Who embarrass Islam on a daily basis. So have you? Let me ask you a question. Have you come across them? Do you know who Joseph Cohen is?
I know Joseph Cohen personally. I know Muhammad Hijab personally. I know Ali Dawa personally. I know Shamsi personally.
Hear that.
I know the entire movement personally.
So Joseph, I know as well personally. Don't tell him that I'm here, and I don't know why he does what he does, because these guys are pretty. They're just like a tiny bit away from Anjem Chowdhury and Hamza Yusuf, right? Both convicted of terror offenses. So I'm not sure what's going on over there. But do you find, like, you hear a lot of moderation here from both sides. And but in real life, you see some very strange behavior from a lot of these people. And they've been on Piers Morgan, the Muhammad Hijab guy. Really crazy stuff, right? How do you think that affects like the average person in the UK? Like, who the heck who the heck
No, but
listens to Muhammad?
Yehuda,
Yeah,
I
who listens to? Hold on, who listens to Muhammad Hijab there? And goes, yeah, that guy sounds reasonable. Does this guy win over people's minds in the UK? And if anyone who doesn't know who that is, I mean, just honestly, if you want to have a little bit of a chuckle, just go to YouTube and go and like his page. Even I don't care. Go listen to him or go watch videos about him. It's truly a remarkably odd individual, right? I don't know. Like, is that guy serious? Does he really believe this stuff, or is he just like
he
a
definitely
big time?
believes it. But
I want to ask M.
I wouldn't know. I can't
Have
tell.
you heard of him though?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
It seems like a caricature, All right.
Yehuda,
Okay, go ahead, Global.
Sorry.
Yehuda, I've got a question to you. When you look at the current campuses in Oxford, Harvard, Yale, Princeton, all over, who are they listening to? Are they listening to educated academics, or are they listening to a purple woman on TikTok to get their information? That is what you have to ask yourself. Because the reality is Muhammad Hijab got a big following within the Islamic community, and slowly but surely the peripheral of it is stepping into the woke West.
No, but the purple hairs, but we'll take your word for it. Em, did you want to pop in and then we'll go to some hands?
Yeah, let's go to DJ, then Marcus, then wrap it up. DJ.
Yeah, hi Yehuda. Hope you guys are all good. Just wanted to say I'm from the UK and nobody here listens to Muhammad Hijab. He's got a big following, but he's not very liked. Just wanted to chime in and say that.
Thanks. Well, yeah, he's definitely an oddball for sure. I mean, I thought it was a joke to me. I thought maybe it's a bit of a shtick that he does, really loud and annoying.
No, I agree, and he gets the platform. He's on Piers Morgan. I just don't get it. Same with the other guy. I forget his name.
I think the first time Muhammad Hijab wore a suit, unless it was for court, was in front of Piers Morgan, and it was very funny to watch him in that suit, and he had tisbih in his hands. And what do you call it in there? I keep using the Turkish, my gosh, what's the word
for what exactly?
Tesbih in Turkish. It's in Arabic. It's prayer beads.
Sipha.
Tesbih in why is it tesbih? All right. Anyway, he's holding prayer beads. He's sitting there. He's got glasses on, and normally this guy looks like a buffoon, right? He's very likes to wear jogging pants, like he's an MMA fighter. He's dressed up, and I've followed him for a long time. I'm friends with Joseph Cohen. He does an Israel advocacy movement in the UK, and he invited me almost to a riot. I'm like, thanks, Joe. Next time, don't invite me to riots. Invited me to some event at an embassy. It was crazy, and Mohammed Hijab was there, and I'm just thinking these guys are nuts. Anyway, he starts the interview with Piers Morgan, and he introduces him as the hooligan he is. I would say. And Mohammed Hijab goes, "Why don't you call me a scholar? I'm a scholar." He's a scholar now. He goes, "Yeah, he's what?" Like, so apparently he's halfway through some degrees at Oxford, in reading and writing or something, and he wants to be called a scholar. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen because he was obviously trying to reinvent himself as a very sophisticated, erudite person. But the minute he opens his mouth, you realize it's crazy. And then the interview with Rabbi Shmuley Bateah was a nightmare. I mean, the guy was referencing his wife and his daughter, and his daughter has a sexual aid company for women, and so he was making. I mean, this guy is just a boor. Sorry,
and he keeps tagging his daughter's company, but gets on. Someone made a troll account, and I just look at it, and it's just so embarrassing. Someone needs to tell him. It's just not a good look.
Oh, it's a horrible look. It's pure misogyny and hatred towards women, and he's proud of it. Like he acts like he's thinks he's the good guy. Anyway, it's just
we need you on Piers Morgan, Yehuda. That's what we need.
I would love me and Mohammed Hijab on Piers Morgan.
Agreed.
And then he can threaten me to an MMA fight. and then I'll say let's do it, Turkey. Anyways, sorry, did you want to go?
No, I was just going to say that Alan is here, and Alan and James will be taking us forward, where we will be pivoting back to covering Ukraine. So I wanted to thank everyone for being with us the last 2 hours. This is the last Israel-Gaza update for the week, and maybe for this year. And we'll see you in 2024. So Happy New Year.
Thanks for having me again, Yehuda and
Happy
Thank
New
you.
Year.
Happy New Year, everyone.
All right, good night, everyone.
Happy
Yehuda,
New Year, and thank you for
Thank
all
you.
the excellent
And
updates.
Global, there, send me a note. I'd like to talk to you. Global, can you hear me? Thanks, DJ, and thanks to M. M was not feeling so good, and the reception in the pyramid was not so good. So we thank him for pushing through to the
I
top of
sent
the
you a
hour.
note. I sent you a note.
Okay, amazing. All right, and we leave it in the capable hands of Al Brewer. Someone told me that's what they knew you as. I'm a little mad that you've been holding out, Alan. But you know, we'll talk. We'll talk. Heard great stories. Apparently, everyone likes you, Alan. One of those guys. Just everyone seems to like. All right. So, if you want to continue, Alan and James, a bit about the Middle East. I don't know if you've got some friends here. I don't. Dealer's choice. Fill your boots. And if not, I will also hand it over proverbially because I'm not the co-host. Thanks, Alan. Thanks, James.
Thank you, Yehuda. Really great to hear you and Em this afternoon. And I know you will be back with us over the next few days. Whether we're talking about Israel and Gaza and Israel's self-defense, or whether we're talking about Ukraine and Ukraine's existential self-defense, both Israel and Ukraine defending their societies and their people from existential terrorist attacks. Because when you come right down to it, what the Russian military is doing against Ukraine is a form of terrorism. We see that every day, James.
Yes, we do, Alan. We sure do. And it is not abating at all. Well, it is abating a little bit, but not fast enough. We just saw a train with people at the train station get hit as a recent example. And the hits just keep coming. And you can look at some of the cities in Ukraine and think Marinka, for example, and you can see what Russia is about. They're about this total war, totally destroying whatever they cannot take away or keep. And it's just a sad commentary that they want to wipe out Ukraine. They've said it. They've outlawed many things about Ukraine. Facts about it are illegal to be spoken. So we know what they're about. And it is the same kind of hunt that the Russians are on that Hamas was on, is to get rid of everybody. And it's a sad business, but that is what's happening. And so this is an important conflict for the world, and it's important for Israel in particular. And the two nations, Ukraine and Israel, ought to be good friends for a lot of reasons. And one of them is common enemies and common values. So, Alan, I would say that there's everything to do with each other here. And then again, we can look at the battlefronts as certainly separate theaters of operation, but in the bigger sense, there's a lot of strategic connections.
James, you used an important phrase just now, total war. I think this phrase was last used during the Second World War, and that was a total war. But this is what Ukraine is experiencing right now as it fights the Russian invaders. Russia has launched a total war. Total war today looks somewhat different than total war in the 1940s during the Second World War. I'm not only talking about drones, of course. Drone warfare has changed every theater of operation. I'm talking about the use of the most modern weapons Russia has to target Ukrainian civilians. Now we know the Nazis did this during the Second World War. There's no question about that. But Russia's use of these weapons and imported Iranian Shahed drones, some of which are hit Odessa tonight and have been aimed at Kyiv tonight, along with missiles. This total war against Ukraine, waged by Russia, goes on every single day. It uses conventional weapons, artillery, and mortars to destroy or to seek to destroy 100 or 120 odd Ukrainian towns and cities and villages within range of the front line. But this is a total war on the line of engagement. And I think we need to remember that.
And, it's a total war on both sides in some senses, and in others, it is much more of a Russian total war, as they are converting more of their economy as a percentage to the production of goods for the war, including people themselves, if you want to put that in the bag. And it is a shame that they've decided to do this, because it's much to Russia's detriment to have entered this war. And it's stupid that they continue it, but I don't think they have another option under the current management at any rate. And so what Russia will do, it will be able to probably ramp up production of more weapons in the short term. In the short term, at the same time, we're going to see the production, or we are seeing the production of munitions on the Ukrainian side and allied side, I should say. That's going up too. So who will win? It seems to me absolutely fated to be Ukraine as winner, because they have, in a sense, the deeper pockets. They have the larger coalition, and they have many supply lines that would all have to be blocked for them to even think about stopping. And even if everybody else quit but them, I don't think they'd stop. So things in the strategic sense look very promising for Ukraine. In right now, yeah, it's a little bit darker, but it is the season of darkness. So
we're going to bring some light to the situation tonight, James. Chuck Farrer will be with us in an hour's time for Thursday night bullet points. We have a lot of maps to look at tonight. We also have some video to look at tonight. Video of an ill-advised Russian armored assault. We're going to take a look at all of that tonight in an hour's time with Chuck Farrer here on MriyaReport on Bullet Points. We have some hands, James. Let's go to Global Think Tank, to Marcus, and to For Every Child Who Is Now Furious.
Now, what I want to know is, on the short term, who are having the gains currently between Ukraine and Russia, and how are the Ukrainians keeping up their morale throughout this entire longer deal?
Well, I can start out with that and just say that the metrics are as follows. One is land. Just who's taken land lately? Well, the biggest shift in the war was the regaining of more than half of the occupied land by Ukraine. And since then, there's been some gain by Ukraine, netted out, but not very much compared to the first counteroffensive that pushed things back to the lines they're at now. The next metric is equipment destroyed, which is overwhelmingly benefiting Ukraine. The precision weapons of Ukraine have been taking a huge toll on equipment. And you can look at defensive view as the account that's probably the best counter to track by. And if you scroll back, you'll see the daily postings of the number of pieces of equipment destroyed as well as personnel liquidated, which is the third metric. And in that sense, that has that moved starting several months ago to from steadily maybe above 500, but below 800. It went on like that for 6 months, and now it's been up the moving average up over 1,000 for several months. This is amazing. This is about as fast as Russia is putting new troops into the mix, and the liquidated personnel isn't everybody. Liquidated personnel is, in fact, not including those injured severely. Now, you might say, oh, that's a 2-to-1 ratio, but what we don't know about Russia, or maybe we do know something, is that they may not care as much about those, and it's expensive to take care of people who aren't going to be able to fight again. So things happen. So we don't know really how many more that takes out, but what we do know is it's at least some. So we're looking at a situation where the land isn't changing hands quickly. The balance of power is changing pretty quickly. The recent stabs across by Russia with its Air Force, where it lost 5 planes in the last week, showed that the game of air defense is being dominated by Ukraine more and more. It is not across the board. It is very much in different parts of the nation, and what they're really focused on is Crimea. And fortunately, that is where we've seen the most effect from the new Patriot unit that was added apparently close to the line and that was able to take out the aircraft, the Russian aircraft. We also know that, and this is to me, it's a never-ending source of joy, that the numbers on the defensive view account do not include airframes and other equipment destroyed outside of the theater, which is Ukraine and the Black Sea. So if they launched a bunch of drones at an airport outside of Moscow and destroyed, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8 planes, whatever it was, that's not counted. But what we know is there's been a lot of that going around. So that you throw in the landing ship at Feodosia, yeah, things in terms of the destruction of equipment and personnel are definitely benefiting Ukraine, and that's because they are maintaining a high ratio. And usually, when you're on the defense, you usually it's you can expect to kill more of the people attacking than are killed on the defense. But in fact, at this point, Ukraine has been killing Russians about 3-to-1. So, which it's still an awfully high number for Ukraine. But it's much, much even worse for Russia at this rate, and it really isn't sustainable. I hope that addresses most of the points. Alan, what do you think? Is there anything else to add?
I also asked about the moral of the Ukrainians.
Oh, the morale. Yeah, sorry. I think it went up after they confirmed that there was actually still money hidden in the United States NDA. I'm sorry, National Defense Authorization Act. And that was sort of on the bubble. Was it going to come? Was it not going to come? Were they going to be left high and dry? And in fact, they're not going to be, because there is money built into that. The other things affecting morale are going to be the need to increase forces. And I think that it's unpleasant to know that your country needs you and needs to put you in front of military force, but that is going to affect the morale. But I think one of the things propelling morale that will not change in the course of the war is, in fact, that They are fighting on their own land for their people, for their freedom, and they know what the cost of surrender or being defeated is. It's entry into slavery. So they are still a highly motivated force. And highly skilled, by the way, because of their battle experience. They've been picking up battle experience like crazy. They know how to fight better, and that gives them a morale edge because more of them are surviving. So there's a lot of reasons to think that morale is high, but the potential isolation of Ukraine looks less and less likely as well. So this is another morale booster. Alan, or what do you think? Oh, well. There goes Alan. Let me just go to back to you and say, how's that do for morale? Global.
To me, it sounds like they're keeping up the morale, and there's good news that is helping them to keep the morale up. And I think it's one of the most important things in a long drawn conflict, to keep the morale up for your soldiers and for your civilians and for your citizens. And as long as you have morale on your side and the people are high, then fighting becomes easier.
There we go. We certainly agree about that. Thank you for the questions. Let's see what For Every Child has for us. Hello, For Every Child.
Good evening, James. I have a question. There's a tweet in the Nest about understanding genocide. Is there a special segment on tonight that I don't know about, or is that for Friday?
That was a pop-up discussion about the topic of genocide earlier today. And we did get into a little bit. We talked about some of the, well, especially the report about Belarus and its complicity. Well, not just complicity, it's guilt in, shuffling kids around, which would be part of genocide. And that's happening from the Donbass, where they would get them out from behind the lines, essentially, and they'd be shipped through Russia to Belarus. And that, the different modes of the ways that Russia covers that, whether it's through these kind of fake adoptions or these permission slips that a teacher might gather for a field trip, except Russia's gathering them to take the kids away, or through passportization, which is the process whereby you either take a Russian passport and thereby become essentially a citizen with all the duties, like perhaps serving in the military or anything else horrible that you can think of. Or you don't get the services you need. So we talked about that and what some of the players were, and we presented some of the various pieces of evidence that are in the two tweets in the Nest right now.
So sorry to have missed that. I've got family stuff going on, and I'm gonna have to check out. But it's the Understanding Genocide segment will be on Friday as usual. Is that
Yeah, that's right. As usual, 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. And Tracy really did good. I just said, fake adoptions, the permission slips, or passportization. And she took it away from there, and she described all three of those like she had been doing it every Friday night. So it was really good to hear it from somebody else's voice. And I'm looking forward to the next section. We studied, not studied, we looked at the genocide on culture last time, kind of in respect to the holidays, and understanding that it isn't just the people that they want to disappear, it is also everything about Ukraine is what they want to disappear. And we're returning, I hope, for the last week to the Belarusian ones, because there are other reports that we'll be picking up with later. So everything's as usual for Friday night. Thank you for asking.
So glad everyone's staying on top of it. I'll be checking in and out as I'm able to, but I've just got some things I have to look after.
Understandable. Not enough time. I never have enough time for things. So, anyways, thank you very much for every child. Well, there we go. I guess we can close up shop. There's no hands up, so we're done. No, we're not. Let's see here. Let me tell you some news, and give me just a second here. All right, that's too long a silence. My phone is moving slowly, so I'll have to talk because we can't have that much silence. Okay, couple things that I found that I thought were worth mentioning was that there. This is from a an article out of Ukraine, and it is about 91-year-old Holodomor survival. Sergei Vozyuk lived through the horrors of World War II and another mass starvation in 1946 and 47. And he now volunteers to help the Ukraine armed forces, and his two grandsons are defending Ukraine, which I just thought that was sort of a wonderful story. And so I thought anyone who's interested in reading that, I just put that in the nest. And then also, I'm just going to run through the numbers since we just talked about the value of them, and say that in the last 24-hour reporting period, well, first, the quote: the will to win, the desire to succeed, the urge to reach your full potential. These are the keys that will unlock the door to personal excellence. Confucius. So there you go. Hopefully you're inspired to do something fantastic. Anyways, losses of the Russian occupiers in Ukraine. There were 920 personnel liquidated, 27 tanks, 42 armored combat vehicles, 15 artillery pieces, 1 MLRS, 1 air defense system, 32 drones, 40 vehicles and fuel tanks, and 7 special equipment. So this is really yet another fantastic day. And it's maybe a little bit lower on average for the personnel, but the equipment numbers are very good still. And, just keep them coming. And it seems like Ukraine will keep destroying them. And that is one of the models for victory right there, is destroying all their equipment. Let me. So anyways, that is that. And then let's see here. Let me get up a couple other speakers. And I love live radio. I don't know about you, Alan Brewer, but you must have had a lot of fun doing this live on the air.
There's nothing like a live call-in show, James. Always loved it. Had some spectacular shows and had some shows where there was no one calling in. So don't worry about live radio. It fixes itself. It really does.
Yeah. I've got heaps of Vogon poetry to read, so I know that I can keep everyone entertained.
Well, let's not go that far, James. Let's keep the focus on Ukraine. And I apologize. I just had to take a phone call and missed those last statements. But if I jump into where we were, I wonder if you also mentioned the Ukrainian success in the Black Sea in so many ways. First of all, achieving an increase in export of grain. Secondly, I know we talked about shooting down those 5 Russian jets and bombers. And thirdly, destroying the large landing ship in Feodosia. Ukraine, if people really should include Ukraine's success in the Black Sea as a component of its counteroffensive. Don't you think?
Well, I left out all but the troop ship, which I thought was the highlight of the whole package in the Black Sea. But you know what? It probably isn't strategically the most important thing. The continuing presence of an open corridor for Ukraine in and out of their harbors is probably the most important strategic thing going on in the Black Sea.
Well, one of the things I'm going to talk to Chuck about tonight in roughly 40 minutes time is how Ukraine has forced Russia to change its tactics in the Black Sea. There have been very few Russian naval ships in the Black Sea or in the Sea of Azov for that matter. Of course, there were no Russian airstrikes over Kherson or on the south bank of the Dnipro after Ukraine shot down those 5 Russian jet fighters. This was in a time period of 24 to 48 hours. And I do focus on Ukrainian grain exports. Regardless of the fact that Russia continues to export stolen Ukrainian grain from the Kerch port, Ukraine has succeeded in harvesting more grain and exporting more grain year to date than it did in I'm going to say 2023. I know it's still 2023, but in the last 365 days. This is a significant achievement for Ukraine, and it earned them something like $23 billion in revenue. That is an achievement. It's an achievement gained both by Ukrainian farmers and the Ukrainian military.
It sure is, and I just think about World War II, and the naval difficulties of the day was the Atlantic, right? And getting the transport ships across the Atlantic, and that took quite a long time. And compared to that, Ukraine has had great success, I would say. Really stellar success in reopening things. So it's a story that I think we'll hear about years and years from now, because it is such a David and Goliath kind of tale, right? I mean, and it is David and Goliath in terms of I don't know what their proportions were really, but Ukraine's just not as big a nation, so it's a really big deal.
No, it is David and Goliath, James. There's no question about that. And Ukraine, of course, is David. Russia is Goliath, a Goliath with mud feet. And I do mean mud feet, given the conditions on the front line in Ukraine tonight. Mud feet don't help you stand tall. You're just going to collapse. That is what is happening to the Russian military, occupying Ukraine and invading Ukraine. Remember, they have 2 missions. They must both occupy that part of Ukraine that they have claimed now as part of Russia. And they must continue to fight an offensive against Ukraine. They don't have the number of troops needed to do both. Let's go to a couple of hands here, here and not here's. A couple of hands here It's for every child, and then Marcus.
Yes, Alan, I'm supposed to be doing something else, but the wheels just keep turning for Ukraine. I have a question for you, and it's a skill I don't have, but if I had a place to go where I could cut and paste the geographical names in Ukraine and add them into my tweets so that somebody could click on them and hear the proper pronunciation. I think the more people talking about Ukraine, the better. And people really like to talk about things they can pronounce correctly. I received a tweet where somebody had embedded their name, where you could click on it and hear the proper pronunciation of their name, and I thought that was just brilliant. Anyway, I'm so sorry. I don't know if anybody has these skills, but I'll be on the lookout in case I can find them a resource of that type. Slav Ukraine.
Herom Slava. For every child, I don't know where to send you to do that. It sounds like a brilliant idea. The only way I have improved my pronunciation of Ukrainian place names is by speaking to Ukrainians who are here with us at MriyaReport and learning from others here who do speak Ukrainian. And my pronunciation is terrible. It took days for me to learn how to say Slava Ukraini. It's taken me days to learn how to pronounce almost every place name in Ukraine, but I'm working on it constantly, mostly thanks to my friends here at MriyaReport. And, Scruff even said, I'm getting a little better, but he still laughs at me, as he should.
You have the same problem most of us do, and it really is tough for me as well. So even when I can remember what the names are, it's like I stumble on myself to pronounce them correctly. But I'm so proud of some of the little ones, at least, that I know how to pronounce. But I can't even think of any of them right now, except Pravit. That's not a place name, though. That's like saying hello, I think. But anyways, we need not fear those words because all we can do is pronounce them wrong. And if that's all we can do wrong, that's good. And I'm still hanging on to the idea that much of what I know is I learned from pronouncing one word correctly, and that is Ukrainian instead of Ukrainian. Although I did read that there's an element called Ukrainium, which is the hardest element in the world. I don't know if you've heard that.
It is the hardest element in the world. I cannot wait until Ukrainium becomes a diet supplement. I need some Ukrainium in my own diet. Can it be made into some kind of powder that you mix into your coffee in the morning, or your water, or your orange juice, or something like that? Don't we all need a little more Ukrainium? I can think of two people who need it: Joe Biden and Chancellor Schultz. They need some Ukrainium. Marcus, I don't know if you put your hand down or if you.
Well, I really should be focusing on the open heart surgery I'm performing, but this valve can wait a second. I just wanted to say it's great to hear that the harvests have gone better for Ukraine. Oh God, sorry. Hold that closed, nurse. That the it's a bleeder. So yeah, the harvests have gone great. Because they a significant percentage of their land is obviously not accessible. So it's wonderful to hear, and thank you for bringing that news. And it's great to have you guys back on. I got a duck because of the heart thing.
Marcus, we know if you were really performing surgery, we would hear the music in the background, a la Doctor Strange. An accomplished surgeon in the Marvel universe always had some of those hits from the 80s, I think it was the 80s, going while he performed surgery, could answer every single question about when this hit or that hit struck the top 40. Chuck Mangione, I think, was one of his answers, if I recall that movie, right?
I believe you're correct. That's right. So we have similarly high expectations for you that you'll come up with all the answers while doing heart surgery, and it looks like you missed a stitch. Oh God! But don't worry, I'm sure they'll be fine. What's a little blood? Anyways, no, seriously, a little blood is a big thing, and that's why we like everybody who needs a tourniquet to get there, get a tourniquet in time. And that's why we do our little fundraisers. And I think we're kind of between things right now, Alan, on fundraisers. But I do want to just say that we make sure that every dime that we can goes on. We've got some hardware, we've got some software, and that's about all we got in terms of like assets. And really, the software just disappears when we stop paying the vendor, right? So those are our expenses, and it's a great thing, but it's all about Ukraine. And earlier we were talking about the oh boy, Orphan Feeding Foundation, and how they got some kids out. And there were some questions about, that money was set aside for that at that time, and what happens to my future donations. And the answer is that it goes on to the next beneficiary, whoever that is. And so, just we're doing our due diligence, by the way, if you can't tell, on fundraising now, before Chuck gets here. So we won't have to address it as much, but do keep that in mind. And we did have a nice fundraiser today to celebrate Tracy's birthday, Tracy SBU fella, that is. And so, she turned the big, as she said it, the big 50. And so it was very nice to spend time with her on her birthday. And she got a few donations in kind. In other words, it went on to Ukraine, but in her name. So anyways, Alan?
I cannot wait to tell Tracy I would do anything to be 50 again. 50 is so young. As I say, I'd do anything to be 50 again. To all of you listeners who have contributed to help Ukraine through MriyaReport, now at the year end and the year beginning, I like to think of beginnings more than I like to think of ends. You can take a look at how you've helped MriyaReport and how you plan to help MriyaReport and all of our Ukrainian beneficiaries in the coming year. It's very flexible for you. You can go to MriyaReport.org and make a one-time contribution. You can go to MriyaReport.org and become a monthly donor. And I'll just tell you, I've been talking with a lot of monthly donors who help MriyaReport, and some are updating their contributions for 2024. They are able to change their monthly donation to MriyaReport to an amount that fits their budget. It's very easy to do. So think about how you're going to help Ukraine in the coming year, in the year that's beginning in just a few days' time, through MriyaReport. Send a generous one-time donation or become a monthly donor. I can tell you why monthly donors are so important. It means that MriyaReport can know what its short-term and long-term donations will amount to. It means that MriyaReport can know, because of our generous donors, how much revenue we'll have over time to provide to Ukraine. That's why a monthly donation is so important. Think of it this way: $10 a month, $120 a year, $100 a month, $1,200 a year. Whichever kind of donation you choose to make, it makes a difference in Ukraine. It makes a difference for frontline soldiers like Scruff. It makes a difference for frontline mayors, like the deputy mayor of Kherson, who was here after the Russians blew up the Novakhovka Dam. It makes a difference for every single person and organization in Ukraine that MriyaReport provides support to. So think about what you want to do in 2024. Think about what you want to do in the last few days of 2023. Make a generous one-time donation or plan to become a monthly donor in 2024. We appreciate your generosity. We applaud your support of Ukraine. All of you listeners know as well as James and I do that Ukraine and Ukraine's valiant defense of its people and its sovereignty has been taking something of a back burner place in news media recently. And this is simply because of all of the news being reported from around the world. But we're here to keep Ukraine front and center. We're here to keep Ukraine on the front burner and burning bright with hope and with resources. James?
Alan, I think everybody was waiting for you to say, and yes, we do want your lunch money. But that was a line you used once, and I think you were talking about me because I'm fat and I could probably use one less lunch. So I appreciate that. No, seriously though, we don't really want lunch money. We don't want anything you need. We want the other part of that. And we don't want you to be broke, that's for sure, because Ukraine needs strong allies. And we are Ukraine's allies. We may not be sitting there, in Vilnius, in the meetings with the big boys talking about how to support Ukraine, but we're here for them. And it is meaningful in the small sense that it protects relatively few soldiers when we provide the defense equipment that went to Scruff's unit recently. That makes a life and death kind of difference for them. It enables them to, consider taking actions that without that equipment they might not take, which means they're more effective at, projecting force around them. And so it really is a big deal, even if it is not a giant scale. Marcus?
Yeah, quick update. The heart valve I bought on eBay was actually sterile in the sense that it cannot reproduce sexually, not sterile in the sense that it has been sterilized. So my next call-in may be from Mexico. I will catch you guys on the flip side.
Good Lord, Marcus. Never tell me you're doing operations in the Maldives. And James, you're right. We don't want your lunch money. We want your brunch money, because brunch is a whole lot more expensive than lunch, and you don't need brunch. We don't want your rent money. We want your mortgage money, because that is a significant contribution. And you know what? You don't have to pay your mortgage every month. You can skip a month. Well,
This is not financial advice.
No, this is not financial advice, Marcus. You're right about that. Just the way your heart surgery is not advice to any surgeon, even a surgeon fixing a hangnail. Uh, but no, seriously, we don't want your lunch money. We do want your brunch money. We don't want your rent money. We don't want your mortgage money either. We just want your thoughts and prayers and your generosity. And you can translate your thoughts and prayers for Ukraine into any kind of generosity that is within your budget. So please do go to MriyaReport.org. Remember, it's spelled MRIYA report.org. Tap on the donate button. Get something done before the new year begins. Get something done before the old year ends. It will be something you will be proud of. It will be something that will make you feel better about. It will make you feel better about participating in the world's events. There are no innocent bystanders any longer today. None of us. We have to become active, and we have to become active in any way that we possibly can, whether that's making a donation to MriyaReport, or it's calling our member of Congress here in the United States, your member of Parliament in the United Kingdom or Canada or Australia, or in the European Union. Tens of millions of people around the world who care about Ukraine can make their voices heard to those you've elected to serve you. Let those elected officials know how important Ukraine is to you, how much you care about Ukraine, and how much you are willing to sacrifice to save Ukrainian lives. They need to be equally willing. They need to be just as strong as each and every one of you.
So, Alan, we really do have a payment plan for anybody's budget, including no budget at all, because those activities of advocacy for Ukraine, whether it's personally, maybe perhaps inviting someone you know to MriyaReport or pointing them to the YouTube live rebroadcast, or maybe they're on Facebook and you tell them that there's a Facebook, account there that they can join. And those are all good ways to get in touch. And then, of course, there's advocacy within your community where you can perhaps write a letter to a local paper. And then, of course, the big advocacy is, as Alan mentioned, contacting your representatives, because they are the ones that have the power of the pocketbook. They can write the checks, and I mean the big checks, right, for Ukraine. And without them, we really we don't get all we need for Ukraine. So, like I said, there's a plan for everybody, and we hope you take us up on that. And if you're still thinking about the money part, well, don't hesitate to at least do the phone call part. And it's very good practice, I would say, to talk to your representatives. If you actually get to talk to somebody in the office, it's a wonderful way to kind of introduce yourself to doing advocacy, and they'll listen because they have to, and they are working. And so be nice to them. That's all I'll say about that. And it's worked out fine for me. But the other thing I would say, Alan, is that the biggest advocacy, I think, in some ways has been done. Not to say that more isn't needed, but I do believe that in Washington, many people have heard us already, and they're going to have to hear us more often. But I do believe that many have heard us, and minds are changing, and even the press coverage is changing ever so slightly. The big ship going boom in Theodosia didn't hurt that. That's for sure. But you know, it's going to be a while before that next whatever it is happens through Congress. There'll be some wrangling, I'm sure, and it won't be fast enough, no matter how fast it comes. But we'll just hang in there and keep bothering them until they deliver. And in the meantime, we could deliver news. And I have a lovely story for you if you want to hear about it.
Absolutely, James. I always want to hear these stories.
Well, this is from an account called Dr. Klein, and he says, I've lived 20 years in a dictatorship. I know how it works. And then he's got a video here that says, what this lady says is what is going to happen in the US for several decades. And I'm sorry, this sounds political, but this is a Russian lady. If GOP does not corner MAGA right now. And so anyways, I am going to try to, there's a video, I'll post this in the nest first before I start trying to make sense of this, but let's see. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Okay, you guys, I just lost the story by clicking the bookmark button and lost it from my bookmark list. Oh crap. Anyways, I will just tell you what she says. She says, election, what election? It's not, we already know who the winner is. It's going to be Putin. And there's somebody interviewing this Russian woman. And she goes on to say many things that we would agree with about, like, you know, it's absolutely false. The woman who is running against the war in Ukraine, no, of course she's not going to play. You know, we've got stupid people here. We've got stupid politicians. We're idiots because we're not fighting the system. We gave up 20 years ago. You can't expect that kind of change from us because you know, all the good ones are gone. So it's a very long compilation of statements about Russia that describe it very well. And I'll be damned if I didn't click on the wrong button and lost the story. So pardon me.
Well, that's okay, James. I'm sure you'll find it. You know, people, especially Americans listening right now, take no offense at being lectured by a Russian woman. I might add an older Russian woman who, as James said, has lived under a dictatorship for over 20 years now inside Russia. Maybe Americans really should be listening to those who have experience living in a dictatorship. Let me tell you a little bit more about what it might be like. If any of our listeners have ever been to poetry readings or poetry readings that are held in protest, or have ever attended a protest anywhere in the United States for any reason, I don't care what you were on the street marching for and protesting for, you here in the United States can protest in favor of any position that you hold, but not in Russia. So today, inside Russia, two young poets were sentenced to 7 and 5.5 years in prison. If any of you know anything about a Russian prison, you don't want to be sentenced to a Russian prison. So two poets sentenced to 7 and 5.5 years in prison for reciting poetry that condemns Russia's invasion of Ukraine. These two poets are Artyom Kamardin and Igor Stovba. Young people, courageous and willing to get up and risk arrest and now imprisonment. That's what a dictatorship looks like. And, you know, you can be arrested in Russia for holding up a blank piece of paper on the street corner, because the security patrol, or the FSB, that's the successor of the KGB in Russia, the security forces, they can read anything onto your blank piece of paper. It's just a white sheet of paper, but they know what you're doing. You are protesting Russia's genocidal invasion of Ukraine. Your next stop will be the police station. Your next stop will be a summons to a Russian court. Chances are your next stop will be a Russian prison. There you go, James.
Thank you for that. I still didn't find it. It's going to take a while. But anyway, I think you got the point that, our futures can look as bad as Russia's if we're not careful. I take that as the main message. And so care is needed to keep democracy alive. It's like a fussy house plant, not like a cactus that you can ignore for 3 months. It takes tending, and it's citizens that have to tend to it. Especially when we vote, but also throughout the year. Watching what happens to our nation is an important part of adult life, I would say.
Sure it is. And you're an adult by age 18 here in the United States. That's when you can cast your first vote. And I've never missed an election. I vote as often as I possibly can. I don't mean that I vote multiple times in any given election, but here in the United States, we have many kinds of elections: municipal and state, national elections, all that occur at different times in the year. We have primary elections where, whether you're a member of the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, you vote for the candidate you want to run in the general election in the fall to represent you. So, I have a calendar full of election dates. I go to each and every one of them. The other thing I love doing is voting in person. I love standing in line with other voters, going to a local gymnasium, for example, where we cast our votes, talking in line, hearing what their concerns are, or you know what, hearing about the specials at the supermarket down the street. uh, it's that kind of community that I love on election day. And at all the election sites, you get a free cup of coffee. If you get there early enough, you get a really good donut. If you're there really early, it can be a glazed donut because they go first. That's what democracy is really about. It's about standing in line, being patient, casting your vote, making sure your voice is heard, and while you're in that line, having possibly the best conversation you're going to have on that given day with someone you might not even know, but who lives within a few blocks where you live, or maybe it's your next door neighbor. Uh, it's a friend, it's a relative. What makes all the difference in a democracy, it's another voter. It's another voter exercising exactly the same right that you're exercising on that day, even though your votes might cancel one another out. That's what I love about democracy, James.
I don't blame you, especially the donut part. But no, I don't blame you about the rest of it. There is a camaraderie you have with other voters, and it is regardless of who you're voting for. The only time you can tell who you're voting for is either they're wearing something that makes it obvious, or they're attracted to the people outside the building who are saying, "Here, take my voting sheet," and sometimes you can determine what party they're from or interested most in. But besides it being a lot of fun, it's also something that leaves you with less regrets. Although you might regret your vote that you make, but at least you don't regret not voting, which for a lot of people, there should be more regret of that, and more to the point, more avoidance of regret, so that people do get out and never think that their vote doesn't count. Which a lot of times with gerrymandered districts, it's closer to the truth than I'd like to think. And gerrymandered, of course, are districts are ones that are made up to almost assure that the outcome is going to be fixed for one or the other party, because we're essentially a two-party system here in the United States, and not much room for third parties, although spoiler candidates are the order of the day for, like, I don't know, last 20 years, I would say, have been impacted by some important kinds of third parties that come up. I am thinking of the shorter guy, big ears, Texas. Can't remember his name. Oh, darn it. Anyways,
Dumbo.
Ross Perot.
thank you, sir. It's great to host with somebody who knows things. Anyways, and many, many others. We had some really big ones on the Democratic side when Hillary Clinton was running, and that proved consequential. So those are our well. And by the way, Cornell West is thinking that Joe Biden isn't going to make it to the election. He's going to withdraw, like as he said, like Lyndon Johnson. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Anyway, I don't think that's going to be the case, but it is an amusing notion to consider. And yeah, it's otherwise the other spoilers in the race, we'll just wait and see. I don't know what's going to happen on the other side, but it's another very interesting election that's shaping up.
James, my memory is by no means ironclad, and I cannot remember the name of the admiral that Ross Perot designated as his vice presidential candidate, but I do remember the great first speech he gave. It started with, to me, one of the best openings for any political speech I've ever heard. Who am I? Why am I here? And then the speech fell off from there, but it was a great opening. Would have adopted it myself for a speech, except it's already been taken. Whoever wrote those opening lines really deserves an award of some kind. James, here in my little state, just a million, a little more than 1 million people live in my little state. We have often more than 90% of voters voting in national elections. We always register in the top 3 or 4 states for most voters voting. So it's Maine, it's Minnesota, it's Wyoming, Montana, Vermont. These are among the states where people make time on election day, because it's not a holiday here in the United States. You actually have to leave your job or arrive at the polling station at 7 a.m. when it opens, or stay late after you leave work at 6 p.m. and hope there are enough ballots for you. It's not a holiday here. It should be, but it's not. But here in my little state of Maine, often more than 90% of the voters make time in their day to cast their vote and be sure their voice is heard. And this is something we're asking all of our listeners here to do tonight. It's not an election day, but it is a day like any given day when you can make your voice heard in Washington, D.C. by calling your member of Congress, your United States Senator, and telling them how much Ukraine's victory means to you, how much you support Ukraine, and how much you want them to echo your support in the halls of Congress. Right now, you might get an answering machine in a Senate office or a congressional office. A perfect time to call. Just leave your concise message. I support Ukraine. I want you to support Ukraine and to do everything you possibly can do to make certain that U.S. funding for Ukraine continues in 2024 and continues quickly in January or at the latest in February. That's something you can do this weekend, tonight, next week. You'll get an answering machine at this time of night, and that gives you all the free time you need to speak your piece.
I'm James Stockdale, and I approve that message. And why am I here? And I'm going to go consider the questions that Mr. Stockdale raised. Then, who am I, and why am I here? I'm going to go consider that. Well, Alan carries on with Chuck and bullet points, and it's good to be here with everybody. But I will talk to you all later. Have a good night.
Thank you very much, James. And it was James Stockdale, as I recall now, thanks to your memory jog there. Again, a great speech. Anyone should, just for the fun of it, take a look on YouTube. Look up Admiral Stockdale's speech. Who am I? Why am I here? Two great opening lines of any political speech ever written. Chuck, welcome. Here we are, Thursday night bullet points.
It's good to hear you, and just missed Michael on the way out. You know, I've got a little bit of trivia here. Admiral Stockdale is actually one of the greatest heroes in my life. He was a prisoner for many years in North Vietnam. He was a naval aviator who was shot down. He was tortured. They put him in front of television cameras at a press conference during a movie star's visit, and he read out a statement admitting to biological warfare, dropping booby trap toys, etc., during which he calmly blinked out in Morse code the word torture over and over again with his eyes. And that would be enough to make him a hero, but he is also the person in whose writings introduced me to the Stoic philosopher Epictetus. And it was Epictetus and Stoic philosophy that got him through that long ordeal. So he is a political footnote, absolutely, but certainly a great hero within the United States Navy.
Not the greatest Stoic, Marcus Aurelius?
Oh, you're gonna go there on me. I'm an Epictetus guy. Although Marcus Aurelius, he was a bit of a posh guy for a Stoic, but certainly another great philosopher.
Yeah, it's easy to be a Stoic when you're a Roman emperor.
Right. And it's easy to be a Stoic when you're a college student because, you know, what else you got?
Yeah. So, Chuck, that is a great memory. It does remind me. I of course, have seen that video of Admiral Stockdale blinking his eyes in Morse code to convey that message: torture, torture, torture. And the North Vietnamese didn't catch on. They didn't know what he was doing. And I guess I might think of it this way also, Chuck. Yeah, it wasn't a secret message by any means. Admiral Stockdale knew that there were people who would receive the message. It's kind of the same situation we're in Ukraine right now. There's no secret message that Ukraine is sending the world. They have the message to send, and that is to supply more long-range weapons as quickly as possible. But it's almost as if Ukraine is doing the same thing sending a coded message in Morse code for the world to recognize. Ukraine right now really does need everything.
Oh, they really do. And as we go through the maps tonight, there are places, for example, around Orhiv, where Ukraine is pulling back in certain places to prepare defensive lines. So they are, the War College term for that is they are contracting their lines. And this is because they are fighting under conditions that any army would find impossible. Right? Their lack of artillery, air defense, air superiority, volume of fire. For example, in the last 36 hours, Russia flew 77 airstrikes. Ukraine conducted 12. They need everything. And there are things readily to hand in Western arsenals that would help right now. ATACMS, more HIMARS, more precision strike munitions of all kinds, and it's your pitch to call our representatives. Please do. Look, they're on vacation. No one's going to answer the phone. You don't have to talk your way by the receptionist, but welcome them back from Aspen and remind them that foreign policy imperatives for the United States need to be tended to, because we all know what our friends need, and our friends are in need.
I think one of the strongest ways to talk to elected officials is to briefly point out to them everything Ukraine has achieved over the last few days, shooting down 5 Russian jets, destroying a large, and I do mean large, Russian landing ship in Feodosia, and continuing to strike against Russian logistics, continuing to fight on the south bank of the Dnipro. And I think it's Ben Hodges, the retired American general, who has asked the question, if Ukraine can do this much with the limited military supplies they've been given, imagine what they could do with ATACMS and Taurus missiles that could be supplied from Germany, and more arms of all kinds, especially the urgently needed supply of artillery munitions. If they can do this much with the limited amount of what they have been given, imagine what they could do if they were given what they needed.
If there are any sort of on the fence listeners or people who instead of might be underinformed, actually it's possible for some foreign policy opinions to be overinformed. In this case, anyone who is thinking that the West doesn't need to defeat Russia, that a defeated Russia is not a desirable end, that Russia coming apart at the seams would be a terrible and undesirable outcome. I mean, I'd point these things out. Mr. Putin's control of the country is essentially ironclad. He is not going to go gently into that good night. The circles that he has put around himself, the interdependent mafia relationships he's made, the beneficial relations that exist with the oligarchic class that he almost single-handedly produced, he and Yeltsin, Russia isn't going to fall apart. And I'd also say this, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100, 200 ATACMS are not going to defeat Russia in Ukraine. But what they will do is prevent Russia from going any farther, It will prevent Russia from doing to Ukraine what they have done to Mariinka and other places. It will put the gob in the gobstop of Russia in Ukraine. And that is exactly what is a desirable outcome here. And I'd say to those people, look, where do you want to fight this war? Do you want to fight it in Poland, Latvia, Estonia? You want a real problem, right? Let's pick Estonia. Do you really want a line of communication that includes the Baltic Sea? Is that a better outcome? So it's so on its face, the path forward is completely clear. It's completely rational to help this nation that didn't start this war. This war started not because Ukraine was strong or expanding, but precisely because Ukraine was weak, internally divided by Russia. And they just thought they would kick the door in and take whatever they wanted. And they almost got away with it, Alan.
Almost, but because of Ukrainium, the strongest element in the universe, Russia wasn't able to do it.
I dig that. I'm going to steal that. We're going to steal Who Am I and Why Am I Here? You know, it's funny. I have a speech to give in the spring, and I think I might steal that because no one's listening, right?
Exactly. Absolutely steal that, Chuck.
Nobody's listening to us. Ukrainian. I love that.
Well, you know, I stole it from someone else, so you're happy to steal it. Keep the theft going, and let's get more Ukrainium distributed around the world.
I dig it. I absolutely dig it. You know, and if you don't look, writers steal from everybody. I think there was one original sentence written about 10,000 years ago, but other than that, it's all been building on all of that. Homage, we call that, not larceny.
It's absolutely homage. I don't think I've written an original line in my life. Because yeah, well, there you go.
I admit it though. You know, hey, you're a hack. You know, that's right. I am actually, but I was working.
You're a hack. Also, a line that's been used before, Chuck. Just let me point that out. I'm a hack too, but I'm a happy hack.
Me too. I aspire to no other thing in my life, really. So,
well, you know, I still stare at a blank page for several hours a day, and at the end of the day, it's blank. Might have a little red wine on it, but those don't make words.
It is hard. Writing violates the first law of thermodynamics, which is you are making something out of nothing. So it takes some time.
Boy, that's the truth. Look, let's go to Lexicon and Dryfly, and then let's analyze that first tweet in the nest. It is a video from the Kupiansk direction in Sinkivka. But first, Lexicon, then Dryfly.
Oh, well, good evening. Hi to you all. Or both. I just wanted to get in a question because I missed Tuesday. No, what's today? Today, whatever. I missed.
You missed Tuesday.
I missed weeks. Anyway, I missed Tuesday, which was right after the boat was blown. Maybe now we know more. The ship, whatever we call them. Anyway, I just have been flabbergasted by the number of so-called military, retired military guys telling us that, oh, well, so they're just not debunking, belittling this achievement. No idea of what it took to bring that about. Like you just fire something at it, but the boat was very old. The Black Sea Fleet is not all that, it's not strategically that important. I mean, they spend a year telling us that no way Ukraine can have ambitions about Crimea because Crimea has always been Russian, and because Crimea is the home of the Black Sea Fleet, and Putin will fight to the very ends of the earth and the deathbed and what have you for Crimea. But now, not only Crimea, but the Black Sea Fleet are also not strategically important. And I mean, this is characters out of the British Armed Forces. They're on Times Radio, like they're all over the place. The written articles are all just doom and gloom for Ukraine. But I just wanted to know if you would speak, Chuck, maybe reprise something of what we've learned about the Novotcherkassk and why the Black Sea Fleet doesn't matter, and why all the boats are old, including the Moskva, and they're all very old, and so what have you. At any rate, you know the kind of thing. You've probably seen it as much as I've seen it, and probably haven't had the patience to listen to these dorks in tone. But Times Radio sees fit to phone them up again and again. So I wondered if you'd put in a word for the Black Sea Fleet and its
I
old
will.
boats. Thank you.
I will. Thank you for setting me up. The phone rings and it is somebody, and they want to put you on the radio, which is always the best thing because you don't have to put a tie on. And they always call up an expert, and of course, everyone knows what an expert is. An X is a has been, and a spurt is a drip under pressure. And for some people, just standing out, being a contrarian, attracts more attention. And anyone who belittles that strike, well, let me try to belittle the Theodosian strike. It hit an old landing ship. It hit a Rapuchka class landing ship. It was old. It really wasn't going to be transferring troops. It was whatever. Well, in order to overfly, in order to get those precision strike munitions that had to overfly the entire Crimean Peninsula, an an air battle took place. There were decoys fired. I put up a infographic of it. There's a turbojet powered Ukrainian UAV that is used for long distance strike, but also as a decoy and an electronic countermeasures platform. Coincidentally, one of these crashed into a house short of the target. I'm sure some of those same analysts delighted in this Ukrainian drone that had gone astray, not having any idea that in order to penetrate the concentric rings of air defense around this harbor required a great deal of planning, a great deal of effort, a great deal of reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, analysis. And I'd also point out to the people who poo-poo this attack, isn't it funny that of all the ships in that harbor, and there were several, the precision strike munitions just happened to hit the ship in the middle of unloading a great deal of ordnance. So, of all the targets in that harbor, the most sympathetic target, the one that would make the biggest explosion, is the one that got hit. Wow, just a coincidence. And not only did that ship get hit, it was absolutely blown to pieces. Kilometers away from the harbor, giant chunks of that ship were raining down on the city. So this was an incredible attack. Again, over the target, Russians had complete air superiority. They had air defense dominance. Locally, that was an almost impregnable target in terms of air defense, and this was a splendid hit. And the other thing, perhaps these guys on Times Radio don't really sort of realize,
This this kind of strike forces Russia to divert its own air defense assets, bring them away from the front, and to cover these places, which are hundreds of kilometers from the zero line. It's also precipitated a huge shakeup, as you might imagine, in Russian air defense, and with a tweet going up, multiple sources saying that Putin has relieved the air defense commanders and sent them all to what are called assault groups on the zero line, meaning you were a colonel yesterday, and today you've got a rifle and a bayonet, and all your friends are convicts, and you're going to be going toward Oleshki tomorrow morning. So I don't see how that is a failure. I don't see how that's irrelevant. I don't see how this is merely the loss of one landing ship. None of that is true. It just isn't. Uh, and there you have it. But there are always people who are going to be willing to do that. I don't normally give these guys any oxygen, but there's one military analyst in particular in the United States has taken a precipitous fall over the course of his life. He has some criminal problems in his background, appears frequently on Press TV, which is an Iranian outlet, appears on RTV, appears on Sputnik, and he's just the American talking head for the bad guys. And there was a litany of things over the last 10 years he has been completely wrong about. That this fight was going to be over in 72 hours. Just on and on and on. A tanky par excellence. And these guys just keep yakking, right? The bad thing is not that they're wrong all the time, and they are. The bad thing is that these voices echo in the information space. They dilute the truth, right? They are this tincture of doubt. They are this sort of I don't even know how to say it. They they turn people's attention off the facts of the battlefield, right? Off the fact that this war is no longer winnable for Russia. They turn it off the fact that in all the places we're going to visit on the battle line today, despite 5 or 10 to 1 superiority at the point of attack, in every case, Russia is getting turned back. And if you're listening right now and you have a chance, go to the Nest and turn on that video. It's about 5 minutes long. Uh, Let it play in the background, or you can actually, read the subtitles because it's got the Russians talking to each other as they get defeated in this attack in the vicinity of Kupiansk. And Ellen and I were in contact before the show, and we don't usually put videos up in the Nest, but this video typifies what an average Russian attack anywhere along the line of contact, this is what it looks like. This is how it is inadequately put together. This is how it fails. And this is almost in every case how Ukraine breaks up those attacks, Alan. And it's a master class.
And this is why the video, the first tweet up in the Nest, is important. Chuck and I often speak about failed Russian attacks on Tuesday and Thursday nights here on Bullet Points. And it's one thing to describe them in words, Russians approaching the line of contact, approaching a point in the theater of operations they're expected to take and hold, being defeated by Ukrainian forces and falling back in disarray. But this visual evidence, first tweet in the Nest, watch it. Chuck is going to analyze it in just a moment's time. To Lexicon with a quick follow-up, then to dry fly. Lexicon.
Yeah, well, then could I just say about Crimea and the Black Sea Fleet? All of a sudden, now that Ukraine has basically rendered it pretty useless, these analysts are saying, really, the Black Sea Fleet wasn't very important. Really, Crimea is not that important. I just wondered if I could set you up for that one. The unimportance of the Black Sea Fleet to Russia and in and of itself. Thank you.
Well, it must have been Army guys that said that. As a naval officer, I'll tell you this: in order to, surface warfare, right, controlling your patch of ocean, one of the things that requires is the maintenance of a fleet in being, and that's war college talk for don't lose your ships, right? It's better to have your ships somewhere, anywhere, even if it's not in combat. It's important not to lose your vessels. It's important not to lose your most powerful vessel, which in that case was the Moskva. This was a ship in her prime that was considered a very serious threat to American naval power. It was considered, with her attendant battle group, to be a potential carrier killer. To the fight, or into the, she was put forward into the Western Black Sea at a time when Russia didn't feel there was any real threat to Moscow or to any other Russian warship. And on paper, there shouldn't have been, right? Ukraine didn't have a navy. Ukraine was not believed to have had the ability to conduct a long range anti ship missile strike. But another thing we've learned since then makes the loss of Moscow even more egregious. So let me just go back. Everyone has this picture in their mind of Moscow listing with about, I don't know, with a 40-degree list on, 35-degree list down to port, fire amidships. Every naval person who's been on this program, Gunny, myself included, we look at that ship abandoned and we say, Western trained Navy would still be fighting to save the ship, right? She was abandoned. There have been American warships in the last 15 years who were that badly damaged but returned to port. Some of them even stayed in the fight. So there was a breakdown, obviously, in her crew, right? There was inadequate damage control. Well, it turns out, among other things, that the captain had to lock up the fire extinguishers because the crew kept selling them. It turns out her main surface search radars had to be turned off because her radios wouldn't work if the radars were on. It turns out none of her close-in weapon systems, which are the automatic Gatling guns that are the last line of defense for incoming anti-ship missiles, none of them were working. And only 5 of the vertical launch cells that she had for longer range air defense, none of those were working. So she was a paper tiger and a paper target out there. That was bad enough. So you want to talk about keeping your fleet in being? They sunk the flagship. We know that now. Cut ahead in the movie, 90 minutes. All of the Western Black Sea is a no-go zone for Russian warships. They've all been evacuated to South Ossetia, Russian faux republic in the Eastern Black Sea. Russia's ability to project power over the Black Sea, which is essentially Lake Huron for them, it's non-existent. There's a Panamanian ship, bulk carrier, hit today, approaching the Danube estuary, hit by a drift mine, which is something outlawed by the laws of naval warfare. It is an unmoored floating mine that you simply release into the water letting it go wherever it may to destroy friend or foe alike. That's what Russia is reduced to. That's what she has for naval power now in the Western Black Sea. Anyone who says that the Black Sea, you can't have it both ways, as they did before. Russia controls the Black Sea with the Black Sea flotilla. This is what these guys said to start with. Then it's the Black Sea flotilla doesn't matter. Then it's Russia needs to have Crimea. Ukraine can never be a free and prosperous nation carrying out commerce with the rest of the world as long as Russia holds on to Crimea. Because holding on.
I'm so sorry, Chuck. I hit the mute button by mistake. Go ahead. My apologies.
Oh, no worries. No worries. That was probably when you were losing consciousness, you just accidentally hit that one.
Not at all. No, sorry.
Hitting you with repeated snooze missiles. But the whole Russia for the last 300 years, no, for 500 years has dominated the Black Sea because it controls Crimea. And we've seen that look, Russia is a bad neighbor. As long as they've got Crimea and as long as they have any sort of naval force in the Black Sea, they will use that as a knife held at Ukraine's throat. So these analysts can't have it, this way. They can't say that Crimea is irrelevant. They can't say that the Black Sea flotilla, now that it's mostly destroyed, is irrelevant. They can't say these things. Yeah, and again, you get these analysts, and they we have to fight to remind the world of the obvious, which is the land war is not going well for Russia at all. If Putin thought he had naval power, regional naval power, which is what the Black Sea gave him, it wasn't just Ukraine that was the object of this surface fleet that he has. It was to exert power over the northern Middle East as well. It isn't inconsequential that by asymmetrical, unconventional means, Ukraine has essentially and functionally defeated the Russian Black Sea flotilla. That's important.
Chuck, just to take a bird's eye view over the Black Sea, how has Ukraine's downing of 5 Russian fighter jets and bombers and the sinking of the large landing ship in Feodosia set back Russia's tactics in the Black Sea, on the ocean itself, and in the air?
Sort of look at things, and Alan, I know you do this. We've been working together so long. I always take a piece of news like that, and I try to put my foot in that shoe. So let's imagine that in 1 week, the United States lost 5 frontline fighter aircraft and a landing ship. How would that feel? Well, heads would be rolling in the Sixth Fleet, which is the fleet in the Mediterranean. There'd be investigations. How did this happen? On. And of course, we'd all want to get to the bottom of it. How did this happen? Well, the Russians were, they had standard operating procedures up until this time. They were laboring under the false impression that they had electronic warfare superiority. They had Ukrainian air defense capabilities entirely mapped out. So you think of the map now of the Black Sea, and when you're in a combat information center, especially in the Navy, you can change the perspectives of the map, of the charts as we call them, and you can look out over the horizon and see it in a three-dimensional sort of map. And you see these mushrooms that are sort of that are geospatial representations. And you think of that upside down wedding cake, and these are the weapons envelopes of air defense systems that are known to be active. And they tend to look like mushrooms because if you've got a missile, surface to air missile launcher, and you see a plane and you squirt it up, there's only, as the missile goes up, it has a greater and greater scope of action. So these representations of the air defense capability, they kind of look like upside down wedding cakes. And if you have that kind of updatable information, you maneuver your strike aircraft around those points of vulnerability. So before they started losing like one airplane every 6 hours, or I think they lost them in batches of three and then one and then one, these aircraft were going out to conduct strike missions against Ukrainian targets, and they had no idea that a new and much more capable air defense system had entered the arena. Widely speculated that it was a Patriot battery, and we still don't actually know. I suspect that it was, but this was a really daring move. And what this entailed is the Ukraine had to move the sensors, move the missile batteries closer, so into the vicinity between Kherson and Odessa. That had to be carried out in the greatest secrecy. The sensors very likely were not turned on until the location of these Russian aircraft were determined by other sensors, which were more routinely, in the mix there. This was essentially an ambush carried out by Ukraine. And also, once those missiles were in flight, the Russians knew what was happening, but they couldn't do anything about it because the missiles were closing in on them at about 4 times the speed of sound, and it was over. But as soon as those shots were taken, Ukraine had to move the Patriot batteries and move the sensors because almost immediately Russia had a good idea where the sensors were, where the Patriot batteries were, and they sent out other aircraft with with radar-seeking missiles to try to take out the Patriot battery. And that's how the other 2 Russian aircraft came to grief. So this wasn't just popping up and squirting off a couple missiles and slapping each other on the back and having a beer. This was a very well planned, very well timed, and very well executed sort of aerial ambush. And we've seen one other time that this happened as well, and this was out in the Eastern Theater. There were likely decoys involved here. There were electronic warfare aspects involved here. It was an amazing bit of work. And if Hop C's on tonight, maybe he could come up and talk about it. But even even for me, a regular line officer, naval line officer, and not an aviator, it was a pretty amazing piece of work.
Absolutely pretty amazing. I hope Popsy is listening and can jump up and join us. Meanwhile, to Dryfly, then to Karen. Dryfly.
Hi, I was going to say one thing about complaining about the analysts saying nonsense. It's what you always say. Who said it? Why did they say it? What do they want us to know? So before we freak out about what these so-called analysts say, consider that they A, may not really know anything, B, they may be filling space, and they may have an agenda. So that's the one thing I think we always have to remember. And I think we forget it over and over in our rage. We just have to remember there's other people with an agenda, and we need to call them out at that time. Now, if this is Biden saying it, or if this is some other huge official publicly saying it, not leaked, not suggested, not somebody said it was in a meeting, that there's no evidence and no true corroboration, that's one thing. But if it's reported by quote analyst, always ask who it is, what did they say, what channel did they say it through, and ask why were they saying it. Having said that, now my question for you is, last night we had language learner on, and he was describing some of the activity that went on in Kherson that he knew of, that from people his own contacts. And he says it's pretty horrific. I mean, he says it's pretty ugly. Some of what we heard in the New York Times isn't necessarily true, but it's not necessarily untrue either. It's just a bad situation. However, he says there's probably fewer Ukrainians there than are even reported. Okay. And there's probably more Russians there than are reported. And they're just absolutely wrapping the Russians around their axle. I mean, it's really got them wrapped around it. My initial thought was, instead of pulling out of that kind of a situation, hell, we need more. Ukraine needs more of them. They need to do more of that. If they're giving Russia that much problem with 100 or 150 soldiers, even if it's bad, and they're tying up thousands of Russians, and they're destroying enormous amounts of Russian material and Russian soldiers, they need more of those. They need more of those kinds of situations where you have a couple hundred or 1,000 or who knows what, but a small number that are just giving the Russians fit. That's absolutely the definition of asymmetric combat. So my question to you is, if that's a good spot for one, where else can you see on the line, all the way from the Russian border up by Kharkiv, all the way down to the Black Sea? Are there any other places along that line where you could see them doing it? I mean, the obvious one is in that forest near, I can't remember the name of the town, Crimea. That's one where I think they've been doing exactly that thing in the past, where they've had small numbers of well-trained, almost commando types, just absolutely tearing up the Russians, and the Russians have to put in an inordinate amount of activity and effort into trying to weed them out, and they don't ever seem to really do it. But do you see anywhere else along that line where that could be done? Where they could absolutely start really raising hell with them with small numbers, asymmetric type situations, even if it's awful, but really tie up the Russians and make them bleed. And I'll listen. Thank you.
The thing that links those situations, Cerebesc forestry, definitely that same sort of situation. Field, and you know what the enemy's going to do, right? Because you've compelled him to do it, because it's what he wants to do, because what he's been ordered to do, or you have access to his plans and intentions. If there's ever a place on the battlefield where you know what the enemy is going to do, the onus is on you to take advantage of that intelligence and turn it to good effect. What, these places, and let's just talk about the Kherson for a minute. There's a couple of things the Russians could do in Kherson, and there are some nuggets of truth in the New York Times article. I mean, they're there strictly by accident, but they actually put them in there, and that is that there are not a lot of Ukrainians on the South Bank. That wouldn't be good, but Russia is constantly attacking these positions, and Ukraine is always ready for them. The 104th VDV division has been fought to a standstill. It has had its numbers beaten down by about 2/3, and it's been done. So 10,000 Russians, and it could be more. A division could be 25,000 people. Size of a division varies, but a division is seldom smaller than 10,000 people. They've lost, what are we looking at? 7,000 casualties, killed and wounded, and they still haven't ejected the Ukrainians from the South Bank, and Ukrainian numbers are measured in hundreds, not thousands. Here's something that a prudent commander facing opponents on the south bank of the Dnipro might actually consider, and that is leaving the Ukrainians alone, right? Don't exhaust your force. These positions that are so strong and defended so adroitly, just contain them, right? This is something that Russia could and probably should do. And if I were the Russian commander, of course, I'd only get to actually recommend this once before I get thrown off a balcony, but I would say to my superiors, look, it's unlikely that Ukraine is going to come across the river with greater numbers of forces, right? What do you want me to do? You want me to control Kherson Oblast, and you want me to preserve my resources, right? The manpower and the materials you've given to me. Why don't you let me control Kherson Oblast and simply seal the Ukrainians into the positions that they have now? Why don't you let me dig in, sharpen my bayonets, and let the Ukrainians come to me? But that'll never happen. That Russian commander is being told by one of the greatest military geniuses of all time, Minister Shoigu, who's, by the way, never been in the military, that he's going to carry out attacks in his sector until there isn't a single Ukrainian left on the South Bank. And it isn't working, right? At last count, there were 90 destroyed Russian vehicles around Krinky, and that number is probably, it might even be double that, but I think the number's actually probably between 90 and 150. They're still fighting it out in Krinky. It's going door to door, which is exactly what the Ukrainians want. Russians are being lured into that three-dimensional urban battle space, and this is mostly a suburban battle space, where the smallest possible Ukrainian force is inflicting maximum damage on the Russian adversary. But the biggest reason why Russia is paying such a price is they keep sticking their head in the circular saw, right? Any other commander would just say, whoa, we go to defense here and we get out of the way of the Ukrainians. Because frankly, it's going to be very difficult for Ukraine to expand what it has on the South Bank. But just like we see in around Kremenna in the Serebetsk forestry, Russian commanders are being compelled by politically based orders to keep attacking, for example, in the Serebetsk forestry, where instead of fighting doorknob to doorknob in Krinky, these Russian vatniks are being forced to fight tree to tree. And no matter how many guys you pour into a forest, talk about it a lot here on the show, it becomes a squad on squad fight, right? I don't know, the last time you walked your dog in a public park when it was getting dark, now imagine it fighting in there, right? You can't see farther than one tree to the other. So it doesn't matter if you've got 5, 10 to 1 superiority, because finding your Ukrainian opponent is so hard in the first place. You don't have thermal, he does. They're just going to pick you off. But again, instead of fighting smart, the Russians are being compelled to just fight. And they're paying a big price for it, Alan, everywhere they do it.
Yeah, if you've ever been in a forest in the dead of night with no moon, with cloud cover, if you can see the next tree and not run into it, you're lucky. There's no darker place than a forest at night, Chuck.
And, to give you an idea you know it, but to give the audience an idea of sort of forest fighting, you're in a place like that at night, and sound becomes everything, right? You have to listen. Now, you imagine this: you are tucked into your little spider hole. You're in your little hole. You're covered up. You've got a ghillie suit on. You've got a nice field of fire in front of you. It's cold. The leaves are frozen. They're like potato chips. You're not even turning on your night vision. You're saving your battery and you just listen. And here comes the crunch, crunch, crunch. You turn on your thermal and there they are. And you just wait, 150 yards is a good distance. Pow, pow. Turn off your thermal. They drop. And that just wash, rinse, repeat. That's the way it goes. And whoever is the more skilled infantryman, right? Whoever has the better field craft, whoever can navigate at night, whoever knows how to move from tree to tree, who knows to wait when the wind blows before they move, to wait for an aircraft to pass overhead, all of these little skills that frankly take years to learn. And not just years to learn, but then you have to survive long enough in a combat situation to bring those skills into future fights. And guess what? All of those attributes are on the Ukrainian side of the equation. They are not. People who have just been bussed from Moscow with 2 weeks of training and a rifle that was originally issued in 1962, they are not going to, they're not going to close the gap. That's why we see the epic defeats in Serebest forestry. The Russians have actually pushed 4, 5, 6 kilometers into the forest, but they inevitably get pushed back. The same thing on the south bank of the Dnipro, except the fighting conditions for Ukrainian soldiers are very difficult. Ukrainian soldiers are operating in swamps, right? We used to say in the SEALs, if you want to stay alive, hide in places people don't want to look. Right? That's swamps. That was mangrove. That was triple canopy jungle for us. But all of those places, negative environments, what they have in common is the enemy has to come to you and you're going to smoke them every time. So I know the fighting, especially in Kherson, is extremely difficult. But you look at what Ukraine is doing, how many thousands of Russian forces are being fixed there, and how badly they're paying for those political orders to maintain the attack status. Just isn't working out.
And just a pointer to listeners here, forests at night are loud places. The wind through the trees rub against each other. It is an eerie sound that you hear. But as Chuck says, what stands out from the sound of the forest is the crunch, crunch, crunch of advancing soldiers. A very quick follow-up to Dryfly, then to Karen, then to the video first tweet in the nest. Dryfly.
Yeah, that was a great response. I appreciate it, Chuck. I was walking along the river, the Mississippi River today, and I was looking across where I walked. It's a civilized park. It's got cement sidewalks and places where people can picnic and all that kind of stuff, and boat ramps and marinas and things. Across the river, though, is a wild area on the Wisconsin side, and it's actually a hunting preserve where people go and hunt ducks and deer and all kinds of stuff. And I was walking by it and just looking out there and thinking of basically that question, because it looks like the Dnipro, and it's the same type of year, and it's the same terrain. We're even at the same latitude. Okay, we're at 45, they're at 46. And I just was thinking to myself, my God, I can't imagine fighting in that terrain week after week. But I could, even worse would be trying to push somebody out of that area. So the question I was going to ask, related to what I asked earlier, is even if the Russians let them go, could they really let them go? Because the Ukrainians are going to keep poking them. Again, it's the Mekong Delta thing. We couldn't let the VC and the NVA stay there because they kept poking. They kept doing stuff. They kept making it impossible to just ignore them. You had to go get them. You had to. And I think that's what the Russians have to do, whether they are ordered to or not. They really have no choice, because if they let them go, they're going to come and start poking them. They're going to start blowing shit up, assassinating people, doing all the things that the VC did in the Mekong. Am I crazy, or do you think I'm right? Now listen.
But if I was a Russian commander there, I would pitch the sort of seal it idea. Just let's try to ring these guys in with let me dig some heavily reinforced defensive positions, from Oleshki right up to the way the line of contact is right now. When we get to Kherson later tonight, we'll look at that. But Moscow isn't going to allow that. And you are right. Even if they did, what Ukraine would do is they'd start patrolling forward. They would be conducting raids and reconnaissance operations. And that is why you train special operations forces.
Or you do another one south of Kherson. You do it again. If they cut that one off, then you start another one and another one.
You got it. The analogy to the Mekong Delta and the Rugsat Special Zone, which was it was basically SEALs versus VC in there, because no one else could fight in there. And you're absolutely right. Reinforcing your analogy, which is perfect, this is a river delta as well. So the point is completely well taken. You are a genius, Dryfly.
Dryfly, take that compliment and pour yourself a glass of scotch or wine.
Yeah, I'm going to. Right now I'm doing dishes. I'm thinking exactly that. So anyway, I'm going to listen, let others speak, and thank you. We're on the same page, Chuck. Thank you.
Absolutely, we are. Great points.
Quickly to Karen, then into the first tweet of the nest. Karen.
Chuck, let me tell you, when I heard the news over Christmas about the landing craft that was full of munitions and blown up, I was elated. I was also elated over a period of several days to hear about 5 Russian warplanes being downed in a single week. But, and this is the but, okay, I haven't found a lot of independent open source verification of the Russian warplanes that were down. There has been tons of satellite and open source verification for the ship that was struck, but not for any of the 5.
So Karen, I think there's plenty of verification for both the destruction of the ship and the downing of the 5 Russian fighter jets. I think there's plenty of it.
What do you say, Chuck? I haven't seen.
I think some of the Russian aircraft actually went into the Black Sea, so crash retrieval might be something. But what I've noticed here in the last couple of days are the funerals of the flight crew. And as far as I know, there's only been 2 funerals, which means bodies were recovered. At least one of the aircraft did crash on the ground. I saw pictures and video of the search and rescue attempts that the Russians staged. I'm satisfied that the aircraft were in fact destroyed, and I don't think, due to Ukraine's sensitivity as to the actual nuts and bolts of how they managed to pull this off, I think that we're not going to get much more out of Ukraine. But I'm satisfied that that these aircraft were taken down.
Well, if you're satisfied, then I'm satisfied, and I do understand.
You shouldn't trust anybody, Karen. Don't even trust me.
Okay. All right. That's true. Nobody's perfect. But I do understand that a nuts and bolts, type explanation wouldn't be realistic to expect. But if you could post the open source pictures, because
So,
for some
so,
reason,
so Karen, open source is not always the most reliable source. The Ukrainian military itself has stated that these Russian jets were shot out of the sky. Let's take them at their word. And
I
with
do.
that, let's go to Oyvind, then to the
Okay.
first tweet in the nest. Thank you, Karen.
Yeah, thank you very much for bringing me up. Just want to say hello, and I want to express that today I was a little bit emotional and also a little felt a national pride. Not because of Magnus Carlsen won the chess worldship in fast chess. He played against the Russians. He shouldn't have played. That's my expression. But anyway, it was not that. I read something on the Twitter. Actually, there have been a Norwegian women fighting for Ukraine on the left bank of the Dnieper River. It's for me. I feel proud. She have been with. She had a career in TV, and also she had been sitting in the Sami parliament. She had a TV career. She could do anything, but she chose. In February 2022, she chose to go to Ukraine and be a combat medic, and she have been there almost all the time since then. And she have been now 25 days in a basement on the left bank of the Dnieper River, working there as a combat medic. I feel proud of her, and yeah, thank you very much, Sandra.
You said something that I didn't think was possible when you said a Norwegian was getting emotional, but I absolutely share your pride in her achievements, and I think we all know how resolute Norwegian women can be, and God bless her, and keep her safe. And as you know, I have a great affection for Norway. It's one of my favorite places in the entire world.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Oyvind. We're proud of Norway too. Norway has stepped up in its support of Ukraine, not only by individuals, for example, the woman you're talking about tonight, but with the contribution of arms and F-16s and total support of Ukraine. That's what Ukraine needs, total support. Total support coming from the EU, total support coming from the United States, total support coming from the 50 allies at the Ramstein group supporting Ukraine. There are a lot of munitions and equipment that can be sent directly to Ukraine that actually are on the scrapping board in Australia and in the United States and in Canada and in the United Kingdom and in Germany. All of these military munitions and vehicles could be sent directly to Ukraine because Ukraine knows how to use them. Chuck, let's take a look at the first tweet in the nest and analyze this ill-advised armored assault in the Kupiansk direction. We've talked about how amateurish Russian assaults on Ukrainian forces are, but now we see video evidence of it, and we do rarely look at video evidence here on Bullet Points on MriyaReport.
This is a first, and it might be the only time, because we've got a lengthy piece of video. It isn't sort of the greatest hits, but it can give us an idea of how this attack unfolded, what Russia did, and how Ukraine met it. So if you're at home, or you've got your iPad or something, I'm going to ask you to do something we've never asked you to do before. Go to the nest and get up that that video. I'll give you a couple of seconds here. What we're going to do is I'm going to start the video on my computer, and we're going to go through it. And I'm going to give you the Peyton Manning color commentary as it goes. And I'm giving you a little advance warning. I'm gonna, and Alan and I haven't rehearsed this, but I'm gonna give you some advance warning. As I go through this, I'm gonna ask you to stop the video every now and then, and I'm gonna point things out on the screen that will become relevant. So if you get that ready to go, I'll give you about a couple more seconds, and I'm going to give you a countdown from 5, and I'm going to get you to start the video. Okay, so find your start buttons, and 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, I've got to turn my volume down here. All right, we're looking at a bigger picture of the battlefield right now. You can see a couple of smoke plumes. The Russians have actually done here is they are putting down smoke, by which they hope to divert attention or prevent Ukrainian first person drones or laser target designators from hitting their forces. You can see that we've got scattered smoke only. So it isn't quite working. Now I'm at what do I don't have a timestamp on here. Okay. Right there. You see the roads going through the forest there, and you can see a conspicuous intersection. All right. Notice a couple Russian vehicles there right now. That's amateur hour. You never, ever want to loiter near a crossroad ever, because it is a conspicuous place on the battlefield. It is a place that your enemy can find easily on a map. It's a very quick reference point, and you can pretty much be certain that nearby artillery has already cranked in the firing solutions for that location. Okay, let's start your videos again. Okay, there it is. You see the video identifies those Russian vehicles that are there. Looking around, you can see how closely the Ukrainian video can actually dig in and locate individual soldiers. All right, we're going through the video here at kind of fast. We're showing the attack develop. Hold it right there. Okay, what you can see now is a group of vehicles, right? We always talk about how forces have to be concentrated before an attack. This infantry fighting vehicle that is visible. Just before the time we stopped it, it was struck by a first-person drone. Looks like it's still going. We're going to continue the video here, but this might alert the Russians that whatever they think they're doing, Ukraine now knows about it. And I'll point out something very obvious in this attack. It's happening in broad daylight. Okay, cue your video again. Okay, we've got that's you could stop your video. You've got that same infantry fighting vehicle. It is proceeding, and at the top of your screen, you can see the other vehicles that are now following it. Okay, the tank, I believe what we have seen is the lead vehicle, which is a main battle tank, has fired its main gun. It's continuing south. Okay, stop your vehicle, stop your video right there. See the very conspicuous trail behind the vehicle. And if you stopped it, you'll see that the tank has also hit a mine. This tank had an anti-tank plow in front of it. So this main battle tank was pushing a big bulldozer blade. It has multiple teeth in it, and it's designed to, of course, plow up mines. That thing will generally work well against anti-personnel mines, but it doesn't work so well against large anti-tank mines. And they aren't just an anti-personnel mine's designed to blow your foot off. It's not designed to kill you. It's designed to wound you so that two other people have to carry you out, right? But anti-tank mines are designed either to use a shape charge to detonate a tank, or in this case, to use a larger explosive so that it's blast effect that works on the tank. Okay, start your video again. Okay, that first main battle tank, judging by the explosion, it's going to be out of the picture. Russians are reporting their own casualties. Now, in this amazing shot, we see the rest of the force coming in. Okay, stop your video again. They're at the edge of the screen, the left-hand side. That explosion was an incoming Ukrainian artillery round. Maybe a large mortar, but I think probably a 155 or 152 millimeter artillery shell. Looking at the road that's visible, right? The track that's visible that was plowed up by the main battle tank. 1, 2, 3. The fourth vehicle will be coming down from the top. Russian infantry fighting vehicles, there may be a tank among them. Notice how they're staying right in the path of the main battle tank, right? They're staying on the only terrain that they can assume isn't mined, but they are channelized, right? This whole thing's being filmed by a Ukrainian drone. The local battery commander, Ukrainian battery commander, and the battle commander, he's seeing what you're seeing. Everybody knows the Russians are stuck on that path. That's the only place they're going to be. So Ukrainians are now vectoring in more drones and calling in firing solutions on this location. Okay, this is kind of amazing here. Talk this through real time. Okay, start your video again. Okay, notice the vehicles are now starting to pile up. Okay, go to stop. One, you see the down tank in the lead, second infantry fighting vehicle, third infantry fighting vehicle. The fourth one has been struck by an explosion. It looks like it veered off the path. It may have struck a mine, or it may have been hit by a first-person drone. Let's just point that out because it's going to have an effect on what's the train wreck that's now going to unfold. Okay, start your video again. All right, you see the videos now? Stop it right there. visible Russian vehicle has departed. He's left the mine plow area. So he's on his own. You're going to see the vehicle commander. We're going to watch what happens to this guy. His vehicle commander is going to tell him to get back on the plowed path. Now, look at those. So look at those three vehicles. They are still, believe it or not, they're closing in on the battle, coming to their end here. On top of each one of those vehicles are about 6 or 8 Russian troops who are just out in the open. Now, although these are supposed to be armored personnel carriers, right? Infantry fighting vehicles, inside of these vehicles is so cramped and it's so impossible to get out of them that no Russian soldier will even get in them. That they feel like they have a better chance outside on top of the vehicle where all the bullets are flying, where all the shrapnel is coming, and where they're likely to catch a first person drone right in the face, but still they're going to ride on top. Okay, start your video again. Okay, we just watch this. We see the closest vehicle has stopped. Top vehicle is trying to get back onto the path. Somebody's finally got some sense. They're backing up. Now they're trying to stay in the plowed area. Okay, stop. The first vehicle who got off the path, he's managed to back right into a mine, right? So he just missed that going forward, but he didn't miss it backing up. Okay, start your video again. Okay, you'll now see the Russian soldiers dismounting off that burning vehicle. Okay, stop. You can see the Russian soldiers are now dismounting and running for cover. Unfortunately, at this point, there's only one obvious piece of cover, which is to the left. Ukraine is going to now make that cover uninhabitable, and we've still got 4 Russian vehicles here in the open. And Alan and I have talked repeatedly about how Russia gets an inadequate force, right? In this case, 2 tanks, 3 armored personnel carriers. They're going towards some objective that they don't even reach, right? Remember that the lead tank is out of action. The rest of these vehicles are not going to get to where they were supposed to get to. They don't have enough guys to get there anywhere. So the attack has been stopped at this point. 2 of the vehicles out of 5 are now out of commission, and the soldiers are disembarking from all of the other vehicles. They are in no kind of a tactical situation here. Nobody is returning fire. Right now, it's every man for himself. Okay, start your video. Just watch this unfold. Keep your eyes on the people. Artillery shell crashing into that band of forest there. Those Russian vehicles passed to the left of that band of forest. There was an Ukrainian artilleryman working out a firing solution for that band of forest because they knew that would be the only cover that when these vehicles were stopped, Russian soldiers would dismount and head for that piece of cover. All right, start your engines again. Hold here. Okay, we've got a Russian vehicle moving. The tank is going to back up. Remember that this whole area is absolutely littered with mines. Okay, we've got a direct hit on the second infantry fighting vehicle. It was hit by an FPV. You see that? All right, go to stop right now. The second Russian tank in a period when the film was cut, it managed to turn itself around and started to drive out of let's call this an ambush, artillery ambush. It too deviated from the plow line path. It only got off it by maybe 2 meters, but now it's been destroyed by an anti-tank mine. Okay, start your engines again. A lot of smoke and fire. There goes a big secondary from the main battle tank. That's its ammunition burning up. Vehicle that is off the path, doing that semicircular turn. Right now, it's the only vehicle in this attack that is even still functioning, and it just hit another mine itself. So the Ukrainians are 5 for 5 on the Russian vehicles. Okay, go to stop. We've seen a couple of tracers flying by here. These are likely 20 millimeter cannons that are now being directly fired at the Russian forces. So everything that's happened so far up to this point has been first person drones and artillery called in on this Russian assault. Now they're getting clobbered with 20 millimeter cannon fire. This attack is over, right? This has probably taken 15 minutes in real time, but this is a textbook example of what happens to Russia every time it stages an attack. Inadequate force, unreasonable objective, attacking across the same ground, the same axis, again and again, and in broad daylight. Okay, so hit play, and we'll watch the end of this clown show. Okay, the Russians are reporting that they're getting cluster bombs. I actually haven't seen that yet. More incoming vehicle here. This looks like a different attack axis. I don't want to sound clairvoyant, but I was just about to say, watch this. Up here. That was a textbook example of why Russian attacks fail. This took place northeast of Kupiansk, and there you go, Alan. We've never done that before. It was a bit unpleasant to watch, actually.
Well, it really was, but really instructional. A couple of things I noticed. First, the Russian troops riding on top of the infantry fighting vehicles, not inside. You pointed that out. Secondly, when the Russian tanks and infantry fighting vehicles arrived at a firing position, Ukraine had dialed that position in, took them out immediately. And of course, the Russians were traversing a minefield. And, you cannot avoid mines when you're in a rush. And when the Ukrainians target Russian armor and troops, obviously they're going to be in a rush to get out. That just increases the likelihood of their fatality.
We see a textbook kind of failure. How could this attack have worked? Well, it might have worked if it was night. Plow. It might have worked if combat engineers had been at work at night on their bellies, demining an axis of attack. There are a dozen things that might have helped this attack succeed. here are the things that didn't happen. There wasn't adequate artillery preparation, right? So the Russians did not fire enough artillery in preparation for the attack. The amount of smoke they put down was not only insufficient, it was ludicrous. All it actually did was tell the Ukrainians that an attack was coming and mark out the area that was likely to be attacked. Then, in broad daylight, with this tank leading the way, they marked out literally the direction from which they were coming. And then, as happens in almost every single one of these attacks, either a mine or an anti-tank guided missile or a first-person drone or a direct artillery strike stomps out the lead vehicle. Everybody piles up behind it. Russian forces on top of these vehicles, they're not operating dismounted in support of the vehicles, which is what should be happening. And it's unpleasant to watch this because it's just military malpractice. This attack could never have worked anywhere, anywhere. And the fact that this was over in, I'm estimating 15 to 20 minutes, this is why Russia isn't going to win the war, right? And I still hate to say this. Look, I'm still looking at 3 or 4 more years. But this is why Russia isn't going to win it, because they don't have any ideas that are better than this. And they don't have battlefield leaders who can stand up to higher command and say, you can't order these kind of attacks anymore. They don't work. We have to do something different than this. But the Russian system does not permit that sort of dissent. It doesn't permit the facts to percolate to the top. So this is what they get, and this is what they're just going to keep getting, Alan, as long as they do things this way.
What would the Russians do differently if they were allowed to?
Wow. And here's the thing. I mean, I'm not a cavalry officer. I'm not an armor guy. I'm not even a big army guy. But I know the conditions that would be necessary to make this work, right? And we often talk about this. The first thing you have to do in combat is find out where the enemy is, right? Where are they? So good reconnaissance, good tactical reconnaissance to tell me, now I'm speaking as though I were a Russian, where are the Ukrainians? Where is the local Ukrainian commander going to be? What's his location? You find that out through your own signals intelligence, right? You triangulate radio signals. You try to direction find. So I'd want to know where the Ukrainian headquarters is. And for this attack, ideally. So what I want to do is I don't just want to squirt shells into a random, batches of forest, hoping there's some Ukrainians there. I want to take out the Ukrainian command center, right? So these drones that are circling the battlefield, they're not transmitting back to a tactical operations center where the Ukrainian commander is going to have all this intelligence, and we just watched this video and he's going to do that to me, right? So that would have helped. Putting this whole film that we just watched, there might have been a chance if that whole video frame was completely full of white smoke, right? That we couldn't see anything, so that the drones couldn't see anything. That might have helped. But so let's say we did have smoke, and nobody could see anything. As a Russian commander, I would have to assume that my main battle tank with the mine plow on it, it was only going to get so far. And after that, I'd need another vehicle with a mine plow to push forward past the first one. So if there were three main battle tanks with mine plows on them, one behind the other, I might expect to get a little farther. But here's another thing. We see that one clump of forest where when the attack was stopped, all the Russians dismounted and tried to climb in there for cover. We saw the Ukrainians immediately start pelting that with artillery. So pull back up to 5,000 feet here, looking at it as we're looking at it on the drone. What was the Russian objective for? Were they going for the next line of trees? Were they going for the village of Simkivka? Where were they going to go? And once they got there, what were they going to do? Was there going to be adequate cover there? Were there some basements for them to get into? Were they just going to get to a next crossroads and mill about smartly? This attack, Alan, was completely amateur hour, including the clusters of vehicles there at the intersections. It was everything that you could do wrong, they did wrong. But we see this again and again and again. And a lot of times, I've been sitting there and I present an operational hypothesis based on the artillery strikes I could see, geolocated uh, wrecks of armor, Ukrainian battle reports, and social media traffic from the Russians. But the reason we went through this is exactly what you and I talk about. This is what we talk about. Every one of those round trip arrows on the battle maps, this was it, Alan. So I don't know. It's like you've seen the cartoon, folks. The movie's over. This is it.
Yeah, we have seen the movie. It is a kind of a cartoon. You know what else we've seen, Chuck? It's because of attacks like this launched by the Russians that Russian soldiers are surrendering in mass in Zaporizhia on the southern front. And they are reporting that Russian commanders are firing. Russian commanders are killing Russian troops if they don't advance. Well, the other thing that's happening is that Russian soldiers are executing Ukrainian soldiers who have surrendered. Both of these are war crimes. Whether you're killing your own troops or you're killing the troops opposing you, these are war crimes.
That happened today as well. I normally don't put up snatches of combat video. I don't put that on my channel because I think it trivializes the sacrifices. I'm not a war junkie. I've been there. It's a lot uglier than these videos could ever give you a taste of. You can't just look at this stuff and know the confusion, the fear, the horror, the dirt, the filth, the barbarity of it. But I did put up the video today of those Russian troops. I make no excuses for them, but they themselves are brutalized. They are summarily executed. Their officers rule them only by fear. They have as much to fear from those above them and beside them than they do from the enemy. I wanted everyone to know that this is what it has come down to for the Russians. This is how they wage war. This is the sort of mercy that any Ukrainian, armed or unarmed, could expect from these people. But there is something also to take away from it. You have an army that's ruled by fear. If your people know that they're as likely to be shot by their officers as by the enemy, that army's going to fall apart. That those armies don't stay together. Never in history has an army like that stayed together. So, as bad as this is, we just had two bits. Take away these data points. This is an army that is not going to win a war. It's not going to win any war. Their own brutality, the brutality they have to suffer, the ineptitude of their commanders, and the sort of attacks we just saw, which are de rigueur for Russian forces in Ukraine, this is showing you who's going to win. This is absolutely showing you who is going to win, and it is not going to be Russia.
The Russian troops who have surrendered have also spoken about, I'll call it mistreatment, but it's more than mistreatment of Russian soldiers themselves. Russian soldiers shot in the back for refusing to advance. Russian soldiers executed summarily, exactly in the way that Russian soldiers have shot in cold blood Ukrainian soldiers with their hands up, surrendering. It is a terrible moment, but this is not the first moment of such executions by the Russians. It has likely happened throughout this war. I just want to remind people that the last prisoner exchange between Ukraine and Russia occurred on August 6th. Why do you think the Russians don't want to exchange prisoners? It's because the Ukrainian prisoners have been tortured, have been starved, have been mutilated by their Russian captors. This is why no prisoner exchange has happened since August 6th. It's because the Russians do not want to show the world the evidence of their mistreatment of Ukrainian POWs. Robin.
Yeah, it's exactly as you're saying, Alan. And there's another issue too, which I find in some ways even, well, equally horrifying. There apparently is a list that Ukraine has published of at least 100 Russian prisoners of war who they've offered back to the Russians, and the Russians have said quite clearly they don't want them. So they are content to leave some of their brother Russians in enemy hands, so to speak, because they don't want to be bothered with them. Which also means that they're going to get better treatment because the Ukrainians are abiding by the Geneva Conventions and all of the traditions of how to be humane in treating prisoners of war. But part of this apparently is also part of the issue. It's hard to make an exchange when the people you're making an exchange with don't even want their own people back. It says a lot about them anyway.
Well, it says a lot about the disregard of human life that Russians seem to hold in this war. The other thing I would say is that 1,000, I think it's 1,000, maybe more, but certainly hundreds of Azovstal defenders, Ukrainians, who fought in Mariupol, are still captive in Russia. They've been captive for hundreds of days now. And we already know that Russians torture and starve Ukrainian POWs. We already know that. It's been verified by the United Nations and by the Red Cross. It is an absolutely horrific situation that these Ukrainian prisoners of war cannot be returned to Ukraine because of Russian intransigence, because of Russian intransigence, because of Russian refusal, knowing that when these Ukrainian POWs are returned, the world will see how Russia treats them. They starve them. They torture them. They make them less than human. That's what Russia is doing to Ukrainian POWs and to all of Ukraine. Chuck, and then Dryfly.
Well, I was just going to say, it's you don't want to convince your enemy to fight to the death, right? You want to convince your opponent, the soldiers fighting you, that surrender is the easiest and safest thing that they can do on the battlefield. We've seen these films of Russians killing captured soldiers. Ukrainians know that surrender is no longer an option, right? It's so important that Ukraine demonstrate to the world and to their Russian opponents that to the Russian soldier, if you want out of this war, surrender, right? Surrender. But Russia is proving to Ukrainian soldiers that surrender is not an option, right? If you're going to be executed out of hand, you might as well go down like a lion and not like a lamb. But this is the enemy. This is who Ukraine is up against. They target hospitals. They target apartment blocks. They engage in the trafficking of Ukrainian children in numbers approaching hundreds of thousands. They have to be defeated. They've absolutely got to be defeated. And it gets overwhelming. We talk about this. What can we do? Listening here, you're doing something. Informing yourself, you're doing something. Picking up the phone and calling our representatives, you're doing something. And keeping this in the forefront of the consciousness of the West. We've seen it get shoved off the headlines to Gaza and other places, which is what Putin desperately needs. He isn't winning this war. He's not. We just went through the tape. You just saw it writ large. That is a typical Russian attack. Just as Alan and I have been saying, platoon or company sized, inadequately planned, inadequately led, poorly executed, flail state alpha. Every one of their engagements is essentially like this. So, right is on the side of the Ukrainians, and so is their tenacity and their valor and their ingenuity and everything else that is going to make them a free people.
We don't just talk about what happens on the line of engagement from Kherson to Kupiansk in Ukraine. We talk about what Russia does to Ukrainian settlements all within range of Russian artillery and missiles and even mortars. So just to Chuck's point about Russia targeting Ukrainian infrastructure, 195 hospitals in Ukraine have been targeted and destroyed by Russia in the course of this war. More than 1,400 medical facilities have been targeted and destroyed by Russia in the course of this war. So this is the kind of destruction that Russia inflicts on Ukrainian infrastructure. It's not only about power infrastructure. It is about the very infrastructure that saves Ukrainian lives. You know, look, Ukrainian lives. These can be Ukrainians with COVID. These can be Ukrainians with appendicitis. These can be Ukrainians with a cardiac arrest. Russia is trying to eliminate every single health facility that could save these Ukrainian lives. This is how Russia is fighting this war in the most contemptible way. The most contemptible way, targeting Ukrainian civilians. Dry fly.
Yeah, that's a powerful video. Thank you, Chuck. The question was asked, what do they do differently? Well, tactically, I don't have that answer. Strategically, I'll tell you, this is the biggest mistake I've ever read about in history. When you look at where Putin was in February 2022, okay, he had Orban installed. He had just gotten done putting, basically, I wouldn't say he installed Trump, but he certainly had a very, very favorable president of the United States with the expectation he might be able to get him back. He had made great inroads into a lot of our political structures. He had had considerable success with Brexit. I mean, he was actively involved with that. Whether the British thought it was in their best interest or not was immaterial. He thought them leaving the EU was in his best interest. You know, again, you go to Orban, you go to some of the other politicians. You've got Marconi, you've got Penn, who nearly won. If the war hadn't happened, I bet Le Pen would have won. You know, so he had Merkel putting in two great big gas pipelines right into the heart of Europe. He had all these corporations investing in Russia. He had all of that going for him. He was really on the verge of winning without having ever fired a shot until he did that stupid 3-day attack on Kiev. I mean, it was just this is one of the dumbest things that ever happened. If what would they do differently if they had a Wayback Machine? They'd not do it. They just keep on the same path and keep burrowing into our society through Brighton Beach, New York, and sunny Isles and around the whole world with all the activity they're doing with the cartels down in Central America, in Venezuela. I mean, this is just the most astonishing failure. Oh, and then Wagner in Africa. I mean, it's just the most astonishing misstep I've ever heard of in history. I can't think of a bigger misstep. So yeah, what would you do differently? You don't do it. That's what you do differently. And I will listen. Thank you.
Well, dry fly. If he had a Wayback Machine, Mr. Peabody and his boy Sherman would never, ever have invaded Ukraine. Never, ever have invaded
Not in
Ukraine.
100 years. No, I agree with you.
No,
and
because we know Bullwinkle the Moose and Rocky the Squirrel would have been there too, and Boris and Natasha and Fearless Leader would.
Boris Badenoff and Natasha No Goodnick.
I love those characters. Boris is moose and squirrel.
Get moose, get squirrel. In fact, that we used to joke that, in fact, we would be doing we'd be doing some nefarious things, and on the way out, when we were sure we had gotten away with it, someone would say on the radio, "Get moose, get squirrel."
When I was young, we moved out east at about the time those shows are popular, and that was what we told everybody out east where we were. Where are you guys from in Minnesota? Oh, we're from Frostbite Falls. Anyway, I will listen. Thank you.
But you know what, Dry Flight, you hit it right on the head. I am so fond of reminding people that I never thought Putin would invade. Right up to the point where he'd massed all of those forces on the border, I thought, you have played the world. They're playing your tune. The whole world is urging Ukraine to give you Crimea, give you Donbass. You haven't had to show that your army is gonna collapse. You haven't fired one bullet. You've brought the whole world to this fever pitch. And I thought, stupidly, because I didn't factor in the cray-cray, why would you invade? Finland is going to join NATO. Sweden is going to join NATO. And in the meantime, you've made NATO irrelevant. And I agree with you. This has to be the biggest geopolitical mistake in the last 200 years. And man, that is saying something.
Chuck, I have a new map in the nest. It's the first tweet in the nest. It's the Kherson axis. And here on the south bank of the Dnipro, Ukraine, with very few troops, probably in the hundreds, is trying to expand the bridgehead on the south bank of the Dnipro and destroying Russian forces. It seems to me that Ukraine has, how would I put this? Ukraine has confused the Russians about how they can assault the south bank of the Dnipro, or about how they can defend their positions on the south bank of the Dnipro. And again, this is with very, very few Ukrainian troops.
And again, and so I'm glad we're here on this map. And if we trace the starting left to right, and we trace the areas in red, and we see that Ukraine controls this narrow band, although it widens up around Oleshki a little bit, but we're looking at a thin margin controlled by Ukraine, held by a number of troops numbering in the hundreds, faced by Russian troops numbering in the high thousands, at least 10 or 15,000 Russians face a couple of hundred Ukrainians that they cannot dislodge. That area, you look around Krinky and you can see the burning armored vehicle icons. In that area right there to the east of Krinky are at least 90 and probably 120 hulks of Russian vehicles. Brigade task group size formations of Russian vehicles destroyed. The Ukrainians are still in Krinky. Everything north of the Konka River is solidly in the hands of Ukrainian forces. There are still Ukrainian forces in Poima. There are still Ukrainian forces in position to call in first-person drone and artillery strikes against Russian forces in the streets of Oleshki. So even though Oleshki is listed as under Russian control, if you walk out between two buildings and stand there as a Russian troop, you're going to eat a first-person drone. Uh, all of the lines of ground lines of communication and supply, everything from the M14 highway going east and west to the M17 highway, as far as it goes south on this map, and even farther. All of the areas of the Oleshki Sands National Park, Kozachi Lary, Nova Malachka, all of these places are prowled over by Ukrainian first-person drones. First-person drone sorties around here, launched by Ukraine, number in the mid-thousands every day. 4 or 5,000 Ukrainian drones flying around this space every day. That's asymmetrical warfare. Disturbing development here today was reported. You can see that skull and crossbones there, just about in the middle of the map. The bodies of hundreds of Ukrainian citizens killed in the flooding that occurred in June of this year when the Nova Harkova Dam was destroyed. These were bodies previously missing. They've been discovered now that the water again is water levels are being lowered. Again, an act of Russian barbarity. We talked about it at the time. Uh, just a side note in the war here. But so here again, looking at this map, as you all can see it right now, a Russian course of action presents itself, and that is to get off the offensive and to simply dig in to a line roughly corresponding to the M14 highway and basically let the Ukrainians have at it. Do what you can to interdict and prevent the Ukrainians from resupplying across the river, but to quit sacrificing Russian troops on a daily basis. Because the film that Alan and I went through, it happened around Kupiansk, but that is exactly what's happening around Krinky almost every day. You just take those Russian forces that we watch coming down from the top of your screen, and you imagine them coming up from the bottom of your screen. It's the same thing. They are badly led. They are inept. They cannot execute. They are being led to the slaughter. And nowhere on the map is a smaller force wreaking, wringing a price out of a much larger Russian force. It's here in Kherson, and it is not glamour, glitz. This is not easy fighting for the Ukrainians, but they are punishing the Russians here.
Now, Chuck, the Russians have also used poison gas here on the south bank of the Dnipro. It might only be riot gas, but it is still poison gas, and it is denied by international convention.
Absolutely. And I had the great pleasure to have Scruff on a couple of times this week, reporting directly from the front lines. A friend of his was had to be medevaced. He was a casualty. It was because of CS inhalation. It is this, you know, there isn't a fine line here. You are either using chemical munitions or you are not. And everyone who says, well, it's only CS gas, right? It is gas. It's one thing, and we talked about this. It's one thing when you pull the pin on a CS grenade and you throw it at the enemy. It is quite another thing if you drop it from any flying contraption, be that a drone or an aircraft, or as has happened in Bakhmut, you are using mortar or artillery shells to deliver the gas, and the Russians are pushing that. It is absolutely a this is against the laws of warfare. CS is a proscribed munition, right? It is prohibited explicitly in the Geneva Convention. It's not, you can get away with using riot control agents. They are explicitly prohibited by name. But it's just so is shooting prisoners. The Russians do it. So are releasing drift mines into the Black Sea, meaning unmoored naval mines just thrown out into the water to destroy whoever they bump up against. This is the way Russia is fighting the war. Is there something good in that? It shows me the desperation, right? It shows me that they're throwing out convention, that they have to fight in this manner. Remember that video we walked through? That's why they're having to do it. That kind of fighting, that kind of leadership, those sorts of tactics are never going to win this war. That film we went through explains perfectly why more than 300,000 Russian soldiers are dead. that film we went through explains perfectly why more than 300,000 Russian soldiers are dead.